Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect
from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Hey, what's up, folks? We're going again with the RES Regional LATAMs, the final segment of the Americas after 3 previous tournaments, since now into the 4th one, getting to find out our LAN invitees and everything. You know, Harry, it's the culmination of the South American Dotes, but in the end, I think it's just a bit of a taste, a pre-taste of what we're going to see when they get to play against the other region's top teams. So, I haven't been casting any of the games here in Group A so far, but I'm really excited to see, with the competition being this tight, with, I think, 8 teams still capable of qualifying for the top 2. It's good stuff, and I'm happy to be here sharing these moments with you, Harry.
Yeah, Southeast Asia pretty much didn't matter in the 4th one. The top 2 guys just went through anyways, but here it is anybody's game. I mean, right now our admins are constantly updating the leaderboard for us so that we know who can actually make it through, and so many teams can make it through at the moment. Panda is just looking amazing. Also, you mentioned Group A. I mean, me and Bowie were casting on the first 2 days. I have the South American expert, right? Our Brazilian boy. And I mean, he didn't get, I don't want to say anything right, but his top 3 teams, 2 of them are in the bottom 3 at the moment. So definitely.
I'm guessing Infinity and Legacy, right?
Of course, you're guessing right. Of course, like my Brazilian boys from Legacy, blah blah blah, and well, they didn't look so hot. But I'm hoping they're gonna be stepping it up.
Well, I definitely hope so too. I mean, Legacy, pretty hype roster. I've always said that I'm a big Lumiere fan. Ever since I saw his first run in TI was like 2 years ago, I was really hyped up for him. The Hokori lineup and everything was like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, you remember, you and I cast East European DPC a lot, and I was hyped up for Bet Boom.
Yep.
Hokori was the other team I was really looking forward to for that underdog story, and it does look like the boys on Legacy side need to start ramping up and building up another, because, like you said, they're at the bottom 3. We've got Akatsuki at the top, the only undefeated squad so far in a 4-0, and they are actually the 2 teams that are playing first on our series today. It's going to be Akatsuki versus Legacy to kick off the day. We got South Team Infinity. We got Maya versus Infamous. So, do you think this first series is the big one?
Well, starting the tournament, I would say so. But considering that Legacy have had some downsides a couple of times, I actually think Akatsuki are coming in as the heavy favorites in every way, right? They have the drive, they have the momentum. Legacy have definitely lost some games that they should have won as well. So I'm in the Akatsuki train. But is this the best series of the day? Is this like the derby of it? I would actually say so. This is the one series that I'm thinking could go the distance, could be very fun, and ultimately I like to see a 1-1, but I still think that Akatsuki might just continue with their undefeated streak.
Pretty surprised stats-wise. I took a quick comparison between the 2, and even though Legacy has only 1 map win, right? So they get a forfeit in their second game versus Infamous, and then they got 2-0'd by South Team. Their averages are actually higher than Akatsuki, who are 100% win rate so far. So Akatsuki is at 3.2k XPM, 2.5k GPM. Legacy, with 1 win, are 3.3k XPM and 2.6.5k GPM. So actually averaging higher compared to their opponents, which I think is pretty interesting. Not usually do you see a team with a much slower win rate actually have higher averages in every other statistics, not just GPM and XPM. Look at stack numbers, they're pretty close to each other's. Legacy warding a lot more. They're de-warding a lot more. They're more successful in warding and de-warding. So I think this is going to be a real challenge for Akatsuki, even though they are 4-0 at the moment.
But the idea is Legacy's games were longer. I think that's also one thing to point out. So it's normal that XPM and GPM are going to be higher as well. Stacks, stuff like that, might not be so much. Nobody cares. You're not stacking in a 50-minute game, maybe just to farm a little bit faster. So maybe that can raise the numbers. But overall, the goal per minute and experience per minute, I think we can amount that to just Akatsuki winning the games pretty fast.
Well, I'm not sure we didn't have the roster papers for you people, but we do have a draft, so we can dive straight into the action. So with Akatsuki, full Peruvians versus the Lumiere stack of Legacy. You got FCR, Hiko. These are two players that Kips is always excited to watch and play, especially Hiko. So what about drafting wise? Is there a hero specific team that we should be looking at here? I'm talking about specific heroes individually here, because Lumiere, I think about, he's a Husker player, he likes his sniper, but then again, he's also playing from the carry position. He set some sniper records 2 years back with like the highest GPM ever, one of the highest KDAs ever made on a sniper. Those were in like I don't know, like BTS days back in those tournaments, but still, I feel like he could have a very interesting hero pool coming into the series.
Overall, between these two teams, there wasn't anything too out of the ordinary so far in the tournament, right?
Okay.
The only thing that really comes to mind is Akatsuki picking up a Faceless Void with a time zone. But it was a specific game versus a Morphling and a Sand King, and then the time zone made so much sense because you can't waveform out of it, you cannot Burrow Strike out of it, and it was pretty much a chrono, just longer. So other than that, these teams have been playing pretty basic Dota, going for pretty basic heroes, and as you can see, it's pretty much continuing, right? It's only when we see this Lina now, we see the Marcy ban, but Marcy has been kind of popular as well anyways. But overall, it's I think it's going to be a pretty straightforward meta pick between the two teams. I am really not expecting any shenanigans.
All right. Yeah, you make you sound a little disappointed there as well, because I don't actually know if there's a specific hero that you like watching, except for I know you're a Nyx Assassin enjoyer. I know you were, at least back in the day, a big Nyx Assassin enjoyer.
I am a Nyx Assassin enjoyer when I play it. Okay, Nyx Assassin now is actually super fun, right? So I don't think I am disappointed. It's just that I'm not seeking for excitement through the draft in Latin America. I'm seeking excitement through the gameplay. Because what I have noticed in the past 2 days, and throughout our tournaments anyways, is that what these guys do is they are very good. They would make so many plays around the map, and then just randomly 30 minutes in, they make an overly aggressive play and make the game unnecessarily exciting, which is, at least for us, going to be great.
Yeah, I do have to say there's a special place in my heart for SA Dotes because of exactly the given reasons. You kind of throw in the trash can all of your expectations for a specific game and how this draft should work, because they bring in that own type of flavor into these games, right?
Yep.
You can't either see it coming, then when a player makes a play, or a whole team is like, what is this move? Oh, it actually worked, or something that's supposed to be very basic just does not work at all.
Yeah, what they tend to do is in situations when you think they're definitely going to win, is they find a way to give an opening to the enemies. And in a situation when you think, okay, they're definitely losing, they find a way to give an opening to themselves and just completely change the game. So yeah, expectations, as you mentioned,
sounds about right,
out the window, and then all in on the fun.
All in on the fun. Well, you at least got some fun heroes to play on the side of Legacy. You got your Pangos already. I've really liked Pango in these past few patches, like especially, I might sound weird, but from the carry position, because he's full-on physical. He scales the same way as any other right-clicker, but of course, we're not going to see a carry Pango this game. Very likely not, but, you got Tusk. I just watched today TI8 moments of, FY Tusk countering OG's like Anna's PL with basically just saving people with Snowball. They were countering Seb's axe with the Snowball saves and stuff. And I'm happy to see this hero still being picked, because I feel like it's been a very long time that Tusk has been popular in the meta. Never said that he's gone from the meta, but saying popular because people just haven't been going for this hero lately.
Yeah, he appears here and there. I think with the current rise of some of these range carries, other than the Morphling, he doesn't count, that Tusk just makes a lot of sense, right? So you're so good versus the Lina. Lina doesn't want to get a Hurricane Pike early on. You might have to go that way. Sven protects you a little bit from the physical damage, not enough to survive a full duration shards later on down the line. So it is for this reason with some of these range heroes, especially being picked up this early, the Tusk is always going to have a place in the game.
I think you do have to look at like Force Staff itemization, get yourself out of shards, get your ally out of the shard blocks. Then you have the Disruptor, of course, that makes things a bit difficult because Kinetic Field always counters Force Staff unless you both manage to cast them at the same time. You see Kinetic coming out, you're already pre-casting Force Staff on an ally. So yeah, at least Lina, Hurricane Pike, very likely. Unless support Lina, is that a thing? Is
No.
that something that could work? All right, so
I don't
we're not
think
thinking
so.
about that. All right.
Definitely not. If you look at the Lina facets, I just don't see how any of them would favor a support. And even then, Thermal Runaway is just so good on a carry
they're
role.
very core-driven facets.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think Ice Rock wants us even thinking about a support Lina. I'm sorry, Panda. The way that he made the spells just have very high cooldowns. Remember when you had the Light Strike array 7 seconds all the time? That's when support Lina was viable. Now when it's 13 on level 1, sorry, just not gonna work.
Yeah, it just does not work that way. But at least, you picked a Sven to counter the physical damage of the Pango. You could put Sven as a support in this case, put Tiny into mid. You have SD as a potential 4. I would actually like to see SD go in that lane. We don't know what hero he's going up against. And of course, Legacy has to reveal that card first. So maybe Sven 4. I think Sweden Strong is like the only player I've ever seen play Sven 4. Everyone else does it as a 5. You could put SD in a lane versus the Visage. I don't think Sven does a lot versus the Visage in the lane. He's just going to get free soul assumptions off. He doesn't really get to harass the Visage either. At least Warcry mitigates the right-click damage. Visage already hits for like 47, 48 right-click damage, so not a lot. But there's no magical resistance in their lane.
I think he hits for more though, Panda, because when he was changed to Universal, his damage was increased, right? I think it was 40 something before, and now it's like 56 if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but it's still pretty low. Still on the low end.
I mean, sure, but when you add in the soul assumption that takes away so much of your HP, I'd say it's perfectly balanced, as all things should be. But yeah, this is...
I was actually correct. Visage's right click is between 42 and 52.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
So
I
on
see it.
average, it's 47 or 48. But with items, you can go above 50, of course. It depends how many nulls you want to get or how many circlets you want to get because your universal get more damage per stat. That could work. But I'm just trying to get my head around these
base
lanes.
damage. I think it's base damage though, right? And then with universal heroes, they get the extra damage. Because I go into the invoker, it says 39 to 47, and I don't think you go into the lane with 43 damage.
See, this is why Harry's an analyst, because he knows this shit. He's accurate, and I'm just throwing in stuff. That's why I'm a play-by-play.
Ha! I was like, okay, Panda made me be wrong. I need to change this right now, right? And it worked.
But I have played Visage for like 60, 70 games, and it does feel like his right-click is minuscule to a lot of the matchups that he has to play versus. So CSing on Visage is super important in the early levels, because you establish dominance with your W, or even your Q, which had been made so much better with the facet, the Sepulchre facet, but your damage is really low. So if there's no harassing going on, a Sven carry, even with the Wrath of God? With the Wrath of God facet, right? The one that reduces his damage early but increases his late game. He still has more damage than the Visage does. So you are going to get out CS'd pretty easily versus a lot of heroes as a Visage. So,
Panda, you definitely had me fooled, right? You have this nice hair. You usually come with your little bow ties and everything. And then I learned, like, which heroes does Panda like to play? Broodmother, Enigma, and the Visage. So, somebody would think you're a good boy, and then...
I think I scrapped the Brood a while ago, but yeah, that's 2 heroes correct at least.
We will see a PA. This is a great counter to the Lina. Of course, the Sven with the extra armor and everything is going to help a little bit, but this does look like a very, very strong PA game. And PA has always been very, very popular in the South American region. We haven't seen it in this tournament thus far, but it's only day 3, so I'm quite happy that we get to see it. Legacy are looking to have a pretty decent draft. Now Akatsuki should probably thinking for more magic damage.
You say it is a good PA game, and I would say the same, except for that Sven being out there, and Pango is also physical damage. Do you think they have too much physical damage on the side of Legacy and not enough mix? because of that Sven support, most likely, or even a carry, that Warcry is still going to hurt a lot.
Well, you have a decent amount of mix, right? You have the Soul Assumption, then you have all of the spells of the Tusk, apart from the tag team or drinking buddies, depending on what he goes for. All of the spells of the Disruptor, and even a lot of the spells of the Pango as well. I think you're fine in terms of the mixture of damage on Legacy. The thing is that the PA can sometimes, if the game is going badly, just not have enough damage, and that could be problematic for the hero in general. But if you're having a good game, no Sven is stopping you from killing people.
All right. Well, we're just going to have to wait and see then how this game rolls out. I actually do not know who's the carry on the Katsuki, because I thought it was Shido and Osito, or at least those were the 1 and 2 before, but they're under different names.
Neko is Shido.
Bastion and Neko.
Neko is the carry. Bastion is the support. His real name is Sebastian something, and then Bastion
Gotcha. So Tai Lung is in mid then. Okay. So our admin just notified Neko is Shido, so it's just a rebrand.
Yep. So many rebrands happening this year. I don't know what's wrong with people. Are they trying to hide from some former enemies or something? But we see it quite a lot. Also, one thing I noticed, I asked Bowie about it. Like, why does everybody in South America have that red name, green name, or whatever? I know it was very popular in Dota 1 for people to do it, but I just haven't seen it for so long. And in South America, I've still already seen like 5-6 players having different letters.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think I messed around with those in like Modern Warfare 2 or something like that, where you had to make these weird kind of like symbols in your name to actually change the color codes. But I don't think I ever did that in like Warcraft, even though I have played Warcraft 3 since like 2004. I think I discovered Dota at like 2006. Didn't understand too much about the game back then, but you know, history lessons over. We do have our matchups kicking off here, and of course, like you said, drafts don't matter, execution does. And, you know, Legacy, they're looking for some more W's under their belts. Legacy's actually favored in terms of odds here, given by a 1xBet, 1.6 to the 2.1.
I think our sponsors are still looking at Legacy like, oh, this is a very well-known team, they're gonna win. I don't know, man. I'm looking at the Katsuki, and I think they've been performing really well. But, you know, in terms of draft, I wouldn't take it away from Legacy. They've got so many things going for them. I'm gonna guess it's the Death Toll. Yeah, the Death Toll Visage facet. There is so many chances to get kills between FCR and Hiko. And if this Visage gets off to a good start, you get yourself some early items, maybe a pipe, protecting you from a Katsuki. It is gonna be a very, very hard lineup to bring down. Very tanky.
Yeah, tankiness. A lot of auras expected in this game. I look at Arcano. I think this is a great Crimson Guard game for this Centaur. Even just you know, a couple bracers into Vanguard, already like good for establishing the lane. He can AFK farm for a bit. That would allow Legacy to hit their timings. But I get back to this Bastion Sven. I think that is going to play a pretty core role in slowing down the effective timers from Legacy, just because that Sven is in this game. So that would give Centaur the time to build these big items, his HP pool to start things off with, and then look for that Crimson Guard, because that is also going to mitigate a lot of damage Legacy is going to be dealing this game. That's just how I see this game rolling here, that Legacy doesn't necessarily hit these regular timings, but slowed down by like maybe 2, 3, 4 minutes.
Yep, it is. Either way, it's a weird lineup on Legacy, right? You don't have the big team fight. Rolling Thunder, sure, but it's not really a spell that's gonna just destroy a team fight completely, especially when there is a Stampede on the other side, which can just pretty much allow you to run away, reset the fight, and go for it once again. There's just so much mobility on a Katsuki. It creeps on you, right? You have the Stampede and the Warcry, and you don't really see all of these heroes just hyper mobile, but the Sven and the Centaur are going to be making them so. So it's not going to be easy for Legacy either way. This is a hard lineup to make work.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this is a very skirmishy lineup that you go for
Yep.
like a single pick off and hope that they bring an ally that helps them out. They get them second kill, but never more than 3 heroes at the same time up against Legacy, because I feel like then they are not at their strongest.
Yep, that's probably how it's gonna be. But they're already going for FCR.
They definitely are. Maybe they can get this Visage kill for first blood, and they have it in the bag. That's going to be Bastion with the help of Neko. They get themselves the first blood in the bot lane. And also some heavy trading in the top lane, too. Demon is down to 100 HP, and a couple more slices will do. Lumiere, 4 stacks of poison. Doesn't matter. He'll get the kill anyway.
He will take some damage from those 4 stacks, and the Shadow Demon didn't want to use it until he gets the 5th one. It's very lucky for Lumiere that didn't happen.
Be careful here. That Soul Assumption and a couple right clicks. They've got themselves another. It's a trade here for Legacy. Losing that Visage before, and as soon as he TP's back in, they punish Selena.
The cores on the bottom lane are not farming. They're just trying to fight. They have 3 CS each. It is it is abysmal how much they do not care about getting the creeps. And this is it, right? Both of the teams want to be aggressive in this lane. If you are on the aggressive, it is very likely that you're winning the lane. Because one side has so much damage on Soul Assumption. The other one, stun from the Sven, follow up Lina. There is a pretty decent amount of damage coming out from Akatsuki as well.
I also think that maybe in the top lane things are going to balance out a bit, but you'd love to keep punishing the PA while we see a lot of damage here on the Sven here. Bastion's got nowhere to run, and FCR, he's just waiting for his time to abide to throw in that Soul Assumption, and FCR with a right click gets the Sven down, so he also gets his first kill. Now up to 1-1-1.
So much gold for FCR. That death toll is not to be underestimated. The amount of gold that you can actually get is insane. So you really have to be very, very careful.
So how does it work actually? You cast Soul Assumption and you get gold.
No, you cast it, and if a hero dies in 3 seconds after being affected by Soul Assumption, you get gold depending on the amount of soul charges that you had when you were using the spell.
That's actually quite a lot. I see him topping net worth now. Even though I don't normally look at 4 minutes, but having 2k already in the first 4 minutes is a pretty good start here for a Visage. Even though he's not getting the XP that he needs, because you need to get to level 6 to really establish dominance in the lane. Lumiere's diving the top tower here. Demon surviving for now, and Lumiere gets the slice in for the kill, but he will lose his life in the process. Arcano getting the solo XP for that.
Interesting that he went for that. Really
That's
interesting
a
that
play.
he actually went for that play, because yeah, sure it is, but you are a PA. You are reliant on the Battle Fury timing to get it as soon as possible, because it really elevates all of your other timings, and you allow yourself to die in a situation where you're farming really well in the lane. So very very weird that he went for it. But again, it's South America. I'm not even gonna be surprised any longer.
I was thinking, should he have swapped maybe instead of buying the broadsword and just getting an Orb of Corrosion? Because I expect this brawling to continue for Legacy.
I have seen PAs rush the Battle Fury here, even though I don't necessarily agree with it. He probably thinks that once there's more levels on Akatsuki, he's not going to be able to lane, so wants to get into the jungle as fast as possible. And
no boost BF, yeah.
Yep. So I guess that's the idea for Lumiere. We'll see if it works out. I mean, I've seen it work out. I've seen it fail. Sometimes it's even player preference, and I can't help but feel that recently I've seen somebody rush the Battle Fury, and it was actually quite successful.
Well, first 5 minutes of play in here with the Katsuki and Legacy, and nobody really pulling into an economical lead. Only the Lina is struggling compared to the rest of the pack in terms of CS, because you look at this, you got a 3 versus 2 in bottom here. Neko surviving, though. They're waiting for FCR to clean him up there with a Soul Assumption. Get some extra gold for himself. Gardic will go down to Bastion. And there's a Sven that is soaking up a lot of damage here from both of these two. Slowed up by a Blood Grenade, allowing Hiko to get the body blocks. Now he's got the tag team ready, and FCR for another kill. And yeah, this Visage is just is really snowballing in terms of money. Even though he's still only level 4, but man, he might just hit like 5 to 6k net worth at the 10-minute mark if he keeps this up.
Yep, and Pango is doing well in the mid lane versus the Tiny, which means that the Tiny probably won't be rotating super fast, and the Pango will. So they want to kill this Lina again, completely ruin the game of Neko, who, at least for now, seems aware that something is wrong.
Yeah, it is a good call. Tiny's also heading towards bottom, but Pango will reveal himself now. Rolling Thunder will be used, and straight into Demon and Bastion they go. LSA stun connecting onto Hiko. Wonder Kid can't quite get the connection on the Lina, and now the Tiny arrives. So they're evening up the numbers here. 3 versus 3, and they're going to lose this Tusk in a moment. Demon will survive. Neko survives this Pango rotation completely, and a kill for Akatsuki. So with all that... preparation for somebody's missing down in the mid lanes. Let's send the Tiny in for some backup. And it actually pulls to be a very good move here for Akatsuki because they get a kill and they keep everybody alive.
Very good read. I think it was the Tiny from the mid lane just saying, yo, guys, he's TPing. He is trying to do something. I'm going to be rotating because he saw the lane being pushed out. And it's somewhat of a... It's a really good play from Legacy. Yep. But if you think about it, it can be... predicted.
They don't actually have any TPs to help the Centaur. You'd think like this is a very bad target, but they used all of their moves down bottom. So Legacy gets a kill on a 1700 HP Centaur before he hits level 6 to get the Stampede. So I really like that Legacy makes an instant second move right after.
Beautiful, beautiful. And people tend to think, oh, Centaur is tanky, but he's very vulnerable to physical damage. Even buying the Chainmail and the Ring of Protection, it's not enough. When you have a level 3 tag team and 4 heroes attacking on you with like 5-6 armor, you're gone. You would need at least 12, 13, to be a Nagasarn or a Terrorblade to survive a move like that.
Oh yeah, you need to be like a Doom or something to actually live a gank. Just not tanky enough. Especially with no boots, which you are not building on Centaurs these days because of the horsepower facet. They spot Neko. Another quick jump onto the Lina here.
Very dead.
Shards popped up here. Bastion, well, very dead indeed. The Glimpse brings in the Lina once again, and they're going to use the Rolling Thunder just to make sure that this kill actually goes through. And it pokes the Lina one more time. Bastion's losing his courier to Neko dead. And they're fighting 4 versus 2. Sven's not getting a whole lot out, and neither is the Tiny. Demon trying to help from the back, but Bastion will go down to FCR. That's his 4th kill already. He's looking for a 5th off of the Tiny. He's going to get bubble saved by the SD for now, but the Burrs are ready to throw in their stuns and keep Tylung busy. Demon dropping low. The toss wasn't enough to kill off this Tusk, but he does drop to Demon first, and now Tiny will drop as well to the Pango. And that is a big skirmish, and I was talking about FCR's net worth. Well, he's just hit 5k on this Visage, and it's not even 10 minutes. So
not only that,
rocking the chart.
But he also got the Wisdom Rune for himself, so the experience is no longer an issue for the Visage whatsoever, and he's gonna have a mech. This Visage is looking strong, and this is one of those games where you don't even need to go for the drums. Even though it would be such a great item for your team, it doesn't matter. What matters is you survive the magical damage of the enemies, not only you, but the entirety of your team, and you are going to be able to do so well in these skirmishes. I actually can't believe that Akatsuki are giving these fights to Legacy at this point in the game. You know that you're going to be losing a fight versus the Visage, and they are still going for it.
It does feel a bit of a, pub desperation mentality in a way that they're just fighting us the whole time. Why aren't we bringing enough numbers to win these fights? There's quite a lot of damage there dealt by another toss, and Gardex trying to look for some vision. Doesn't actually get a successful D-ward going, but both bottom and top T1s are traded. Tylung continues to toss away creeps. I think they're finally going to jump the Tiny here. Rolling Thunder is available here. They're going to go rolling straight to the Tiny. Nice bubble there at the same time. And Wonder Kid won't get a whole lot done with this ult.
4-man's blink.
Oh, that's a nice one. Arcano tossed in for a kill to take down Gardic. Visage, he's got the mech to keep his teammates alive, though, but Arcano fighting all the way to the end with that blade mail. Bastion, he's just casually dropping an ulti, trying to slice down this Visage. Might be able to do so with Tylung. 2 more seconds for another toss available, and should be able to get this Visage kill. But oh, the toss goes the other way around. He missed that one, but Bastion's got a stun available to throw it in. Hiko's dropping low on the Tusk. He'll go down to Tylung, and he's got another toss available. Is he going to send an illusion in onto the Pango? Nice zoning ult there from Gardic. but it might not just be enough because Arcano is sent back in. Tylung coming in with Arcano, another stun from Bastion, and the Pango's gonna go down, and Tylung for another kill, and they'll make sure that Gardic won't get anywhere near. They're gonna get the tower. They survive with everyone keeping their lives, and Legacy losing 4.
Yeah, beautiful team fighting coming out from Akatsuki. This is the thing. In the previous fights, they never had their Centaur. That is their tanky target, the one that is going to be surviving versus the Visage and buying time for things to go well. And with you having this combo of, as we mentioned, the poor man Blink Dagger with the toss of Arcano, it feels like he even has 2,000 net worth more than what he's currently at. He's bringing in the tankiness, and he's even bringing the lockdown and the damage because the Tiny is just manipulating his positioning all the time. Also, look at Tylung's positioning here, getting to the high ground just to give vision to his teammates. And this toss, it was actually the right move, right? Because he knew that the Visage was going to die from the Stormhammer, from the tree toss, and then he just did as much damage as possible to the remaining two.
That was like a max range Stormhammer. I don't think that if I was playing that Sven, I don't think I would ever actually gotten the cast off on the Visage because he was literally on max range the moment he gets to press his Q. So if it was me, my hero would have just started running forwards and I would have lost vision on the target. So that was very close calculations coming out from Akatsuki. And very important too, so because that was a 2k net worth lead, or almost 3k. And that is completely taken away with that fight because they lose no one. They get 4 kills. They got so much experience out of that too. And the only thing now to check is this PA. Lumiere's a level 10, has the Battle Fury, and going straight for a BKB next. So Lumiere was the only one who wasn't in that previous fight. Well, Tylung, quick kill onto Gardic there with a casual tiny level 10 burst.
Full-on brawl fest, really, in this game one between the two teams.
I'm
but as you
liking it.
mentioned, it did give space to the PA to go for the Battle Fury. And really, if you look at this game and the later portions of it, this PA will be one-shotting people. It will be one-shotting everybody. Or let's say 6-shotting, because you still need those 6 attacks to trigger the methodical. But basically, Lumiere is going to be a big problem for everybody, especially this Lina. I don't know how you keep her alive.
I do wonder if somebody's building a Solar Crest on the side of Legacy just to get that extra attack speed for PA because of Methodical. You want to get those quick, fast attacks in. But they only got a Solar Crest on the other side, which is on the Sven, on Bastion. But nobody's lining up one on the side of Legacy. There's a Glimmer for the Disruptor. Pango's definitely not getting it. Tusk might be able to get one, but he also needs his Blink, so... Is there any aura attack speed item coming in to help out this PA this game?
No, maybe an AC later on on the Visage, but I would doubt that. PA, she makes her own attack speed, right? You get 190 bonus from the Phantom Strike. Getting a crit shouldn't be that big of an issue.
I do feel like maybe they need to max out just to get those quick hits in, but yeah, you're right, you know. Maybe that late AC is definitely the extra. But that's going to be later on. Visage, you mentioned, had the mechanism and the casual cloak from the laning stage. Slowed down a bit with that previous team fight towards that pipe. We're also talking about that. That is a really good pipe game.
Pretty good, pretty good. At the moment, the Lina doesn't even do all that much physical damage. No one is. On the Visage.
Well,
Bottom.
that is a pretty worthy kill. Nobody's TPing in to help FCR. They're just going to leave him for dead. Not a lot of HP on the Visage to survive a 4-man rotation.
Interesting.
They are
They
picking in
didn't
the
even
mid T1
think
though. They're coming to defend it. Arcano with a blink stun nicely landing
Beautiful.
onto 2. Catches Hiko, catches Wonder Kid. There's the zoning ult there from Gardic, but Tylung is already on top of him with another blink, though he does get slowed down a lot. And now Bastion with the stun from the back to Stampede so that they can run their targets down. Nico will take down the Disruptor. It will force Wonder Kid away with the Rolling Thunder. So another teamfight ulti, the actual one of the only teamfight ultis on Legacy now used, and Static Storm and cooldown for another minute. I feel like Katsuki can just take this tier 2.
They can definitely pressure. There is a glyph available, and it does make it kind of uncomfortable to go for it. PA, no BKB just yet. So maybe you can force it, but there's no reason to. With the way that the teams are playing, it's about speed, so you cannot allow your side lanes to be pushed out too much. So what you want to do is always keep at least one of them pushed in. From the mid lane, it's easy to move to one or the other, and if you commit too much to the mid lane, even if you get it, then steeping to the side lanes is gonna be a dangerous thing for you. So better just to continue with the aggression.
Oh yeah, I've been to the warding school of Harry Freak. He knows all about the the distances. We've been talking about that quite a lot on off stream back in the days. I haven't forgotten my lessons.
Yeah, I know, Panda. I know you are. You're a good listener.
There goes Gardic. Doesn't quite die though.
A repulsion coming into play.
I think he missed the tree toss because of it. I don't know how that actually works. It only pushes the hero away, but it looked like the tree toss did no damage.
He had wand charges that he used. We're gonna get the. Do we get the fight recap if nobody dies? I actually think not. Yeah, Dota should change that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah,
yeah,
big deal.
If only they die, we actually get it. Tylon, another attempt here.
That pipe is
And
online.
Pipe just soaks it all up. Arcano now starting to soak up some hits too. Visage is tanky. See,
Big
it's
shards.
a pretty early blade mail. Nobody wants to hit the Centaur, but they're gonna get to send him in. And they also got their ultis back up. They get to keep their heroes alive with the Static Storm, but
Everybody's
Tango's ulti
tanky.
is a miss. And Tylung's coming in with a haste. The final seconds of it, trying to catch someone. And they're just gonna glimpse him back. So nobody dies here. We're not gonna get a fight
maybe
recap
punish
of the
that.
damage dealt.
Yep. I really can't believe what Valve has done to us. They need to change this immediately because it is uncastable and unwatchable for all of us not to have that.
Light near on Tusk. Tylung going in. Toss back. Whee! There goes the Tusk into another stun. And finish him off with the Laguna Blade. That's going to be a tier 2 as well.
Yep, you get the kills and then naturally the tower falls. This all happened because they shoved in the top lane. For a PA, it's very hard to show yourself on the bottom lane. Sure, you're keeping it shoved out, but you cannot really push the towers, so no way to force the Katsuki back. You keep the two lanes pushed
And also,
in, you easily get kills, and then the tower falls. Beautiful.
And also, you cannot stack up like that if Static Storm is up. But because it was used before, it makes it really easy for a Katsuki with these Blink Daggers to engage on singular targets, even stack up a bit, because there's not enough teamfight abilities left
They
on
found the
Legacy.
Pango.
And they're finding the Pango Wonder Kid surrounded and stuck in the trees, no friends around him. And Tylung is now up on a mega kill streak, so 5 kills in a row, 6, 1, and 5 on the Tiny so far. Fully online, has the Echo Saber ready and flying in something on the courier. What is he getting?
Where's his career? It's
Oh, it's just a TP scroll apparently. All right, so
Yep.
special
I
about
love
that. But here comes Neko to help out with a Gleipnir. They've got the Tusk again. He's gonna use a snowball on the Tiny. No blink ready.
Radiant's middle tower.
His blink is really being slowed down. This Tusk is struggling.
I mean, both of the supports of Legacy are struggling. And that's just how it goes with these kind of brawly lineups. You always have to put yourself up front, and considering that most of the fights have been won by Akatsuki, the supports of Legacy have been dying quite a lot. The PA is ready to battle, but you might just want to get to level 18, so Lumiere will be waiting for that. He also got a really good neutral item, the Orb of Destruction. I'm surprised that Lumiere doesn't want to engage.
See what Legacy's thinking about as well. They just quickly take out the Tormentor. Lumiere does have that 9-second BKB. We got the Basher now in the works, but they're going to fight and try to get something done here. Meanwhile, Akatsuki already setting defensive positions here. Tylung is nearby. He's going to show himself in the lane.
They need to wait. They need to wait for a couple of seconds, but Roche is fine. He's not gonna die.
Yeah. And the Visage Bird also flies into the pit. They noticed maybe that the smoke popped on it.
No bird resummoned though, so you have to be careful if you are if you're the Visage.
Tiny. There is a smoked up illusion.
Are scanning.
So does Visage jump the gun here? No.
Patience is key.
No, they found themselves now. They found the Tusk. Let's see if that's a good target to jump on. That's a very good static storm. Maybe they can get something done with it. PA's already getting to work on the backline Stampede to get themselves out of there. Nice snowball connection there on multiple heroes soon. Lumiere's BKB down to 2 more seconds. Demon's about to die. And Legacy trying to clean these kills. They've got one, but PA is gone. They've lost Lumiere. They've lost FCR. And Wonder Kid's got nowhere to go either. Feels like this Pango's going to drop as well. He's just going straight in to get a bit of poke damage. He knows he's done for. And they're losing everyone on the side of Legacy. They just couldn't. They did not have the damage. And this is what I was worried about. You're playing into that Warcry Sven, already maxed out Warcry, extra 12 armor. All of your damage is physical on the side of Legacy. And they just don't have enough damage this early on.
What a shard as well. Also, I mean, this is the thing. Versus a Stampede, you have to...
Look at the recap.
Approach it... Yep. You have to approach it a lot more methodically, right? And the PA didn't do so. He just wanted to jump in and kill the Lina. Like, I'm gonna blow him up. No, you're not. There's gonna be a Warcry and there's gonna be a Stampede and he's gonna be able to get away from you. But you jump in on the Lina, you pop your BKB at the start, BKB drops low. The second it is gone and all of your spells have been used, you're a goner. You need to poke if you are Legacy, and they just thought that it was their timing to win a fight. But considering that Akatsuki were ahead, they're the ones who get the victory.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, the instant effects of the Crimson Guard up on the Centaur
Dire's bottom tower.
and the Sven Warcry. It's just, you see PA jumping in with BKB, you press Stampede, you buy a couple seconds off of that. Like you said, they have to play methodically with methodical on PA.
And now it's a problem. Because Lina has an Aegis, right? So this means that Lina can play more aggressively, shove in the waves more aggressively.
Yep.
And that opens up for plays like this. Just easy pickoffs.
Not a good position to be in if you're Legacy right now. Akatsuki full control.
Is under attack.
And they got another Stampede ready.
They're coming high ground defense of Legacy is pretty crap. It doesn't do anything.
It is.
Just go high ground.
Dire's structures.
Yeah, you don't exactly get to jump Akatsuki. You'd need to be ahead if you're this Dire lineup. But then again, let's see if the SA magic happens here, you know.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think we've already had some SA magic in this game, right? Maybe they're all out, both of the teams.
Are under attack.
Well, that is a lane of racks which they're not defending. Might be the
They
same
try
case
to
for
cut the
this mid
waves.
lane too. Tai Lung is already there to hit the tier 3.
No
They're
waves.
just playing the map.
Dire's middle tower.
You can maybe get a tier 3, but you're not getting another lane.
Oh. You might say that.
Under attack.
Pango dying like that, I think that that's going to forfeit that lane.
Bro, backdoor protection coming in. 3, 2, 1. There it is.
Has fallen.
There are the creeps, but there might be another pickoff available here on the Tusk. Slowed down there by the phylactery toss in. Trying to get away.
Oh, Blink. What is the Tusk buying? Why does he have 3,000 gold?
I was wondering the same thing. Like, he's got the money for it, but he hasn't bought it out. What's up with that?
I don't know, he's cosplaying a dragon or something, sitting on a lot of gold, because this doesn't look like something I want to see. Okay, he's changing his mind. Okay, no, he's not changing his mind. Finally bought the blink. Thank you. Thank you,
He
Tusk.
got the blink, and now he's got the solar crest lined up. So this is what I wanted to see earlier. But of course, like it is hard to skip a blink on a Tusk.
You cannot play without it. If you have to initiate with the snowball, then you die. But if you can initiate with the blink walrus punch and then have a snowball follow up, you can survive long enough for your team to respond.
Yeah. You are right. You just cannot play without a blink on this hero.
PA wants a Nullify. It just doesn't work versus the Sven any longer. You buy the shard, and he already has it. So I don't know if Nullify is the way to go. This might be one of those games where Rapier is on the menu very early on.
I mean, you can remove Crimson Guard. It's an 8-second buff. So pretty much your BKB duration, you see the Crimson Guard applied on Lina, for example. Maybe it helps you kill the Lina faster.
Radiant are scared.
But I do think Nullifier is still a pretty long shot here. But we'll see. They are smoked up. will protect the rune. There's a Radiant Scan, though, which does connect on top of them. So Akatsuki is just taking defensive positions on the high ground and not moving for a while.
Radiant's
Yeah, no reason to do so. You stay under your own vision. They will have to deal with the bottom wave, especially. And then once some time passes and you see a hero on the map, you just continue pushing with the tier 2. You get the last outer tower. And at that point, you can wait for the next Rosh. I just don't think Akatsuki will be doing that. Because we are in the region that we're at right now. No glyph. And there's,
In the zone.
Radiant's
Yep, let's go.
is under attack.
What do you still have in the tank, Legacy? You're going to have to face them in a 5v5. Your draft is not oriented towards that, but you're going to have to do it anyway.
Yep.
They wanted to play a whole different type of Dota this game.
You are in such a position that you're gonna have to fight, and unfortunately, it is just a tough thing for your lineup. PA isn't even TPing. Come on, they need you.
You said this high ground is so sad. It is. It's just soul assumption spam. That's all that they can do.
They have a
Throw in
nullifier.
some W's at the Centaur. There's the nullifier proc, but he instantly blinks out. Wonder Kid gets the jump on Demon on the
Broken.
backline. I don't know, look at that. They are just stunned. They're just stunned on the spot. The snowball will buy some time. Lumiere gets the BKB. Even Neko might just die here in the stuns, and they actually do get the kill for Lumiere. Does Lumiere have a buyback? Not really. So as she falls on the PA, Demon getting that kill. Bastion gets another. Disruptor can buy back. They will get Demon out of the way. And Tai Lung would like some backup, but Arcano is at 600 HP. Has to stand back for a bit. Bastion, the support Sven, well, they're going to leave him for dead. It's just a tier 3 tower lost. And a buyback used on the Disruptor, so you could say small victories, if only the PA lived.
Well, the way that it started is that the Shadow Demon Aghanim Scepter broke the PA, so you're glad that the fight went the way it did.
Yeah. And they're still going to
Tusk is
lose a
fine.
hero right after, which is the Tusk.
No, he's gonna set up for Arcano.
Actually, looks like maybe that is the case indeed. The Yules is there. Wonder Kid.
Oh!
Glimpse is still
Yeah,
there.
Glimpse.
400 HP. He's regenerating
How's he
faster.
alive?
He's not taking any damage from the right clicks from the Disruptor. Maybe Wonder Kid can get him. Yes, he can. But also Hiko
Is under attack.
will go down to Tai Lung. Tiny walking in back again. Straight on top of the
Got
Disruptor.
him.
He got another stick charge, but this time the damage feels like it's a bit too much to deal with. The Gleipnir is there. Demon is there to help him out. Neko hold him down for Tai Lung to punch him down to the ground. And now the Tiny off a godlike spree. Pretty big
The only
streak to
reason-
claim.
The only reason that this game is still going is because the PA got a perfect timed bash on the Lina in that previous fight. So Stampede came out, Lina about to run away, gets bashed, and then another crit follows. So
Yep.
Lina does die. If the Lina survives there, Lumiere dies seconds after, and this game is just over. But we're still in it. Only a 5k gold lead. This PA is still capable of carrying.
Oh, well, they're going to go on the SD now.
Very dead.
It's important for Lumiere to get, but Neko's coming in with Tai Lung. Oh, poor PA. Nowhere to go. No chance to pop the BKB. And just a perfect bait there. Demon, deep place support in the lane. Looks like an easy kill, and it is an easy kill, but what happens after?
Yep, that is the problem. This is why you want the SNY on the PA so that you can get your BKB off during the avalanche, but you don't have it yet. You went for the Nullifier, which did have its uses. The amount of damage you do is insane, but now this is gonna be mega creeps for sure. You're not stopping the Lina without the PA.
Barracks are under attack.
You're gonna try.
Dire structures are
Wonder Kid. You could use another level. You'd have a level 3 Rolling Thunder, which would do quite a lot more damage, but gonna have to do it without it. And you're gonna have to do it versus Mega Creeps. As you mentioned, the racks are down and the fight breaks loose right after. Hiko, he's just gonna get pummeled down to the low ground. Wonder Kid rolling on top of Neko, trying to get the connections there. FCR is also really low on HP. Meanwhile, Tiny's just cleaning up the backline, taking down Gardic, take down FCR, and force the tap out. That is game number 1 in the bag for Akatsuki.
That was some godly performance from Tai Lung in this game. Really, the Tiny, he got so many tossbacks off. Him and the Centaur played together ever since Centaur and the Tiny started playing together in this game. Legacy were helpless. It was only the start of the game that the skirmishes went their way. Centaur joins. Tiny continues to use his spells properly. It's amazing. And, you know, even here at the end, he's constantly trying to find an angle to engage. He's constantly trying to toss somebody back. And that pressure got to Legacy, right? You cannot hold the position that you want. You cannot engage with all your heroes when you want, because just one misstep from any of you and you lose a hero at the start. It was just a very, very rough game for Legacy.
Yeah, it definitely was. And also, like, the fact that when they go for that first 5-on-5 fight with the BKB, the Battle Fury on the PA, he just didn't have the damage to punch through a Sven and a Centaur with the Crimson Guard, the War Cry. And at the end, I'm looking at hero damage dealt. The PA did almost less than a support Sven, only by 400 damage more. So, it was really a non-factor in the game. It's just, you know, you last phased this hero and you didn't get anything out of it. So Legacy going to have to go back to the drawing board and see what they can conjure for game number 2. But before that, we're going to take a tiny break. You guys should also get yourself your refreshments, whatever you need, so we can head over for a spicy game 2 between Akatsuki and Legacy.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
All right, game number 2 with Akatsuki and Legacy. Akatsuki continues their undefeated streak, now up to 5 games. And, you know, in the pre-studio, we're talking about Legacy needs to step up to the level of expectation on this team. This game 1 was definitely not it. So, what is the issue with the team? Because I think that's a reasonable assessment to bring up, that everything is not clicking with this team as expected. They were supposed to do great. Bowie was hyped for this team. Now he's crying somewhere in a corner that his boys ain't doing it. What's up with Legacy?
Okay, so first of all, at the start of the tournament, I think they lost the game that they should have won. And that always hurts when you're playing versus a team infamous coming into that one. Oh, actually, no, they did 4-1. Okay, then versus South team. There was a game that they should have won. I think it was the first one. They lost. When you're a, let's say, newly formed squad, they did get picked up by Legacy, but somewhat of a stack, and you have some expectations and they start falling down the drain. I think it can really hit on your ego. You know, you can lose your confidence, and usually teams like that, they cannot come back in the same tournament, right? That is just 5 days of the group stage. So I don't think there's something inherently wrong. You might just start losing faith in yourself and your teammates on all of them, and it needs some time to be fixed. You know, just like some teams have their honeymoon period. Some teams
it's like a
start
hot
off
streak,
on the rough
cold
notes.
streak kind of thing.
Exactly. So that's I'm hoping is that, and there's no deeper issues between the players.
Yeah, I hope so as well. I mean, some teams they're just not in form. They're in their current form, that is, that you'd expect from them. So maybe it just takes a bit of time for Legacy to get their engines running and get themselves sorted out. But for Katsuki, well, you're talking about the other end, a hot streak team. They've been looking good game to game. It seems like anything that comes against them, that they can sort out their issues and make it look like a good game. Tiny died once early on, and then he went 12-1-14 in the end. So it just had an absolute playground of an enemy team to deal with. It looked like they have a team fight lineup. The other one's more forced to look for pickoffs. They never get to play the pickoff type of Dota. Then the whole draft looks weird. Their high ground defense looks weird. And they just don't have a footing in the game. So for Legacy, you don't want to play a second game like that. I think you might have to push yourself to a bit more team fight oriented in your draft. Not just your Disruptor ult and your Pango Rolling Thunder. Maybe an AoE offlane stun, say Enigma. Take Centaur or something like that. Like an AoE stun can always be good for you.
Yeah, something that Legacy played versus our team is a Sand King. I think that would cover the team fight aspect that you were wanting to see. I agree. You cannot just rely on skirmishing because here's the deal: Akatsuki so far in Group A have been the most consistent team, and in South America, Latin America, it's all about those skirmishes, right? So if a team is consistently good at choosing the right ones, the right pokes, the right fights early on in the game, especially, and then Akatsuki have been very solid, the best ones at ending the game, versus a team like that, it might be better to put the foot on the brakes a bit and just approach it a little bit more tactical. Can they do it? I don't know. Haven't showcased it just yet in the tournament, but one can hope.
Yeah, tactical and conservative, but it can also be fast-paced. Can be very fast tempo too. Sometimes that is good to have a hero that either changes the tempo to play to your strengths. If you don't get to play that timing, then you just keep on with your plan A or your plan B. But I do like when you have a hero or a player who changes the whole dynamic of how this game is supposed to work for a couple minutes, because it changes everything. And that's literally what we use as a term, tempo change. You either have like a power spike timing at 17 to 20 minutes, you either use it efficiently and then you have momentum on your side, or you play with these smaller item timings, try to build up a plan. It's high risk, high reward. You try to make up a plan where you go from point A. If there's a hero here, we kill. Where do we connect from that? And just kind of make this like mini map drawn. Like you put a pin here, you put a pin there, and you just go through this path through. And if it works, high risk, high reward, you get the tempo for yourself. You get to set the pace, and your opponent's being like, "Whoa, we were not expecting that to happen."
Yeah, but immediately when you see a Tiny, you see that Akatsuki wants to be dictating the tempo of the game. Be it a mid lane Tiny or a position 4 Tiny, they are going to be the ones that choose how this game is going to go. Sure, Legacy, they have this Lina, and you can say, yeah, Akatsuki had a Lina in the past game as well, but you didn't have any repositioning spells on Legacy to deal with Lina. You had the Tusk, which is good enough, was good enough in the laning stage, but when it came down to it, they did protect her quite nicely.
And that's why Tiny is such a good pick in the first phase, right? Because it takes away that initiative from your opponent's side.
Yep, it is.
You can't make a plan like that.
Exactly. And it is a flexible pick as well. Even with all the nerfs, this hero is... I can't imagine a meta where Tiny isn't viable, right? It's... he's better than the Batrider, who's, again, viable in every meta. Repositioning in Dota is just incredibly strong.
Maybe with the facets, if they remove Crash Landing and leave it with Insurmountable and then something else, maybe then we might see the downfall of Tiny from the meta, but it would literally be we removed this ability, which makes one of his abilities really good. So...
I still think somebody would find a way to use the toss back in a good way, and he
maybe,
would be
but the games where I've cast an insurmountable Tiny from the support position have been horrible. It has just not looked good at all. It's just the shock and awe factor that Crash Landing gives, which makes it so good, which makes it so unpredictable, and it takes away from your reaction time, it takes away from your item timings. It can crumble your whole game plan. You just get hit by this one Crash Landing, and it's not even you. Your ally gets hit by it, who gets tossed on top of you, and you're a glass cannon carry, and you get blown up, and you're like, well, I just finished my BKB, but I never got to use it because I'm already dead.
Okay, Legacy just showcase how scared they are. They ban out the Marcy, which would have been a perfect pick for themselves, and now Akatsuki, they pick up a Clockwork, and what is even left to lane with this Lina, right? You want a melee hero to go with you, and all of the ones that are currently good have been taken away.
Yeah, and the others just don't look great. I was thinking Treant Protector, but it's banned as well. That would have been an okay one. He just doesn't get to right-click in Battery Assault. But outside of multiple targets around, that could have been the one to help. They go back to the Tusk, which I think is reasonable, but I think Tusk needs a buddy now.
I think he might be
another go at you. I think you need another go at you support. Yeah, that looks better. That looks better. I would have liked the Disruptor if it were our offlane then picks. Our offlane pick is different. But because Tusk and Hoodwink, I think this is a really good support duo.
Good. Yep. Both of them have turnaround capabilities, re-engagement capabilities. Because Lina will get initiated on. You have Bushwhack, which is amazing if enemies are running at you. You have a Snowball, which is again amazing to save
give you
Lina, give her
options.
time. Exactly.
They give you
And-
options. I think that's what the Hoodwink brings here.
And Hoodwink is still, in my mind, like the strongest position for all of the ones got nerfed to the ground. And Hoodwink is one of the strongest ones that makes it through. People have started experimenting a little bit with the Mirana. Nyx Assassin comes out from time to time in specific situations, but Hoodwink is the best all-around hero that can kind of work with everybody.
So how does Akatsuki? They already set a very good start for the draft here. I think they still have control of what direction this draft is going to go with these next two picks. And they can look really good. They could look like 140% better than Legacy, or at the worst case, I think they'd be looking at like 80%, where Legacy's next pick could even it up. That's how I'm looking at this draft right now. Either Akatsuki is just going to rock the board with these next two picks, or they're still going to look really good
Dire team pick.
because of the tiny clockwork. I think that's such a strong start for a draft.
With this, this means it's probably gonna be a mid lane Tiny, and with the performance of Tai Lung, I don't mind at all. You get a hero that's gonna help you versus the shards in the lane. So either you're saving yourselves from the shards, or you're saving your buddy, and that's quite nice. And now whatever you pick as an offlaner, you're gonna be fine. Probably leaving the last pick for the carry. I like this.
Radiant
What is going to be brought in here? The gyrocopter. So this looks like our carry gyro by the looks of it.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a carry gyro, laning with the clockwork. I'm just surprised that they went for it this early. Also, gyro doesn't like when people get into his face, and that's exactly what the Tusk is going to be doing. Now you could get away with like a Centaur 4 Legacy, steal the lineup that Akatsuki went for. It's going to be good save even for the toss back, because then you use the Stampede, you just run away.
I'd really like Centaur. I'd really like Centaur for Legacy. That would be the AoE stun that they'd also were missing in the last game. But it's a strong lane with the Hoodwink. It's a kill lane. Gyrocopter is great versus Hoodwink because of Flat Cannon. But he's not great when you've got multiple heroes coming at you. And Tusk has somebody to play with. Lina has heroes that you already mentioned before, have all the options and capabilities this draft can go into. Now you have another aggressive hero early game in this Kunkka from Legacy. So I do not expect this Gyrocopter to get a free game. No way.
It is going to be a hard game for the gyro. The damage mitigation from the Kunkka is insane nowadays, right? You play the offlane, you get the pipe, you get the Rum facet, and you have your innate ability for the Rum as well. You have so many ways to mitigate the damage on both you and your teammates, and the gyro just relies on that AoE damage. So it's not going to be great for Akatsuki because when you look at them, they are burst and AoE damage, right? Both of them together, and Kunkka takes all of that away. So somehow, with your offlaner, you need to offset that, and none of them really come to mind.
So maybe Akatsuki did fumble with the draft a bit, because when I mentioned like 80 to 130%, I feel like Legacy kind of stole it away with this Kunkka pick. So this last phase, we're missing maybe a mid. What is Akatsuki?
On Legacy.
Are they playing offlane Tiny actually?
No, very rarely. I did see an offlane Tiny today in a different tournament, and it was cool because he went for a pipe, very uncharacteristic. I don't think Akatsuki are going to be going that route. You go for a mid lane Tiny, you spread out the map, you hunt with the Tiny, you hunt with the Hoodwink and the Clockwork, and you try not to get into huge engagements, right? Even though Legacy are solid at skirmishing with the Kunkka and playing around Lina, that is how you want. You want to be a 5-man group. You don't want the enemies to be everywhere, right? This is why I'm not sure about this Doom ban. I'd ban something like a Puck, even though Tiny is good versus it. A good split pusher for Legacy will enable that their lineup can get together, and I think that's the one thing that they're lacking at the moment.
I think they banned Doom specifically because of Gyrocopter's team fight. Like, he's not going to live very long in these fights if Legacy gets to open it. Like, the only thing that keeps him up is a BKB, and he doesn't generally get lifesteal until later on in the game. So Doom would give you that scaling versus Gyrocopter's damage output because he can't survive. So I think that takes away from the late game plan from Akatsuki by banning that Doom. But I do think I'm still agreeing with you here that that was probably not the ban I was expecting to see.
Dazzle ban is also very weird. I mean, it might mean that this is a mid lane Kunkka who would struggle versus the Dazzle like any other melee hero. But do you really think that your enemies would play an offlane Snapfire or an offlane Tiny?
I mean, it's Osito, right? He destroyed with mid Dazzle. Was it last tour or the previous tour? But his Dazzle was undefeated. So that's a direct respect ban.
They ban out the Centaur themselves. I can get it, right? If you don't want to pick it up, then you ban it out because Lina hates when there's 5 heroes running at you, and Centaur is like the only hero who enables that to happen.
10 seconds remaining.
So what are they going to bring out here? We're looking at
5 seconds remaining.
a melee offlaner, or because if we put Kunkka into the mid lane,
Dire team
FCR,
I think
well,
we don't
not
know.
that into a gyro. Okay, the lane is good, but actually I don't think it's too bad. I think this
It
is
could
an
be,
alright Broodmother game, but you need to be ahead. You need to be ahead as Legacy.
10
That is true. So now if you're a Katsuki, you think about ways to catch people, right? Even more catch, even more ways of getting that first kill. That is what you want to do. You want to be the first one to initiate. And this is why it's weird to me that they went for the Brood on Legacy, because you want the boat to be the start of the fight, or at least the follow-up to one of your stuns. And until the Tusk gets the Blink Dagger, that's not going to be happening. So the Broodmother doesn't really contribute, neither does the Lina in that department, giving an opportunity for Katsuki to make the first move themselves, get a hero kill before the run buff comes out, and then the fight is just hard for Legacy.
Yeah. Now that I look at this draft, they went for the Broodmother. That Dazzle ban suddenly makes a whole lot of sense.
Yep. Imagine.
Not just Osito, but in general, a core Dazzle who gets Ags pretty early is just the downfall of the Broodmother.
This is a good Timber game.
Timber.
Considering that it is going to be a Kunkka in the mid lane, it's better to send the Timber there. Yep. So now the only question is offlane Tiny or offlane Snapfire. To be honest, I would like to see a pipe for Akatsuki, so maybe it's better for the Snapfire to be offlane. It kind of suits the hero more, if you ask me, and you're still going to be getting the blink then on the Tiny to be able to make plays.
Yeah, they're really leading us
They're thinking.
to the final moments here. Demon for the Tiny and Arcana for the Snap. All right.
I like
So,
it
so
better
you
that
got
way.
what you wanted, Harry. But is this a 2-0 draft for Akatsuki?
Timber is so good in this game. It is so freakishly good in this game. I think so. I think it is going to be a 2-0. Now you have so much burst potential. You jump in it with a Tiny Avalanche, and then there's no save from the Snowball. You just can't do it. And then you look at Mortimer's Kisses plus the burst damage of the Timber Saw. This is how I want every single fight to start. You have good vision on Akatsuki, brought to you by the Clockwork. Unless Legacy completely overtakes the side lanes, which they're capable of, I think this Timber is going to be getting away with the game. His laning stage versus the Kunkka is just that good.
Yeah, I do think this Timber Saw is looking pretty free here, but outside of expert analysis, in this game, Harry, you had to pick a hero. What would be the most fun hero to play in this game, and why?
Between all of these guys, you know that I am a position 4 player, so I'm gonna say Hoodwink on Legacy and then Tiny on Akatsuki. Tusk, might be somewhere in there, but considering that it's gonna be a lane with a Tiny and a Snapfire, where your shards probably aren't gonna be as impactful, I think Hoodwink on one side and then Tiny on the other. Between the two, don't make me choose Panda. Come on.
for battle.
I'm a core player, but I would have actually liked to play a Snap carry this game. I would have been really happy seeing if they put Snap into pause 1. You're playing for the super late game. You build a Midas game, hit some creeps, and you get to have a lot of fun versus the heroes of Legacy, because what they do is they both have very high damage output, especially from this Broodmother, this Hoodwink, this Lina. They have deleting abilities, right? But
No.
Snapfire is quite hard to get to. He's not the frontline hero. He'll be around in the team fight, but that also means Legacy's already opened up the team fight. That means if you play a core Snap this game, you get to unleash hell after the first few seconds of the team fight happening. But we're not getting it, but I would have liked to see that.
Sure. I mean, I thought you were different, Panda, but every single one of my co-casters here at the Regional Dota 2 series love playing single draft. Like, I don't know why you guys
Single draft?
Yeah, because you go into
Why?
low priority with your genius ideas.
Oh, wow. You do not know anything about... When's the last time you've been in low prio?
Never. I've never been in low prio because I'm such
I've
a
been
good
in
guy.
low prio in like 2017 or 2016.
Battle begins.
That's been such a long time ago.
You're too nice. That's just the thing. You're too nice, and your ideas, you do not go through with them. That's the thing. When was the last time that you played the carry Snapfire? You didn't. That's why you didn't go to low priority. Arcano, you might have to start off with the cookie. You don't want that.
Trying to take the straight line. Maybe enough for Arcano to
Fine.
escape. And they are a bit too far away to get any proper damage. That also means you throw in shards. That means you do not have the tag team up on Gardic.
That's fine. You want to start off with the shards. You still do quite a lot of damage when it comes to right clicks. Tiny 0 armor, and I mean, Snapfire for a universal hero or former strength, 4 armor at the start is actually quite high.
You know how OP Dota would be if you started the game with 2 abilities? And I'm looking at Weaver. I'm literally looking at level 1 Weaver having 2 abilities, which was busted as hell.
Yep, him, and then I thought that the Shaker was going to be played a little bit more because he had the Aftershock at level 1 or level 0, however you want to put it, but he just wasn't that popular.
Maybe with the whole TI season right behind the corner, we're going to see popularity come back in Shaker. Shaker's a TI hero.
Yep.
So maybe our, the European tournament is going to be around that time. Maybe we'll see some Shakers rise up once again.
I don't know, we're gonna wait for TI to end, and then we're gonna hold the European one. So we are gonna be riding the TI meta in the Regional Dota 2 Series EU number 4.
And then the LAN as well, which is not too far off of that too. So maybe you're gonna get some remnants of it. Hiko is taking a pummeling from Nico and Bastion, and does he have the HP to survive? No, he does not. That is going to be an early kill, and that meaning as well, Neko getting closer to level 3. Hoodwink cannot afford to be anywhere near this gyrocopter once he hits 3 and gets that second point in the barrage.
I mean, no one can get near this gyro, and this is why you, as a Brood player, right? You said you scratched it off, but why you were so hesitant about going for a Brood Mother versus Clockwork Gyro? I mean, anything versus Clockwork Gyro is problematic, but Brood just isn't that strong in the early levels, especially when they...
He's not a lane dominator.
Yeah, not really.
And
He
you're
was
versus 2
solid
heroes that win lanes.
before the incapacitating bite return, right? When he had the Silken Bola, it was a bit better for him. You could combo it with some of the spells with the incapacitating bite. You're like, I want to hit the gyro. No, you don't. You don't want to get close to this guy.
No.
Neither the Clockwork.
Yeah, it's a bit of a downside for the Broodmother, definitely is. Hoodwink is a good assistance to the lane, but Bastion is getting a lot of damage there with those cogs. That was some beautiful pinball action. But Broodmother just isn't the lane dominator what he used to be. Like, he's so weak in his early levels that you're never going to get the fight versus Bastion and Nico. They have a huge advantage in this safe lane duo of theirs.
Are fortified.
Huh? Well, I mean, he should be happy that he has this 12 CS, and if he is very good, he might even get that up to 16 after these 4 creeps underneath the tower. Doing good so far.
When they gave the first blood, he was only at 4. So FCR is definitely capitalizing on the moments where he really needs to.
Nice pull. This is big from Bastion. And there's going to be another pinball game. This time around, not as successful.
Yeah, not the high score this time. I think there should be a pop-up on your screen for, like, damage dealt with cogs every time the cogs end, so you can have, like, a new arcade high score pop-up. Make a cosmetic for it. Dude, that is literally the idea for the next Clockwork cosmetic. And make, like, pinball noises and everything.
And they might even add it. Meanwhile, Bottom lane, there is a fight happening and Arcano is in trouble.
But so
Or
is
is he?
Lumiere. Arcano does get the dodge for a bit, but the shotgun damage is not sufficient. However, Demon does not continue applying the pressure on the Lina. That means that everybody gets to walk out with their lives still there.
If you continue to apply pressure with the Tiny, they turn around and your zero armor will be made apparent very soon. What is surprising to me is that this Kunkka is doing so well in the lane. I didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah, he's been doing great. Like, tying the CS versus the Timber, using his Torrent to attempt to stack. Well, at least unfortunately this time he doesn't get the stack to happen. While in the top lane, that's a deep dive. FCR is going to go down, and they are bringing in some reinforcements, but Tusk is TPing, but he doesn't get it through. I think that was a cookie stun being used, so his TP was cancelled. Now Bastion is low. Wonder Kid is here, trying to get a kill on a support Clockwork, but they already lost FCR's Brood. And that one went straight to Neko.
This Timber needs to be careful. The Kunkka has his level 6. You get the X and you get him luckily. There is no X at the moment. But Demon, he is just in a world of pain on the bottom lane. I can't believe how. How are you winning this lane? We were focusing so much on the side lanes because there was action, but the Timbersaw lost the lane to a Kunkka. This just does not happen. Shouldn't happen ever.
Yeah, what's up with that Tai Lung?
Radiant structures
Tai Lung, aka Osito. Well, he might just die here. The boat damage is very high, but with Bastion, quite enough. Wonder Kid is under the tower and runs away all the way into the jungle. Bastion trying to find the closest exit that Wonder Kid's going to be taking, and he might be able to walk right into him. This is a lot of time spent for the Kunkka, and he actually sets him up with the Torrent, and Bastion's got a catch on him, and they're going to take him down here. They will lose the Kunkka, and the Hoodwink also shows up just a bit too late. So all that time spent, Wonder Kid was away from CS. And now you've got the Tiny rotating in too, but Hiko was able to get out. But that is costly for the Kunkka, you know? Even though, as he said, winning the lane, well, you could technically say Kunkka versus Timbersaw. That's a big win for the Kunkka, but he did throw quite a lot away with that time spent running away and dying after.
Bastion is being chased down right now. I don't think the Clockwork is going to be saved from this one, so finally, they do make something happen with this Brood.
And they got a reply. Important that FCR is getting something.
Radiant are scanning.
Still, Kunkka being ahead of the Timbersaw for me is the biggest surprise. Demon doesn't allow the Wisdom Rune to get stolen. Now the question is, can Gardic live? Probably not.
Yes, it's just keeping the supports busy, but there's nothing else happening on the map as this is going on. So they're going to finish off Gardic. And they're actually making another play in mid with Bastion helping out Tai Lung. Just a bit of poke on the Kunkka, though. Not a kill.
Clockwork is already level 5. 5.5, actually. And, you know, when you look at the other side, Brood, Kunkka, and the Lina, none of them really like to get initiated on. So this Clockwork is going to be a problem. Nice Torrent.
Hiko. Very nice dodges there on Bastion, but they're going to bring in the Gyrocopter. However, FCR is ready to turn, but they got Tai Lung here too. Kunkka low. FCR forces Nico away, but he's on with a snowball, and this Gyrocopter is done for. Wonder Kid will be killed by Tai Lung. Bastion will drop as well. That leaves Tai Lung in a 1 versus 3. He doesn't have a whole lot. He doesn't have a whole lot here, so Timbersaw has to walk away.
What a mistake from Neko, running into the boat. If he had that extra HP, would have been nice.
Well, he went back in and he got the kill after all. So a double for the Timber. But that whole sequence, it was a bit confusing at the start. It's like, wait, who's actually killing who?
Well, Arcano is trying to apply pressure to Lumiere, who's level 7. That chase on the Tusk really did give an advantage in terms of experience to the Lina, and she's having a perfect game, right? Very soon there's going to be a Maelstrom ready, which means that the farming speed of the Lina will only increase, and that is a huge deal that she can keep ahead of the Gyro. With the Maelstrom, might just be able to do so.
I also like this build. Like, he's gone for mana boots because, you know, Falcon Blade is not a thing. He's got raindrops for extra mana regen on top of the arcane boots and going for Maelstrom. I really like this build on Lumiere.
Very interesting. A lot of Linas are gonna be greedy and just max out the Fiery Soul. He gets a couple of points in the Dragon Slave just to make sure that his farming speed is up to
And
up
he
to the
skips
standards.
Null Talisman. He doesn't build Falcon Blade. Like, those are the two things that usually carries have been going for. At least one Null if you're a mana-heavy carry who needs farm in the jungle.
Is under attack.
Yep, and being able to go so fast through the jungle to dodge the Clockwork, who's already level 6, and with that, this gank from Tai Lung. Sure, you lose the tower, but already Lina and the Tusk have accomplished what they needed in the lane, so moving away is quite nice. This is a much better start for Legacy than what we saw in Game 1.
And they just need to keep it up. You know, you have this Broodmother FCR. I think he played a fantastic game number 1, especially in the early game. But he couldn't deal with everything all by himself. Like, all that farm on the Visage, he becomes an aura carrier. If his other cores don't deliver, it causes issues. Tai Lung is able to dodge that boat. And Hiko gonna get slowed up by another Chakram into the hook shot. Nice setup there from Bastion, and a lot of damage flying in. And with the Mortimer's Kisses, Arcano just gets a double with the final tick.
Yep. And we're gonna melt that snowball at some point, and it's just every single time when Akatsuki, they lose the laning stage and they just come to the mid lane with so many heroes and get some key kills. That was a fight starting off with the Kunkka boat, so everything that you wanted as Legacy is just not enough.
Yeah, and they might get Wonder Kid too. That might be his third death as well. Quick toss in. Bastion, he does not have hook shot available, but he does have cogs ready, and he misses them. He doesn't get the Kunkka in. But Lumiere! What? Wait, where did he go? Where did he come from? But he was not Catman Joe.
He thought he could actually withstand the damage of the Timbersaw, but surrounded by 10, 20 trees, I don't know how many, and an 80 rune on the Timbersaw, it's insane. No shards are gonna help you. Oh, but the cogs will.
Yeah, cog blocked. Might have tossed him in the air, but the cogs send him back.
That's so sad.
Anti-synergy.
I mean, he wanted to use the cogs once the Hoodwink lands, but I think he's gonna be a little bit more careful with the usage from now on.
Yep, bit of a whoops. It's like Hoodwink throws in Bushwhack, oh sorry, Acorn Shot to get the Bushwhack, and then Mars just destroys the tree. It's kind of the same with these two supports. You got to get your spells in the correct order. And sometimes you don't have that luxury. Sometimes you just have to use your abilities in the nick of the moment. And these things can happen.
And then it doesn't work out. And you said Falcon Blade wasn't the thing. Gyro said as it is. Nice engagement from Bastion.
It is an item you don't get to see very often. Tai Lung, he squashes the squirrel. Bastion's dropping low. Good avalanche there from Demon. Snowball still in to catch the Clockwork. And here comes the Broodmother. The spiders come in and the spiders are gone. Now they might set up a Lina. Neko coming in. That's going to be a big ulti from him. Tai Lung survives. Lina goes down. Lumiere did it again.
What is he doing?
The second time he shows up with a Maelstrom looking for kills, he just dies. You can say goodbye to that good start now, Harry.
Yep. You know, look at the difference between him and the Gyro. He was ahead. He got an early Maelstrom and then just decided to die twice in a row. He was doing everything right, farming. Then he gets the Maelstrom, and instead of thinking, oh man, I'm gonna farm so fast now, he thinks, I'm gonna kill them with my Maelstrom.
That's the thing, right? That's the thing with Linas. When they hit the Maelstrom, if they get it at 10 minutes, you need to use it for a quick kill or two. And in the best case scenario, you get a triple or a quad kill, and you're looking good for the next few minutes. Then you can AFK farm, get your next items, the game is secured. Now he felt pressured because he failed that first gank. He has to do this. He has to do the same thing again, but his positioning is so awkward, man. Like, that is not the place you want to end up as your Lina. And now Lumiere has to go into the jungle after dying twice. He's dying a third time as Demon and Arcano have found him, and this Lina's game is just, it's gone.
It's ruined.
There's no carry.
It is very ruined. The Broodmother is the only one that is doing well around the map. But the thing is, FCR, he's not going for auras. And without auras, you're not going to be able to protect the Conqueror. You're not going to be able to protect the Lina. And you're just going to have two liabilities, right? Maybe the Brood can get a kill or two with that Orchid. But once Akatsuki are aware of what's going their way, I doubt they're going to be bleeding heroes on that top lane.
Because I still want to get back to this Lina. Like, when me and Fear, we were casting, I think it was V-Tune, it was one of the first times we actually saw Maelstrom Lina happen. He picked it up, he got a triple kill, and he was set for the game. That was like, wow, that's really cool that they do this kind of stuff on the carry Lina. And then everybody started building Maelstrom on Lina. That was the 22 meta. So I can see Lumiere is trying to do the same thing, but if you look at his game now, and what could have been Lina being maybe on top of net worth after getting a couple kills, there's no carry now. It's all up to FCR. And what does FCR have? He has an Orchid on this Broodmother. He also wants to keep fighting, but now the Lina doesn't want to.
Yep.
So if Akatsuki, if they keep piling up, things will look good. But now they're giving away a pick off here. Lumiere gets a kill off of Bastion, and maybe even on Demon too. And these are maybe small mistakes from the Dire side too. Just they're letting Legacy back in with kills like this, even though it is just 2 supports, but the ones who just killed them are 2 cores.
The Gyro, if he bails from the top lane, it's still fine. You're shoving in both the bottom and the top lane, so your supports are going to be coming back, and they're going to be ready for battle, whilst the Legacy will have to deal with the side waves. So it is not the worst thing in the world.
They have to stack up and do that. They have to stack up and do that. If
do
they
it from the
keep giving these pickoffs like this, they're just giving freebies for Legacy, no matter how much they decide split push the sides.
Exactly. It's not ideal, but now you TP to the mid lane and you try to go for a play. There it is.
Let's see if that's what they do. Meanwhile, Akatsuki going straight for the Spider, but the Spiders block Bastion's hook shot. FCR, though, huge nukes from Tai Lung. And even with the help of that Arcane Rune, it's just not enough to blow him up. So Brute gets out.
I need some time to finish off this blink. The thing is that every part of the map is dangerous because of the Brood and the Silence. So you need to be very, very careful how you approach things with Demon. If you had maybe a Blink Dagger on the Tiny there, the potential move onto the Brood Mother is going to be a lot easier.
And I'm actually a big fan. Hiko going mech on Hoodwink.
Radiant's top tower is under
I really like this.
We're seeing this more and more. You do need ways to survive some of this burst damage on Akatsuki. If you do it, if you can get the boat off, we already talked about it. It actually does, their lineup makes sense. But if you don't survive that initial jump, it's a problem. No, Demon. Not again. Okay, he's fine.
Spiders cleaned up. The Orchid has survived. Here comes Nico, though. The Gyrocopter wants a piece of this action, and Hiko will get the jump on the high ground here. But the Rocket's still going to connect, and he's still dead.
Poor guy. Very good usage.
Hook shot. Oh, close one. Bastion doesn't quite catch FCR with it. Again, there was a pesky Spiderling in between.
I was about to say good usage of the Sharpshooter, but then I think that should be used as a damage spell, not as your mini Force Staff every single time. So 45 seconds mini Force Staff isn't the greatest way to be using your probably highest damage spell.
You look at Akatsuki, this is what they need to do. Just apply pressure, keep hunting. They spot Wonder Kid, but there's no hook shot, which Bastion just used down in the mid lane. So still gone for another 20 seconds, but they do open up a tier 1 tower with it.
Yep, they've opened up the top lane. That's the most important part.
They don't really have a great Roche lineup yet. So they can't go for the whole take Roche at nighttime, go to tier 2, take the 21-minute Wisdom Rune, take the 20-minute Tormentor. You can't do that whole sequence with this Dire lineup. They need a bit more time to make it work. So instead they're going to fight, but Legacy coming in from the other side. Demon is the one to drop first, very likely here. FCR might have lost all the Spiders, but they got a catch on Tai Lung's Timber, and Timber is dropping, but Lumiere dies first. Gets bursted down by the Timber and the Gyro, and now that's going to cost Legacy even more. Such a close call. They could have killed everybody from Akatsuki, but Timber gets Lumiere first, and they trade 4 for 1.
It changed everything, right? Because the Timbersaw was about to die, and then a Cookie connects on him, connects on top of the Lina, kills her, and there's no more damage to finish him off. It is just straight up a disaster, and we're gonna be looking at the replay.
Yeah, how it all started. Like, basically, just keep your eye open on both Timber and look at the Lina. They're right next to each other here. This is Timber should die. Cookie in, burst, gone. Eul's to survive, everybody else gets the lockdown and the attention, forces Legacy away. You got all your spells on cooldown. We dominate this from here.
I imagine the Timber just dies without doing the burst to the Lina. Lina is full HP and it's a problem. And this is the thing. You might need that rub buff onto the Lina. even though we've talked about it that her game is kind of ruined, she is still the main
She's still in
constant damage output, right? You need her alive.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Hunting
She's
for
dead.
Arcano. That's a good core kill, but at the same time, so is Lumiere. One core dies and another is traded elsewhere. But they're making sure that this carry Lina doesn't get to play the game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just finding him
Tyler
everywhere.
trying to hunt for another target. Hoodwink. Eco's got no chance to survive versus these two here. Tylung still trying to chase a bit, but he's stuck in the trees. It's the haste rune though, and they will end up on top of the Tusk.
No blink, he's gone.
Not a whole lot that Gardic can do. And we're up to 21 kills for Akatsuki with this one.
Why is he so underfarmed? He bought a gem on the Tusk. It is on his courier.
Radiant's
What?
Thankfully, he didn't give that away.
Yeah, but he's playing with Tranquil Boots. The position 5 Tusk isn't doing anything. Unless you get a blink dagger.
Reminds me of game 1.
This guy, it's a problem.
Reminds me of game 1.
At least that Tusk got a blink at 20 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, he was about to buy a Solar Crest when he had 3,000 gold, but he did get it. Now he's gotten no plans for it.
Yeah, this Tusk has 3,000 gold, but that's his net worth. He doesn't really have
Good
it.
silencer from FCR, but is it enough, though? Eco's just gone. There's another
Run from
Yule
the
setup. They
trees.
missed the hook shot, but here comes the Morty's
Doesn't matter.
Kisses. And Arcano burns that spider to a crisp.
They really
And that's
like
your
to
tier two.
die instantly from the Whirling Death, because every single time I'm looking at the heroes of Legacy, they're standing in between 20 trees, and then the Whirling Death just kills
Yeah.
them instantly. It's
Yep.
happening every single time. Run from those freaking trees. Thank you, Lumiere.
Yeah, fight in the open at least. Nice LSA stunt to set up on Timber. They're trying to kill him,
Tiny
but
coming.
Kunkka's not there in time. The boat's only now connecting. Lumiere survives.
They'll turn
Maybe
around.
now they've got it. Yes, they do. And the crash landing is not enough to finish off the Lina. Bastion's got no hook shot. Lumiere gets out and he claims the streak.
He didn't know that he doesn't have the hook shots, with the way he was moving. Just wanted to get away.
That's a good move. Yeah, Hiko desperately running away from all the mortar barrages flying on top of him.
Dire
Are we ever gonna see an aggressive Hoodwink ulti? Like, is there gonna be a sharpshooter used to kill somebody? Please? I guess it's the problem with the Tusk not having the blink.
Yeah,
You don't have a classic
we
offlane
could,
with it.
if Lumiere's in the right position, if he has the freedom to ever do that, we might see LSA Laguna Sharpshooter, which could delete someone.
Yep, that's what you want. Still, Timbersaw dying. He had a 9-0 score. Who got all of that nice money? It was Lumiere. So Lina is back. Somewhat. Gyro still has 5,000 net worth more than her and is looking very scary. But Lina is still a hero that, if she's allowed to attack, if she is drenched in rum, will be a huge problem for Akatsuki.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, Tai Lung, up till this moment in this series, has a 43 KDA.
Yeah,
Well, not almost. Okay, 22 and a half, 21 and a half, something like that. Because he did die for the first time now. He had one death in the last game with a 26 KDA. So
Yep.
a bit lower than that. But just kills and assists together. Like, he's been part of almost 45 kills for this team. And he's just been on a roll this series. He's been looking so good.
Ever since the tournament started, Tai Lung has been looking amazing, and you mentioned it. I mean, he was doing well in the previous RESs as well, but this one, it is quite insane. You were talking about the Roche and how they were not that great at taking it, but now level 2 Chakram, Gyro super farmed. It's pretty easy to get it. You have the
Yeah,
BKB.
he's got the damage items finally.
Yep.
Dire's middle
Exactly.
tower
And he has a full Daedalus on the Gyro. There's no amount of rum that's gonna help you in this situation.
Of course, with that daytime Roche and no bottom tier 2 tower, they are going to miss out on some of these objectives. Legacy gets to keep the Tormentor, gets the 21-minute Wisdom.
Wonder Kid dead.
Both does connect on the clockwork, but Wonder Kid, behind enemy lines.
No TP.
You'd hope your support was here. You'd hope maybe a Hoodwink was the guy getting caught here, but you can't run from an X mark when there's a Tiny with a toss.
He has that Aghanim Scepter, so we're going to be seeing 2 boats and those cannonballs. I don't know how much the cannonballs do, but the fleet is quite nice.
I get to see that, actually.
Dire's top tower is
What do
Just
you
saw
think
it.
about it? Like Water Park versus
Water Park
versus
is
a Ghost
stronger.
Ship?
I mean, Water Park is stronger for sure. They tried to nerf it a billion times and it was still too strong of a spell, so they just needed to change it.
Well, let's see what the boat will do. 3
doesn't-
waves of cannonballs.
And it doesn't say how much those cannonballs do in terms of damage.
Oh. We're diving the high ground here, forcing out the early glyph. Tylon getting caught by the bushwhack, but Kunkka is coming back up right now, and he does have his ulti ready.
It's very hard to get close to this gyro. Very, very strong. Boomerang is still something you have to be afraid of. Solid amount of magical damage on Legacy.
So each ship fires 3 waves of cannonballs, and they deal 40% of Ghost Ship's damage.
Oh,
so from
okay.
the 500 damage, that should be
100?
200.
I got you, Panda. Don't worry. Don't
So
worry.
200 times how many cannonballs?
Got the gyro.
Should be quite a lot. I mean, they got the Aegis out,
Big one.
but that was without the boat being even used.
You're not going
Fleet
for a
is
fight
still there
right
for
now.
Wonder Kid. They can keep them at bay now. They can defend and hold this area.
Very big victory, right? Because you still had 3 minutes left on the Aegis. That probably would have given you all of the other towers. One more tier 2 for sure. And you just gave it away. So the gyro now is definitely not going to be feeling confident until he gets
And that
something
was
like
just-
a Satanic.
That was just a Torrent Tidal Wave Blade Mail, where the gyro did 1,000 damage with a rocket barrage and a flat cannon into Blade Mail. So Kunkka did 1,100 damage and just basically blew up the gyrocopter by using Gyro's own damage against him.
He was missing like 30% of his HP on the gyro though. So without that, I don't know if you feel confident enough to go for that play at all. They didn't know that the rest of Akatsuki wasn't surrounding the gyrocopter at that moment. If they were, and you aren't able to burst him down, then it could be a game-losing play. But considering that he was lower, I think it was safe either way.
Yeah. As we are into the 3rd day of Group A out of the total 5, Akatsuki, if they win this game 2 and go 6-0, I think they're fairly safe to say they're into the playoffs. Of course, it would be still down to the other teams, but 6-4 is a very good scoreline, which has, at least in the past, granted playoff spots, or play-in spots at least.
Yep, it is looking quite good for them, but they caught the Lina. This is pretty bad. Has the Pike.
They're coming in with numbers. Actually uses the
Got him.
4-staff cog push into the river. Bashed it with a hook shot, but Lumiere now finally surrounded. Neko comes in. Arcano's there. Demon is here. Tylung even showing up with some chakrams. And with Lumiere out for 50 seconds, can they get that mid lane close enough for a push? There are spiders de-pushing it. So it doesn't even look like that tier 2 is going to be in trouble.
No, it's you utilize this to make sure that the waves are outpushed and you go for more plays. You have a Clockwork, you have a Tiny. It is better to hunt with these heroes than to go for the pushes. Maybe if you want the push, going through the bottom lane to force some rotations is fine. But
Yeah, that's what
I
I was
would
thinking
focus on the top lane push out more, and you can see that the Timber Saw is already there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, the tier 2 is now going to drop with Neko on the creep wave. And taking it out of the way. Kunkka teleporting straight back home. Already in preparation for potential high ground defense, but for Akatsuki, they're not interested in breaching the high ground yet.
This just makes that Lina death makes all of the hard work they put into taking away the Aegis of the gyro just completely useless. You already lost all of your outer towers anyways, and that would have been the goal for Akatsuki anyways. They're not gonna come high ground until the gyro has a Satanic, which is gonna be done now, but wouldn't have been done throughout the duration of the Aegis.
Yeah. And I can see the panic that Lumiere also has, that he needs damage. He's got this Daedalus lined up after having a Force Staff and a Gleipnir. He doesn't have the luxury to build a BKB plus then his final damage items. He needs to go damage now.
It's positioning anyways, right? You could get tossed back on the Lina and pop your BKB and still get destroyed by the gyro. So it's all about how you stand. Your BKB doesn't have to mean that you're going to be surviving. So I like this. He understands that Hurricane Pike is going to be his survivability item. And then it's all about the damage.
And he is in a hurry. He's in a hurry to get that item done. Look at the Gyrocopter. He's already got a Swift Blink on his mind. You've got Timber with Soon and Ags ready. And Snapfire has actually finished Pipe Mech Crimson. So this is a very tanky lineup. Again, Akatsuki, their 5-man, is stronger than what Legacy has.
Because you have no aura heroes, because the Broodmother decided to go for the right-click build, which didn't really pay off. 3, 2, and 3 on the Broodmother. Imagine if he had a pipe, and Hoodwink is going to be taking that option here for the Brood, but I just think that the auras would have been much better. It would allow your spiders to survive a little bit longer, not just die to the tiny avalanche. It would allow your Hoodwink to try and prepare for the late game, because this is something that this hero can actually do. I can't say that I agree with what FCR has gone for. Maybe this Bloodthorn changes the game, but I doubt it, because those spiderlings are just dying like flies.
Yeah, they're not a factor. Demon finds the Tusk, and Timber's already there. He misses the Chakram, but he gets the second one to connect, and Gardic getting blown up here. So a nice tidal wave there, but Hiko already pretty deep in, with already one hero down. They got to be careful not to lose more. Tai Lung with a DD rune. He's going to do quite a lot here, but he might even lose his life. Lumiere is being punished by Neko. Neko just chasing the Lina all the way back. The snowball comes out. His BKB is going to wear out, and that's done. It doesn't even connect. Lina's dead. Lumiere's gone. There goes Gardic too, and that's a dieback for the Tusk. And now Tai Lung keeping FCR busy. Wonder Kid, he's already used everything. He's going to get hit by a rocket and a tree, and for good measure. You're going to finally force out the Glyph. Gyrocopter is being hindered here. He's got a Satanic up in 10 seconds, but he needs to get to use it. Toss in by Demon, and now they get to work on Wonder Kid. He does get saved by the Glimmer Cape, as they are lacking detection. Tiling is also out. Arcano, the next one being targeted here, but they're so bloody tanky. All these auras. There's an aggressive sharpshooter. That's not even going to get a kill for them. And Hiko would love to finish off Bastion there, but it's going to go for FCR. Tai Lung recovers, or at least tries to recover the gem. It goes for Neko, and now Hiko's going to get tossed back in. And this Hoodwink is just gone.
Demon is too good. He's just saving his heroes left and right. Also, I think there was a greater healing Lotus given to Tai Lung in that fight, if I'm not mistaken. Because he got so much HP back, but I don't see it in items
used. I can't see it in the items used, yeah. But I'm pretty confident, because I don't see it. I don't see it on anybody. But still, the Gyrocopter, ooh. Well, they got an Echo. And they got the gem. It's down in the base, so it's been recovered. Demon being chased by FCR. Snowball will connect. They'll get the Tiny.
They need him to die. This Tiny, his saves with the tossback have been amazing in the previous fight. Like, the only reason that Akatsuki didn't lose like 2 or 3 key heroes, and then who knows what happens in the chase, is because every single time he gets the tossback, he saved the gyro, he saved the I think he saved the Timber Saw, and he definitely saved the Snapfire once. Of course, in the end, you overextend a little bit by Akatsuki, but they're going to be lucky that the Roche won't be spawning. It's going to be at the same time when the Gyro comes back to life, so we are going to be seeing a big Roche fight in the bottom lane.
Yeah, if only Roche were up, that would have served Legacy. But with 40 seconds, that does mean Gyro and Tiny will both get to respawn.
Scan used. Okay, there's the rocket flare now. Akatsuki, they can have a sigh of relief after understanding that they don't have to go there immediately.
Yeah. But there's the Daedalus. It's up on Lumiere now. So we already saw the amount of damage he could deal to the Timber Saw. It was just that Neko on the high ground dive, before they were able to get their focus on the racks down mid, that Gyrocopter showing up meant that Lina had to move away. It's like, well, I wanted to kill this Timber, but I have to run away now, guys. So I'll catch you guys later.
Legacy, they cannot fight in the Roche Pit. They just gave up on it. And I can understand it, right? Because Lina out in the open, there is nothing to protect her. What, are you going to be relying on the snowball save with the avalanche being available and you not having a blink dagger? Not really. So you just let it go. You hope that you are going to get to a point where you get all of those key items, mainly on the Tusk. His blink dagger and maybe an Aghanim Scepter later on. Something that could win you the game. But he wants a Glimmer Cape, please. Please, Gardic, buy a blink. It's a necessity to be able to allow this Lina to play a little bit of a, with a little bit less restraint in the game.
And it does feel like Hiko's doing everything this game, right? Like he's keeping his allies up with the mechanism. He's been saving with the Glimmer Cape. Like, he's been doing so much work this game, and he got to use his first aggressive sharpshooter.
Let's go. It only took him 30 minutes to do so.
Yeah. But, you know, maybe this is the timing that this lineup was playing for in the first place, you know? It's a legacy thing.
Ask, please buy the blink. Blue Glimmer Cape. Nobody cares. You already have one. He's thinking, or maybe he's just saving with for a buyback, considering that high ground push is bound to come.
He's tilted a bit. He's not listening. He's not thinking straight. Well, he took the quick buy off because he's finished.
He bought it. Okay, let's see how much that will actually help. I don't think it will help much.
Gonna have to be a pretty big Glimmer Cape.
I mean, I would assume that Glimmer Cape is quite a huge crew, right? Because even, let's say a Tiny, he gets a Giant String, use the Glimmer Cape on him, it still works.
Well, as you can see from the graphs here, it's still far from over. Especially with this Gyrocopter getting killed in the bottom lane.
All alone.
And that's an Aegis out. They smoked out to catch Neko. And they got exactly what they wanted. He even BKBs just to get out. They got X-Mark. X-Mark. Oh, the BKB duration is longer. It was an 8-second BKB charge. If that was 7 or 6, he would have been sent back into Victide again. Now Demon. Hit by the Bloodthorn.
Nice dodge on the Avalanche.
He's making work, but they can't get in position from Akatsuki. That sharpshooter will miss. It goes between everyone.
Root Caught has a
Mother
BKB.
sent in the air, inside the cogs, and burnt. Demon, who was about to be the one to get killed first. FCR is surviving, but Neko's damage is way too much. And now Wonder Kid is charging in. Lumiere can't get in position anymore because they've lost the
Those
Brood Mother.
cannonballs hurt.
They certainly do. They do keep them at bay. Well, Wonder Kid and the boys, they get out. They instant smoke. Looks like they want to go straight up, regenerate Fountain, and then try to catch the Gyrocopter again. They could do it.
There is no boat.
Neko
That's the
has to
scary
be
part.
very careful. Hookshot just came off cooldown. Trying to separate the Torrent. Are they going for it? They're trying. He gets caught by the Bushwhack into the Tidal Wave. He pushed back into the base, but the Sharpshooter missed again. And Neko, LSA, the Laguna bladed and everything, but Lina got stunned as well.
Titanic pop.
Lumiere got stunned to the backline at the same time. They were supposed to kill this Gyrocopter, and he has to buy back. They will lose Neko as he's sent into the base again. Arcano, not much that he can do here. He's just going to be collateral damage as they get everybody else out from the base.
It's still two buybacks. Not good enough. Not good enough for the Radiant side.
And it was so close. Like, what stunned the Lina there? Was it the rocket from the Gyrocopter and nobody hit it? Because that's the only thing that I can come up with. That stun duration. We'll see it from the replay here. So, look what they're doing. Get Neko in position, and we'll torrent him, push him back, we'll bushwhack him. There we see the first two, and there's the third. He's pushed in, and look at Lina. Look at Lina.
His face.
She's taking damage.
Yeah,
Nico's taking. It's a rocket. It's a rocket that ruined everything. This was the moment you were supposed to blow up the Gyrocopter, and then he just dies to a backline Bastion.
Yep.
Oh, one bloody rocket ruined that whole fight for Legacy.
Well, that's why you want to have air superiority, right? Because you're gonna be raining down with those rockets. Pretty annoying, right? For Lumiere, that he needs half a second to deal with it, but you just don't think about it in that situation. You think, I'm getting this gyro, he's gone, haha, and then everything goes to hell.
And what does that Gardic Glimmer Cape do to us this game? Have we seen any good Glimmer Capes so far?
Yes, we have. It's amazing. It's just doing so much. Especially when all of the fights are 5 versus 5, so the invis part of it isn't really going to be changing anything. The thing is, I don't know how you play the Tusk without the blink. It's just so much easier to go for the saves. It's so much easier to go for the plays. I don't think we've seen a Walrus Punch used in a good manner at all, just because you can never get yourself in the right position.
Yeah, maybe save from that gyro rocket by just blinking in and snowballing.
He was already super deep in. He actually he got the snowball off onto the gyro. He was actually the start of that fight because he was deep behind enemy lines. I think he got tossed back by the Tiny, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, you can't really afford a round 2 like that. They do have 3 buybacks up on Akatsuki. Kunkka and Hoodwink are the only ones for Legacy. Tusk is just about to get his. He's got the money in his pocket for his own buyback. So 3 on 3, but you're missing out. Lina cannot die. FCR cannot die. Well, technically FCR could because he's not the aura carrier, but that's a huge chunk of your damage missing if he does.
You don't want that to happen. The Clockwork also has level 20, plus the Aghanim Scepter, so shoving out the waves is going to be so easy for Akatsuki. I don't think they have to do this, but for some reason they want to go for the push. Just shove out the waves is going to be much easier, but I guess
they feel that they have the timing. They feel like they have the timing.
Hurricane Pike on the gyro really is a huge timing, something that he didn't have last time.
Sketics Cap already popped on the Hoodwink. 20 seconds without a status resistance. Tai Lung and a bodyguard Neko standing in between. Oh, that's a play of something. That's something. That's a very deep Tiny, but at the same time, Tusk is dropping. Tiny's already dead. Lumiere is dishing out damage onto the Timber Saw. He's very tanky. He's got a lot of armor, but is it enough to keep him alive? That barrier will not last forever. Another Ogre Seal Totem. They're force-staffing him away. Neko doesn't get to deal as much damage as he wants to. Bastion hook shots away. And a good hold for Legacy. Gyrocopter, though, turns around with the BKB. Another flying rocket. It keeps Lumiere out from the fight. He's going to get stunned by it, but they got the lane of Rax. Now you got to start thinking about getting away. Akatsuki, you can't stay in here forever. Gardic, low on HP. He's dead. Comes in with the instant buyback. Lumiere, the cookie in.
Going forward.
Neko actually wanted to go fight with that Satanic. They take down FCR. The Broodmother was busy on the low ground. And everybody on Akatsuki is still up with Demon coming in with the buyback. And now it's a 5v4.
Yep, and you want to continue with the push. You're going to have all of your items back.
That boat doesn't feel like it does any damage whatsoever, but everything combined, maybe it's enough for the Gyrocopter. Yes, it is. The Laguna will take him down again. But the catapults have taken down the melee racks. Demon dieback. And now, with 4 heroes still remaining, can they catch someone? They caught the Snapfire with the Torrents. Arcano's got nowhere to run. No
he can't survive this.
Nothing. What do you do now? What do you do now as Legacy?
Shove out the waves. Mid lane, bottom lane, that's the first thing. You can see that they're starting to draw there. You hope that Roche responds early. We know that's not going to happen, but you hope. You keep that hope alive. It's the thing that dies last. It's not going to be happening. So I think this time around you have to fight for the Roche. So shove out the waves, ward around the Roche, and go for a fight. That's your best bet. Also, the only reason, Panda, that this game is still going is because of the beautiful Bloodthorn usages of the Broodmother. Every single time stopping the Tiny initiation was a big factor. If the Tiny gets a toss off any of those times that he went in, I think there were 3, you just instantly lose a hero and then probably the fight in the game. And because
they forced his buyback with that first cast. You're absolutely right. The first time he went in, he was insta-silenced. That was a very nice precast there from FCR. Just on the right target, too.
Look at this Lina. 400 damage per hit. Has an MKB. Gyro is going to be in trouble. To be honest, if he doesn't pop the Satanic, let's say he gets stunned, he gets brought down from 100 to 0 in less than 2 seconds. That's how much the Lina needs. But Satanic usually does get popped. We saw it. Gyro dropping to 20% HP. Pops the Satanic, 1 flat cannon, and he's full. So finding him isn't going to be the easiest.
Yeah, and I love how... a lot of people would be like, why is he building a butterfly when he already has an MKB on the other side? It's mainly because it's one of the best DPS items that you can still bring up. It's screw the evasion at this point. You can eat your eggs, replace it with a butterfly, and you're getting so much more extra DPS on this gyrocopter.
Might not get it though, right? Now when he sees the MKB, he might decide not to get it.
Also, he has a Wind Waker coming up.
That's a really good item. Wind Waker, Eels is such a good item in this game because of the because of the Bloodthorn. It just makes so much sense. But I'm trying to think maybe what the Gyro would need to buy. Is it the Wind Waker, or maybe you get a Scotty? Scotty isn't half bad in this game.
Yeah, Scotty's pretty good. I do think Wind Waker is probably the item to look at.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I wouldn't have thought about it, but really in this game it makes a lot of sense. Just being able to reposition yourself a little bit, it's a huge deal.
Exactly. Just the repositioning value. In a game where there's a lot of dispositioning. There's tidal waves, there's Tusk, you got cookies, tosses, cogs. There's so many abilities with forced movement in here that if you can itemize versus that, I think Wind Waker's a bullshit item because of that fact that you can move while you're in the air invulnerable for a bit. But it is the right item for this one. They just took the Tormentor. Bastion goes in. He sees an opening. And here comes Demon from the side. Already forcing early BKBs. Not off Lumiere, though. But it did go off of Wonder Kid.
No boat. I think you go. Both is a big spell, is the thing that is protecting them, and they instantly go for a smoke. They understand that they have to start this fight from a really good positioning if they want to fight.
That was a great read from Bastion. He sees the notification that they just took Tormentor. He instantly goes in. And now Demon might just die back here. Lumiere dishing out hits, gets the kill. Neko's already down at half HP, tossed in the air with a Wolver's Punch, but he's not dying. Satanic is popped as well, and Lumiere has to run away. FCR is dying, but not dead. The Chakra misses. 120 HP would have been enough, but no. Neko spotted with the sentry. Gets thrown about. Another X mark. Here comes the gunship. Does a bit on the first run. The second one does a bit more. Gyro Laguna played it again. They've done this combo so many times, but that's just the Aegis. Arcana also has a cheese. Also has the cheese. They do get themselves a jump on the Gyro, but he's just dead. He's just dying. He's just dead. He uses his refresher, but he's gone.
Yep, now the chase is on. Why would you ever stop?
Get everything you can get from this point. Lumiere for the double kill.
I don't know if you noticed just how close this game was to being over. Lumiere, he got missed by a hookshot by, just a little bit. The Clockwork, if he connects on that hookshot, Lina dies, has no... Well, actually, he did have the buyback, but either way, you would be going up against Mega Creeps. The rest of Akatsuki would get themselves away, but because he had that extra movement speed from the Fiery Soul, he gets himself away. The hookshot doesn't connect, and we are still here in Game 2 with a chance of Legacy actually taking it, even though you're very close to being mega'd. It's still not there.
And this is what the players on Legacy side, as much as I know FCR and Hiko, they are players who start to excel the further the game goes, and this is where their experience starts to shine. So I do feel like the longer this game keeps on going, it starts to look better and better for Legacy. But this could still be down to small, minute details that it has been so far. This gyrocopter dying in these fights, they've all been close calls.
100 spell AoE on the Kankaki's level 25, that is a huge deal. You're not going to be expecting the boat to be stunning in that big of an AoE.
Here continues to push.
Just let him have it.
Creep wave spawning, so he can now get more stacks of not Dragon Slave, but Fiery Soul. 2 ultis already used, and they're not getting what they want, but there's a good toss there from Demon. FCR's BKB is forced out, and he's just going straight for the BKB away, and he's gone... No, he's not! The Yules! The Yules!
Yep, BKB didn't last long enough.
Oh, what an absolute value Yules cast there from Bastion.
Was that? I think he didn't TP to the fountain. Did he TP to the base where the Lina already went and it was a longer TP? That's what it looked like to me, unless time just slowed down because everything was so close.
Yeah, it was a 6-second BKB. He got tossed into the enemy base, so it took him 3 seconds to cross from here to here, And by the time he gets to that tree line, it's less than 3 seconds. He
Yeah.
goes for the teleport, and it just ran out.
Makes sense, makes sense. You still have the cheese on Akatsuki, you still have the advantage. The tier 4s have already been made a bit soft from the super creeps, but Lina came there in time, so it's not too much damage. I'm surprised the Akatsuki aren't trying to force this, especially because they have all of their buybacks. Maybe it's just safer. It is safer to wait for the Roshan. Akatsuki have been pretty consistent in closing out the game, so maybe,
Yeah.
I mean, there's no reason to rush it.
Yeah, and they're also maybe starting to doubt themselves a bit as well because of Legacy's capabilities. Like, Legacy has found a winning pattern to taking down the Gyrocopter. And a lot has not just been about FCR's positioning, but all of those openings that it's providing for the team.
That's why I'm super
All
surprised
those-
that Gyro wants the MKB. I don't think damage is the issue. You need to survive more. That's why I was thinking Scotty. That's why he was thinking Butterfly in the first place. And then he saw the MKB and changed his mind to a...
I agree. I would have rather seen Butterfly above MKB here on the Gyrocopter.
Yep.
Or even the Scotty. I don't think this MKB is the right option.
It really doesn't give you all that much. Like, is there any evasion on the other side? I don't think so. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Lina has 0. Kunkka has 0. Tusk has 0. Brood has 0. Hoodwink, maybe in Scurry.
I mean, you have the innate ability of the Hoodwink, but... You know,
Yeah.
Flak Cannon pretty much kills Hiko without it, so...
But that's the funny thing. Like, Hoodwink's in it is not technically even evasion. It's just full-on damage redirection.
Does it work that way?
So MKB doesn't work at all.
Are you?
Has a
you're
chance to
100%
redirect
certain?
enemy attacks to a nearby tree. 30%. That's not 30% evasion. That's just 30% that's always there. The MKB does
You
not
are
fix that.
you are literally trusting Dota tooltips for some reason, and I don't know why, Panda. We've been doing this for a very long time. You know, they write redirect to make it look cool. I get what you mean, though. It might be the way that it actually works.
I'm just trying to prove a point with you that MKB is not the right option for the Gyrocopter. I'm with you on this one,
Your
Harry.
item sucks. Your item sucks.
I'm
Gyro.
with you.
Yeah, and he will finish it off. I still don't. The Wind Waker is gonna be next on the menu. Why wasn't it the first on the menu? That's what I'm thinking. I really like the idea.
What about second breakfast? But no. Alright, we're 51 minutes into this game. We have 9 out of 10 buybacks. And soon, Kunkka also has his. So this game, well, the show must go on.
Lumiere
And for,
those
Legacy's
creeps.
sake, this is pretty big if they can get an equalizer going here in the series. They only got 1 win under their belts.
You lose this one, you're probably out. That's a big problem, a big hit to them.
Tylung spots Skardik. Boots a bearing to run away. Right here, connected on the timber. There's a Wind Waker used, but a beautiful hook shot on 2. They got Lina, they got Kunkka. That's a good opening, but Neko's not near enough. It's not near enough to get that instant damage out. It's going to get pushed around with a tidal wave, and now Tylung is on the high ground, forces the BKB off of Lumiere.
Nobody just yet. It's just pokes from both teams. They understand it's very hard to commit, but there are no boats, and that is a big deal for Akatsuki, who really haven't used anything big in the fight just yet.
If only they had Gyro right there when they got the full-on 2-man hook shot on the 2 big cores. It was Wonder Kid and Lumiere hugging each other's, but there was no damage to follow up on it. Tylung was
cannot be in
lunging
front.
to the back line to keep everyone else busy so Gyro could get the hit, but Gyro just wasn't there. Trying to catch the Timber Saw again. Running up near nice, good, quick disarm
Big
there.
grab.
There's an Halberd. But at the same time, Gardic gets in trouble. Might be the first buyback to come out. Demon, though, he's the one to fall first. Boats are flying in. They will take down another. Maybe it is Bastion's Clockwork. Maybe it's the Gyrocopter. Neko survives. Hiko catches him again. FCR getting stunned by the rocket. He's gone. And the Gyro's down to half. The
so strong.
Hoodwink's dropping low. He's out as well. Wonder Kid's about to drop, and another tidal wave. FCR is getting back to work on Tylung and onto Neko. And Neko's the one to die. 4 buybacks from the Radiant side, and only 1 or 2. Demon and Bastion. Well, Demon dies back, so he's not coming back for 2 minutes. Clockwork in a hurry. Hook shot out. Quick jetpack to safety. No TP on him, though.
This is a problem. You are not going to have a Tiny for the Roche fight. If Legacy can actually prepare for that properly, if finally they can get the Roche from these overdives from Akatsuki, they can get themselves back into the game. It is a huge deal, but this Timbersaw, man, he just dives so deep and he cannot die. Can somebody buy Nullifar? Can somebody buy Yules and just purge him off, please?
They're going for the push, though. They know Tiny's out.
Nullifier. Cool.
Maybe Legacy has an opening here to try and at least get some buybacks off of Akatsuki and try to tie this game up a bit here. Tai Lung,
some mistakes.
He's going to Ogre Seal Totem himself away. Buyback from the Snapfire. That's not the one to pull them away. They need the Gyro buyback. They need the Gyro buyback.
Look at him.
If they're ever going to leave this base.
Well, they're going for the tier 4s. So you're going to have to buy back.
They just destroyed Arcano's effigy that wrote, "I'm the best." But is he? As one tier 4 is gone, another one's being focused. The Glyph is being used. Tai Lung trying to keep the map back. 15 seconds to this gyrocopter. And it looks like they're able to hold long enough.
Prepare for Roche. Oh, they can't. There's just such a huge wave coming through the bottom lane that tier 4 is going to get demolished the second that these creeps die. And make no mistake, they're going to be dying. These super creeps are not playing around.
There's also a haste rune in the river. Go straight for Lumiere. Roche is alive. He's in the bottom right corner. He's going to go to the top left in 10 seconds.
It's a problem.
Flares are already flying in. That's a pretty early one, too. But they do see FCR planting some webs down. FCR is a real damage issue now. He's hit 25. He's got the minus 0.3 seconds bat during Insatiable Hunger. This Brute Mother hits really freaking fast.
Yeah, really freaking fast and really freaking hard. He has 250 damage without the extra damage of the Insatiable Hunger. And with the Shard, that's a huge amount.
But they go to the Roche pit first. You're in a hurry, Legacy. Roche is roaring. He's roaring in anger. The players are connecting. They just don't know that they actually hit the hero. Spiders are going into the pit. Roche is being slowed down. Hiko scouting. More spiders scouting. They spot Tai Lung. Lumiere is so far away from the rest of the pack. He doesn't even want to be nearby.
Akatsuki waits for
spotted with a ward. They see the Timber walking in. He's going to get caught with the bushwhack by the Torrent. And there goes Demon. He's on a dieback. Remember, he will not return. He's gone. Wonder Kid's BKB already used. Timbersaw trying to reposition for Lumiere, dealing big hits from the back, but there's the Wind Waker, and Neko hasn't even landed a single hit yet on this gyrocopter. We're right next to each other. There's a hook shot from Bastion. Tai Lung coming up with the buyback. FCR dropping low as well, but Neko comes in between with Lumiere. He's just refreshing. And the gyro is going down, and he is out for the count for 100 seconds. He buys back. Tai Lung turning around with the Hex onto Lumiere. Lumiere another BKB, but he will not get a third. That's his last one. Hiko keeps Timbersaw away. FCR focusing on Bastion and might be able to take down the Clockwork. He's keeping them busy. Hiko fighting versus Tai Lung. Lumiere gets away. And FCR with a hook shot. Bastion catches him, but Bastion dies for this one. FCR, the rocket pops on the high ground. They see where he is. They see exactly where he is, and FCR goes down.
Neko is stuck, though. He can't get down. I still don't know why Akatsuki went for that fight. Probably they thought, oh, we have buybacks and the enemies don't, but it is so scary to do so. They could have waited for the bottom lane to shove in and just made them make some hard decisions. Oh, he could
still make a hero play. He could still make a hero play here. Oh, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. That's Tai Lung for you, baby. I think he might have revealed himself with the bitter chill. It's just a 350 radius, but it might have been close enough to the Roche pit to reveal his location, and Tai Lung reads it.
That's going to be Aegis for Neko. That is a big deal. Who gets this Aghanim Scepter? Snapfire getting it wouldn't be half bad. Having somewhat of a save would actually make a big difference. Even you want to send the Gyro into the fight. We've seen so many times that he's just not ready to fight, and if you would have a positioning spell to help you with that, he can capitalize with the damage once the Clockwork gets the initiation, or the Tiny himself.
Oh, pretty big moments. And I think they
bought the rapier.
They bought the rapier, and they ate the Ags. So an instant 5,000 gold swing towards Akatsuki. And that's going to be Megas now. They cannot stop anything happening inside this push. Spit a creep, throw it right towards Lumiere. Neko, he's going to end the game here for Katsuki.
There's a glyph.
Kunkka's back up. Another banner placed down that's also destroyed. There's the Hex onto Lumiere. Tylun keeping him busy. Neko's just ending the game. There's the glyph. Snowball connects on the backline. Gardic trying to find Gyrocopter, try to keep him busy. Lina can't get nearby. Timber's keeping him away. The Kunkka's trying to focus on Neko, and the throne is falling. The throne is falling. It's down to 500. Just a couple more hits from Neko, and it's going to be done for. He's thrown in the air. The Aegis is out, but it does not matter, as that is the end of this series. Akatsuki for the 2-0. Now, poor Legacy, you know. They might be facing elimination from this final tour with that defeat versus Akatsuki. That's got to sting.
Yeah, they had a chance to go to the LAN, and well, it's just not going to be that easy. Unless you go to the playoffs, you're not going to be able to do it. You're not going to be able to overtake Beast Coast and get yourself to the LAN in Belgrade in late October. Panda, I really like there at the end when you're casting. He says, it's not going to matter. And then the throne is at like 5% HP, but we're still unsure if they're going to be able to take it down in the end. Just so many heroes were alive, so there was almost no chance that that throne makes it out alive.
Yeah, they still have the Aegis there as well on the Gyrocopter. So even if they kill him once, I don't think they would have had the lockdown anymore at that point to just keep him from destroying that Ancient in the end. So for Akatsuki, it took maybe a bit longer than they estimated for this game to take, but they got the job done in the end. However, for Legacy, that cold streak, it continues. They're not fully out, but even if they win their last two series and go to 5-5, it's going to be a really difficult task for this team. Starting from tomorrow, we're going to have to see a new Legacy happen in this tournament for Akatsuki, pretty much guaranteeing at least a play-in spot, maybe a direct playoff invite. We do have a second series right behind the corner there, Harry. So I think it's good for us to take a tiny break and start talking after the break about the second series that's going to happen, because it's not going to be too many minutes away. We'll see you guys after the ad break for our second series.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gents. We're heading over to the second series of our day here. We have a South Team versus Infinity coming right up as we just cleaned up an Akatsuki 2-0 victory over Legacy, pretty much guaranteeing Akatsuki into the play-in stage. But, of course, they are leading the group by far compared to any other team. So looking like group stage victors, in our eyes at least. But Legacy, not so much. Still a lot of work to do. And it might even be out of their hands if they can even get into the play-in stage. But these two teams, South Team, currently 2-2. So a series win and a series loss. While Infinity only has a tie and a loss under their belts so far.
They did forfeit their game yesterday, so I don't know what to think about them coming into the tournament. I expected more from Infinity, not gonna lie, but you know, a forfeit really isn't a clear representation of strength. So I'm kind of hoping that they're gonna be doing better. At the start of the tournament, I definitely would have favored Infinity, considering the South team beat Legacy 2-0 and quite roster, convincingly. Yeah, we know Legacy
there
is. There it is. I think it was just the logo that was wrong, but the roster was right.
But yeah, there we have it. Infinity boys. You got the PP with Kotaro, Kira, Yor, Candlex. Boys, I think they've pretty much stuck with... Have they stuck with the same roster from the previous tour? I don't think they made too many changes. I think they're still the same team as the previous tour.
I think it is the same team, considering that they got into the tournament with the most amount of points. It just makes sense.
The team to beat.
Exactly. If they get even some RES points in this tournament, I think they're gonna be going to LAN, which is a big deal. But still, anything can happen. They could still very easily be overtaken by multiple teams.
Yeah, Infinity currently sitting at 96.6 points with some of their earlier roster changes, sitting at second place, Beast Coast at 100. Then you have their opponents, South Team, who are not eligible. Actually, sorry, they are eligible to the LAN.
Yep.
But it would mean they need to win the whole tournament, and it would mean that Infinity plus any other team mustn't get more than they do.
If they win the tournament, I think they are... Okay, not certainly through, but very likely that they're going through.
Yeah, it would be down to either Lava Akatsuki getting second place, and Infinity would get like a couple points extra. And there would be then they would not have a chance through. So South Team, they gotta win. They gotta win the whole tournament.
I don't think that this team does have the capability to do so, right? I have seen them in the first two series. They looked okay, But considering that they got 2-0'd by Akatsuki quite easily, I'd say I don't think they are the team to win the entire thing, especially when it comes to best of threes.
Yeah, they got an interesting roster, right? Because, you know, Blessed Kid, Monty, I think that's a decent off-lane duo. They've got Sheol in the mid lane. But this safe lane, I feel like it's very untested. Because for Arceus, I've not seen Arceus really thrive in the last 2-3 years. I think that he's been going up against a lot of difficult matchups, hasn't been the consistent carry. I think we talk about a lot of consistent mids and consistent pause fours, but I have to say the safe lane is and has to be the weakest link for South Team. So things need to go really well in terms of the draft, what they get for their safe lane duo, and of course, how do their opponents of Kendall and Kiri play in the off lane against them?
But I don't think their safe lane can go well, because Arceus, he exclusively, from what I've seen, plays ranged carries, and there is a limited amount of those always that are available in the meta. So you have like Morphling, Luna, maybe a Troll, Gyro, and that's about it. He even, I think he picked up a second pick, Morphling in one of the games, and in another one he picked a Drow, right? So it's not like Legacy. I think they came unprepared for South Team and didn't ban out the right heroes versus them. Infinity, I don't think these guys are going to be making the same mistake.
Well, it all starts with a draft, right? South Team assessed a level 1 penalty for being a tad bit late, but not too late to earn themselves a level 2 or a level 3. So not too much off the clock. Probably doesn't change too much with their planning here, but they are going to get rid of the Marcy, get rid of the Sven. I think these are pretty straightforward, easy bans to throw out there.
I think you even feel good when you get punished when you make a mistake, right? If you make a mistake and you don't get punished, you just feel like
like a badass.
Yeah. It's like this way, like you got punished. Yeah, we did. We made the mistake. We got punished for it. That means that we're not gonna get punished for it inside of the game. And as you mentioned, 30 seconds just isn't that big of a deal.
It's basically your actual pick time or ban time just taken away. So it's not a huge deal. They're banning very meta-specific heroes and maybe a couple targeted. I think this Monkey King is still more a meta ban above a team-specific ban because just how good the hero is in the current meta. But what about Infinity? Underlord in the first phase. Has Underlord really gone that good, or is this more of a respect ban?
I don't think either. I think maybe it's because of the Sand King pick, right? You don't want to be blinking into the middle of the fight and instantly being rooted up. It can be very, very annoying for you. So maybe that's the reason for it. Or who knows, maybe down the line we're going to be finding out you ban out the Underlord, you pick up a Sand King, and then you go for an illusion-based hero later on, which versus all of those ranged carries that we talk about that South Team like to play is going to do quite well.
Yeah. Also, like, if I look at the ban order, they ban Underlord, and that's an instant Monkey King after, because I feel like Monkey King is a very good pick if the Underlord is out, considering he's one of the targets for it. But this does open up avenues for troll-like carries, lower damage, higher, like, burst and build-up damage, Life Stealer, stuff like that. Life Stealer is really just a hero we don't talk about these days, but you get the gist of it, basically. If you ban Underlord, you have room for these lower physical damage heroes.
For sure. Gyro comes out. I'm kind of convinced that's going to be a carry Gyro, right? We talked about Arceus and his limited hero pool. Gyro is one of the heroes that comes to mind. And considering that there is a solid amount of melee position 5s that are left, that could be a decent lane for South Team, no matter what you're laning against. Gyro plus a melee hero is always going to be great. We saw it in the previous match between him and the Clockwork. Looks very, very decent.
Yeah. They just banned the Enchantress from South Team. Elder Titan would be really good for Infinity now.
I haven't seen an Elder Titan. I just don't think it's a hero that is specific to the region. These teams here are a little bit more individualistic, and Elder Titan is a classic competitive game hero. Considering that in Latin America we get to see a lot of pub-like behavior, I don't think he's going to be something that teams are going to be looking out for.
It could be. Maybe a Phoenix is also another that they might be thinking about inside of Infinity, but you'd have to look at what is the support from South team that they're pairing up this gyrocopter with. Be it 5 or be it 4, but at least get an indicator. What is the direction they're going for?
If you want to
Because they
go
just
for the
banned-
Phoenix, you could, right? Every single hero that is good versus the Phoenix is
straightforward.
banned out. Yep, no Marcy, no Jakiro. And Snapfire, we saw it in the previous game, but it's not something that teams generally like to pick nowadays. Just got nerfed a little bit too much.
They also banned Alina, so that also makes Phoenix look like a better hero in this game. But they bring out the Clockwork. So I'd be happy if they go for ET or Phoenix now for Infinity. What else could they go for? Someone might think Shadow Demon. Someone could think Grimstroke could be a decent idea. You could also look at an early Morphling pick versus the Gyro. But that would be a core.
I would think Phoenix is a very good call. And then you could get away. I was thinking something like Sven, but that's already banned out. They go for a Snapfire. Okay, I'm now very much surprised that they went this route because the Snapfire has been a hero that has been ignored quite a lot after the most recent nerfs that she experienced. So I don't even know where they're going to be putting this hero.
I'll have to wait and see. Could be core, could be support. I think the snap could still go in many places because you can also flex the Sand King. You can put him mid. You can put him off lane.
There's so
Snapfire
much magic
kills in
damage.
Both those, yeah.
So South team now needs a pipe builder right now, like because pipe builders are getting banned out by Infinity 100%. So what is left at South team?
Let's go
left to
Pudge. Pudge
play?
Eternal Shroud. Let's go.
Not a pipe. That's not a pipe.
But it's a shroud.
When you need a pipe, they do play the Centaur. I wouldn't mind that. They play a Primal Beast. Not bad at all if you do want to build a pipe on that.
Radiant team pick. Queen of
Pretty early mid reveal. I mean, Quap's okay versus Sand King. I think Quap's okay versus Snap mid too. Kind of forces Infinity's hand to reply to this Quap early enough.
Sand King does do well. I've seen this matchup, I think yesterday, Minbo we cast it, and the Sand King did quite well. So I don't think you're going to be too mad if you send the Sand King to the mid lane. Let me try and remember. Yeah, it was Legacy versus South Team. It was... Oh, no, wait. Yes, it was, but South Team was playing the Quap, and they probably saw that it was an okay matchup for the Sand King.
All right, yeah, makes sense. We can make that lane work for the Quap.
You know what? This is a banger of a Faces Void game for Infinity. They go for the Brew. That is a pipe builder. But Faces Void looks amazing. Look at how much damage they have inside of the Chronosphere. Time dilation is amazing versus the Quap as well. You don't care about the cogs. The lockdowns on South Team are very limited. Burst damage, sure. There is some on the Quap, but definitely not enough to really threaten your life. I'd love to see a Faces Void. It looks like a perfect game for him.
Do they lock it in now?
I mean, why not? It's gonna get banned out.
Phase?
Gonna get banned out. You lock it in now. South team are keeping things a little bit open with the with their last pick because they do have the overall last pick in this game. Because you might put the Gyro in the position 4. I still think it's not gonna happen, but you know sometimes it just doesn't feel right. Pick your support as the last pick.
Well, they're definitely taking their time here. They got themselves plenty of reserve time to plan what they want to go with. Where do they lock in the Sand King? Where does the Snapfire go? I think you could put Snap versus the Quap. You have Sand King with a decent lane versus the Gyrocopter. And you could release the Flex by picking a support now.
You could go that route. I wouldn't mind it, to be honest. But on the other hand, what does the mid lane Snapfire really give you here? Ricochet is no longer a way to go. How are you going to build this here? Are you going to go Guardian Greaves? It's hard to say.
Well, it really depends what kind of carry they're thinking about in terms of right click. So
Luna.
now when you bring up Luna, Maybe an Aura Snapfire for the off lane. He loses the lane to the Gyrocopter. But I think you're still going to be okay with a Snap Hoodwink lane. You can build your auras. Sand King can sit in the mid lane. You get a very durable offlaner. Sand King has time to farm. Supports can help the Luna out. I think that could be a plan.
That could be a plan. Either way, if it is a core Snapfire, beat mid or the offlane, I'd like for him to go auras, right? Just make sure that you're protecting your teammates.
But if you are 23rd picking a support and it's not a pause 4, usually Dark Willow is the one you always pick as a 23rd. Are there any other good supports to pick as a 23rd?
We are not gonna see a Dark Willow here. No way. No way. It has to be something that the Luna benefits from. So something that allows her to have a good laning stage if they are gonna be going for a support. What is left of the melee heroes? Tusk, I don't think you go that route.
Yeah, South team at least are banning off lanes. Thinking that Hoodwink snaps the support duo, which you definitely can do. You can definitely play these two as your supports, but I don't like Hoodwink Luna as a lane. I think it's too weak.
You put Snapfire with Luna.
Pass.
You take the
rather
Luna.
snap with Luna, rather that way. But I still think you might need a protective support. Okay, actually, you might need an aggressive support because you're playing versus Brewmaster. You don't want to let Brew have a free lane.
Luna is different now because you actually get more points into Lucent Beam than what you did before, so you can put a lot more pressure onto the enemy offlaners. So
like a brawling lane, yeah.
Yep, in that regard, you get like full bore facet, scatter blast plus the Lucent Beam, and you can keep the Brewmaster at bay if that is something that you would want to do. But it's very hard to read this Infinity draft. There's just so much flexibility and so many potential for the last pick as well.
And of course, the smart idea, like your South team, you ban offlaners, suspecting an offlane is missing. You want to make your last pick as a carry. Obviously, you're like, what are these casters talking about? They're obviously picking an offlane. It's because they have a carry last pick here. Or if they don't want to put that Gyrocopter into the carry position, that is. Otherwise, they're just missing a potential mid. We might even, as you look at bad TA bans, we might even see a South team play maybe even a co-op support maybe in this game. Or we have Gyro Clockwork as a support and we're missing a carry.
No,
they're
carry.
also just as confused in a way that this draft can go in so many ways. But Infinity isn't involved.
I like that because you are preparing for a potential Morphling pick from South team. Now this is going to dissuade it because you actually have a Spirit Vessel builder on the side of Infinity. I mean, if you look at South team, Morphling would fit really well into the lineup. Now I'd probably stay with the Gyro.
Yeah, Co-op versus Invoker, Gyro versus Sand King, or Carry versus Sand King, Luna versus Brew. I think South team's Brewmaster is safe in his lane.
Wasn't expecting that. No way.
Alchemist versus Sand King. How do you think this lane goes?
Sand King isn't the highest of armor heroes, so overall it should be solid for him. The problem is that you have a Clockwork, which doesn't necessarily strike me as a great hero when you have an Alchemist on your side. So I would play a 4 Hoodwink, and it does look like that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Because you can keep the Clockwork away, and you can surprise the Alchemist from like a bushwhack from the fog to make sure that he stuns himself. So it is. I don't think it's going to be the easiest lane for the Alchemist. I'm really curious to why they picked it, right? Because you have a Spirit Vessel builder on the Invoker. You have good rotation. You have good burst on Infinity. They don't have tower push. Maybe that's the reason why, because the pressure won't come that way. But the lane of Infinity, their offlane is quite strong as well. I think South team are in trouble, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I do also feel like they're very, I wouldn't say very timing dependent, but it would make the game so much easier for the Brewmaster and the Alk if they hit their timings properly. It doesn't hurt too much if they miss out on those timers because they are playing versus Luna, but this is PP Invoker. You don't want to give him a really good late game. So I think Infinity's late game is really good. South team can match up to it, but they're not as good. They have a very strong mid-game timing. They have great team fight, but objective hitting. I think you're on point with it. That objectives was the big issue for South Team. That they don't really hit towers, and they don't really have like a game plan to approach a specific objective and go into another objective unless they're on a power spike.
I mean, Alchemist lineups have a pretty straightforward plan. We want to hit this 20-25 minutes timing where the Alchemist is just stronger than everybody else. And I think it's very possible for them to do so. The only problem I have is you talked about the weaknesses of their safe lane. I can see it in their draft and I can see it in their players as well. And when you combine that too, and then you have this much of a mobile lineup on Infinity that is capable of just being everywhere on the map, I think you have a great lineup to do well in lanes and then capitalize right outside of them, which is, you know, the best possible way to play versus an Alchemist. I just don't trust in this South Team lineup.
Well, they are put into a bit of a challenge, definitely. South Team, who only have one win more than Infinity does, and of course Infinity missing out on a series would really come in with a vengeance versus South Team. And of course, you know, I think their draft looks pretty laid back to play. You have an elitist invoker, very magical heavy damage output. You've got a lot of physical from Luna, from Hoodwink. You talked about Hoodwink in the previous game being a very good late game scaling support that turns into a core eventually. And South Team, you know, if they did play a Gyro carry, it would have been a very different game. And now that they put Gyro as a support and went for Alchemist, I feel like their draft got downgraded a bit. I would have actually liked the Gyro carry, and they would have gone for another support to finalize their draft.
So here's how it goes. With the Alchemist carry, you give a little bit of you insert some panic into Infinity, that they always have to keep this hero in the back of their heads, that they always have to think about how they are going to be playing the laning stage, and you give yourself a better timing to hit with your lineup. So if you were confused as to what you were trying to do with your own lineup on South Team, which is not out of the question really, the first four heroes, they don't really combo all that well together apart from the lane of the Gyro and the Clockwork. You could think, guys, what are we even doing with this lineup? How are we going to catch them? Where's our lockdown? Where's our team fight? How do we win? And, well, with this Alchemist pick, you know what the role of all of these four heroes is. Run towards the enemies, create space, and have at least enough levels so when the time comes for RGs to come in, you're ready.
Well, hopefully that is the plan. We are currently seeing a pause, hence why you're looking at our handsome faces right here. Actually, if you want to see a handsome face, I would recommend going onto Instagram and look at Hairy Freak. And I'm not sure if it's still on your story, but I saw you were doing some commercials, and you really fit into that world, man.
Yeah, I like that. I like that you, or I'm glad that you liked it. It was just a.
Yeah, it was a good
promo
one.
video for a friend, right? So that is quite nice, and I think we did a good job, right? So
Oh, you definitely did. I was convinced.
I mean, we are here every single day, pretty much being a live commercial for our tournament organizers and of course our sponsors over at 1xBet. So you know, we get a lot of practice in.
Yeah, we definitely do, and that's a segue to our sponsor, 1xBet, and their mobile application. The QR code is active on your screens. You may activate that at any time when a game starts. If you missed out on that and you don't want to go to the VODs to look it up, you may always just go to the App Store and look up the 1xBet mobile app, and you'll be good to go.
So the teams are good to go here. Infinity in a smoke. South Team not using it just yet. It might mean that they want to go for a first blood play, because if you don't go for a smoke immediately to play South Vision, then that might mean you want to use it a little bit later on to surprise your opponents. And their level 1 is not half bad. You get an unstable concoction and the connection with the cogs very easily. You could get yourself a first blood.
I like that you're bringing in a variation, because me and my friends, for a very long time, we had a theory. If you don't smoke out from your fountain, you are not a pro team. Simple as that.
Okay, so South Team just, I don't know what they're doing in this tournament.
They're stack.
Okay.
That's no shame. That's no shame to them, but it's just a general theory, a game theory.
Yeah, but you know, as if they would be South team, it would be SS, and they didn't want to go for that one. Yeah, so South stack.
There could also be North team, which would be NT, which means nice try, and I think that would be probably even worse. But at the same time, Kendall has to level up a level 1 burrow strike to get himself out of there.
Not the worst thing in the world. You're fine with that, right? Ideally, don't have it, but considering
it's not ideal, and that's the key. And Masha is camping Kiri, holding the high ground position, making sure that this hoodwink isn't getting to the lane without taking a bit of damage first.
Yep, very nice start for South team. This is gonna make the Alchemist lane so much easier. Kendall X gets the burrow strike, but doesn't escape in time.
Yeah, the almost full duration concoction coming in, so that hurts quite a lot. Jimmy is going to have to toss a cog in the general direction of the hoodwink. They might even kill Kendall here.
He doesn't have a TP, it's a problem.
Very close. Yeah, he's already back to the safety of the tower, and with the 21-second cooldown on power cogs, can't follow up on it.
Hoodwink is already going for the creep pull. You understand that this lane is not going to be easy, especially when you both start on half HP with not the perfect spell on your offlaner.
Yeah. Also, the top lane has not gone unnoticed in terms of damage. Masha, that's pretty deep, my friend. That was not the play. That was not the play. He was in a good position. Yor was low, and his Brewmaster was dropped low too, so both were taking a lot of damage, and so was the Luna. But that placement from his gyrocopter was too much.
No reason to go for that thing. I mean, when you have the Luna passive, it's not really giving you all that much damage, but it's giving a solid amount. And then the minus armor from the little shredder, it really does make a difference.
Yeah, and you never place yourself between two heroes in a laning stage. You know that as a +4, right?
Well, you know, it's one of those rules. Just like in chess, you try to control the middle of the board. That's how in Dota in lanes you don't go between two heroes, because then you have only one path to run, and it's very easy to guess where where you're gonna be trying to run to.
There are moving lines in the lane that you never cross until an opportunity arises. So that's first blood for Infinity right there. They didn't have to do too much for it.
This Alchemist isn't even farming all that great. ATS is nice, but underneath the tower, I really would like for him to do a bit better in the CS department. Okay, he's doing fine.
Masha still level 1 with Yor already picking up a point in Lil Shredder, so the Snapfire actually has a tool to protect the Luna.
Luna just needs to stand her ground if it comes down to a fight. Until the gyro is level 3, we got 2 points in Rocket Barrage. Then it becomes dangerous. But that's why he got a point in the Lunar Orbit. He got the Moon Shield, and with the Lunar Orbit, he might even be able to stand his ground once the gyro tries to go deep.
So talk to me. Is this Lunar Orbit the old shard?
Basically, yes. So your old shard is now a spell, your old passive is now an innate ability, and that's about it.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, a bit of changes on this hero.
But still, they moved the glaives to the third spell. I just... Why? It has always been the second spell.
I was thinking about the same. I was like, why is this so confusing? Right, the glaives are now in his third instead of his second.
Yep.
I don't think they should have done that.
Yeah, probably not. When it comes to activation, I guess on the W you did activate your glaives to go around you, which was kind of the Lunar Orbit, but I still don't like it. I would misclick it every single time when
every single guide maker has to redo their guides now because of that. And Masha going down. They already forced away the Brewmaster in the lane, but Masha, hello, there's a game going on. He's been out of position twice now. And it's not even 5 minutes in.
as a gyro, you want to get into the face of your opponents, and he's just doing what a good gyro should be doing, getting into the face of these opponents. The problem is that Luna and the Snapfire do an insane amount of damage, something that I guess Masha just isn't expecting.
It works both ways. If you're going in their faces, it means that they're in your face as well. Jimmy Koff is now brought in to get some reinforcements to the top lane, diving Kataro. And it looks like this Luna is going to go down without anybody dying this time. Yep, both dead. Good timing for the lane push to happen as Jimmy Koff shows up.
And the lane is in a good position for the Alchemist at the moment. Okay, he shoved it out, but still it was at the point when the clockwork was rotating. So in general, he's not going to be punished or suffering in the CS department. Beautiful rotation either way. Look at
You got to be careful because Kataro just TP'd and Jimmy Koff has never left this lane. They're going in again. I see this happen way too often. And now they're bringing in the Invoker. PP is showing up to help out Kataro, but that teleport is taking so long. He's finally in. Kataro, 40 HP, 9 HP, not dying. PP gets the double under the tower. I heard Harry say too late, and it certainly was too late, but it did look like Kataro, he spent the luck of his lifetime to get himself out of there from a hairy position. Sorry, Harry, but he lives. PP gets a double, and it's all worth it in the end.
It is my position. I'm always in pretty bad spots when I play Dota, but he's gonna be okay. I mean, I thought that Invoker was just not gonna be there in time, and somehow they did save the Luna. He had 40 HP. The flak cannon was flying towards him, and it just didn't have enough damage to kill him. Luna is a pretty high armor hero. 8 armor, so I really liked when you said I've seen this so many times. I don't know what Panda, the carry TPing in to bait them into a bad position.
Yeah, so he dies, he TPs in, and the support never leaves, and it's still a 3 versus 2. They repeat the dive, they get another kill, and they don't get the backup that they require to keep their carry alive, and then they do the walk of shame. It happens so many times in SCA. It happened so many times in the previous European tournament. And only once or twice we got that, oh, there's an extra TP coming in, or they bring in extra numbers. They bring 4 guys. They bring 5 guys to turn things around again, as Masha is going down in the top lane. But this Invoker TP was just what they needed. And here comes Sheol. Here comes PP. They both show up here. Kataro is low, has a Lotus. Sheol is already out of mana, in a bad position right now as PP's right there. There goes Sheol, and there should go Jimmy Koff as well. Kataro will live. Blessed Kid, he's got another Cinder Brew to throw in. It will slow them down, but Jimmy Koff earned up. PP just needs a bit of extra vision.
Nowhere to go.
And there he falls.
Archie's died as well.
Is also down to Kendall and Kiri.
You brought too many heroes in the top lane. You've left this Alchemist alone too much, and well, he's in trouble. Blessed Kid.
A Yor?
He
I think he's around.
Found him.
Yeah. Master out of the lane. No CS for him for a while. Now he finally gets the TP back to his tower.
Didn't Invoker steal the Wisdom Rune? He didn't manage to. Might go for a play.
PP still around. He's moving away straight back to the mid lane as he sees the Brew and the Gyro back under the tower. Sheol is already pushing in the wave. Invoker's timing is going to be good. But there's a Clockwork. There's a Sentry. Nice read from PP. Actually dodges this Clockwork. And Clock should die.
Tornado only clips him. That he could have survived.
Drops popped. Queen of Pain with a level 4 Screen of Pain. Doesn't do a lot of damage to the Invoker, but Sheol goes for Yor. And there's a Bushwhack connecting on Masha, and Masha's 5th death already.
I thought they were going to wait for the Queen of Pain to blink on that one. It was very obvious that Shell wanted to finish off Yor, but I guess they wanted to kill Masha more so than to save their support's life, which is something I don't like, because that Snapfire was already level 6, so worth a lot more than the Masha Gyro.
Yeah, and now look at PP's net worth. Invoker is just skyrocketing from this laning stage. He's 4-0, 4.3k net worth, almost has a Vessel ready.
Yep,
it's going to be a huge
close.
PP this game.
Insane timing for him. The only way that you slow down this Invoker is that when he goes for the rotations with the Spirit Vessel onto the Alchemist to stop him.
And now he just rotated straight to the top lane.
Arceus
They
is
spot
alone.
Alchemist in the trees. Arceus trying to make his own rotation, but PP's here. He got himself the Luna ulti, level 3
Got him.
Lucent Beam, and that's Arceus gone. And Kendall is also
Bringing
here.
everybody.
Misses the stun, but the Clockwork's still gonna die to your forces Masha and Blessed. He's not even level 6 on the Brew.
And they're pinging out the ward on the bottom lane. They know that they
And
knew the
Masha.
Alchemist was rotating.
This is one huge PP. And that's what she said. This Walker's looking great.
Man, that ward on the bottom twin gate just changes everything. Look at the Clockwork just TPing and he wants to take it out. He understands this is why they lost 3 of their heroes, and mainly the Alchemist is the big deal. Him out of the map is huge.
Yeah, they lost 3. They only have 3 kills on the side of South team. Now their stacks are taken away by Kendall, PP, and Kiri. That might just be a level 6 Hoodwink at the end of this creeps. He's so close to getting it. Oh man, okay, he needs like 1 or 2 creeps. He's like, I'll get this last hit. No, I need 9 experience for Sharpshooter.
They're taking down this tower. This is a big deal, and if they can force out the split as well, would be huge. Maybe even better than killing Blessed Kid.
They might have been able to get the
Beautiful.
kill if they had Sharpshooter, because he has 500 HP, and Sharpshooter does 550 at max.
This is better. This is still better, because now South team have nothing to play with. Kotaro? He might die.
Yeah, it might just be... Oh!
Got him!
I mean, I would just tap out at this point. I just call GG. This is horrendous.
Oh, don't be a quitter, Panda. Play until the very end while they're punching you in the face.
Infinity's looking so good. They're just getting so far ahead. I mean, you still got an Alchemist to play for, but this is not going well for South team.
Did you see the fancy footwork from Blessed Kid? I mean, that's the only reason why he's still breathing. That was beautiful coming out from his side. Dodges the full bore Scatterblast, then dodges the tornado.
Maybe a better career than the Australian breakdancer, who apparently the Olympics are actually deleting all of her performance videos from the internet.
We already have all of those saved up. Ha! In your face, Olympics.
Too late for that. Kendall just used Epicenter to farm a tri-stack of Ancients. So Kendall's also at 6k net worth now. Close to Pipe.
Yep. Pipe so big in this game. Really, magic damage on the other side is kind of the only thing they have. A little bit of pure from the Queen of Pain. Even the Alchemist, once he gets the Radiance, that is a lot of magic damage. And speaking of the Alchemist, he's being hunted. He's dead. Oh.
Just need to get the connection, but he is too far away.
I thought he was gone, but they didn't see him in time, and he saw the ghost walk slow onto the creeps before he got caught by it. Very, very lucky for the Alchemist to survive that move.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Brew is... I mean, they got this top tier 1 tower down to 50% 7 minutes ago. And it's still standing.
And he's gonna continue to stand with Kiri rotating. You don't have a hook shot. Connecting onto the Hoodwink is not gonna be easy.
Trying to apply pressure on Kiri, but
Has Radiant's bottom
you have to go all the way. Now Kendall catches Masha. Masha's dropping rapidly. He's gone.
Is there another force on the split? No. No, Blessed Kid this time around. He's not gonna be forced to use it. Very important. You need the split for a good fight. So South team, if they want to get back into this game, it has to be on the back of that spell in the next 5 to 10 minutes. That is how you create space for the Alchemist. That is how you get some key kills.
You know, Jimmy Koff spotted, but he is going to disappear, and that bushwhack would not have connected. That was a bit off the mark by Kiri, but it was a good attempt nevertheless.
That's where they initially saw him because of the career, so you wanted to try. It didn't work out. Luna is just hella farming. He has the same amount of net worth as an Alchemist. Insane. 5, 1, and 7 already on Kotaro. Everything is working out for him. Once you get the Manta and are able to shove out the waves, I don't know how South team ever make a play.
They got the tornado to connect onto the Quap. Shale is just gone. Level 8 supports at 14 minutes. They pack a punch.
Clockwork did get his level 6, so finally South Team have a way to initiate. I'm just scared that you're gonna have trouble dealing enough damage because the pipe is almost done.
Yeah, and also your Brew is also going for a pipe, so he won't have his Radiance damage output. He won't have a Vessel that would help them get kills. It's just helping them stay alive a bit longer. It might do the trick, but you're gonna have a damage issue at some point. You might live, but you're not killing anybody either.
It's going to be a damage
Talk
issue
about the
because
Brew getting
Quap is not
caught.
having a good one. Is he
Just
dead?
surrounded by hostiles, and it just looks like Blessed Kit might
Got
get
it
the
off.
split off 60 HP. PP surrounded.
What a
Shale misses it with a cookie from Yor. Beautiful move there, and just in the right time as well. Yor saving his Invoker. Argius shows up, but that's a full HP hero. Kiri, the same thing. Masha can't go
Nice
that
attempt.
deep as PP is nearby, and Kataro also wanted a piece of that action. He was nearby.
Kiri wanted
Oh,
to
that
snipe
could have
the
gone so
Brewmaster.
much better for South Team.
Yeah, but they did get the split off, killed the Sand King. The problem is now you don't have a split, so Infinity very soon they're going to be taking down that mid lane tower and then continuing with their onslaught. So right now, if you're South Team, the best course of action would be go deep on the side lanes, send your supports even to die, because you need those lanes pushed out so that you survive until the next split.
A moment of vulnerability for South Team. Ping in the mid tower. They see Masha. Maybe they see Jimmy Cough too. PP just going straight onto the tower in Invis, but it does not matter. We'll finish off the objective.
And the bushwhack missed at that point. It's just not worth it to die for a gyro that has that low net worth. Just get a tower. That is the main thing that you wanted.
Kendall was hunting Shale in the top lane and did have Kiri show up. That is a Mage Slayer, and they're setting up for a kill in top. Blessed Kid is down, but look at top. Sand King getting jump with a hook shot into the concoction, and a couple right
Nice
clicks,
kill.
and Shale's got this one in the bag. So Argius will get himself a kill here, but Kiri's on the hunt, and PP's coming in too. Bushwhack will not connect, but Jimmy Cough spotted. PP's right next to him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is a dangerous chase.
No. He's got a Pavis, but I don't think he will survive this one. Tornado to connect, and maybe it's enough. No, 140 HP remains.
They understand that it was very tough to go for that kill, so they just wanted to use all of their spells from afar. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for a kill. Kendalex did finish his pipe, so that is a huge deal. Next time around, when they try to kill him like that, most likely it will not be enough. He'll get the Burrow Strike off, and the response will be there. But South Team, they understand that this is the timing to go when the Sand King still hasn't connected with his team. Need to go fast.
Wing from Argius. Quick cleanup on the Hut Wink.
Alive!
You'd say that. It takes a while, but he goes down. Now Yor's the next one. PP's in between them, though, and Kataro's also right next to him, but they're going to have to go without their supports, as Yor is now dead, too. PP fighting in the river, and Kendall's
gonna
running
die.
away with the epicenter already used. PP is in huge trouble. 1 versus 3. Nobody to save him. Kendall burning to a crisp, and South Team, when it really mattered. When it really mattered. They finally get the kills they need to get this game going.
And that's the pipe reveal as well. It looked for a second like they're gonna save the hoodwink with the pipe, but the acid spray was also on the ground, and that is physical damage. So hoodwink dies at the start of the fight. You don't have that bushwhack when South Team just starts storming at you, and if you do not have that turnaround spell, it just makes everything so much different. Kotaro is gonna need to start playing with his team a little bit. He does have the strength to do so, because South Team might start to move far enough away. Those glaives hurt.
They definitely do. Kataro has had a lot of freedom this game on this Luna. So even if everybody else is dying, Kataro is still 6-1-8. He's going Crystalist next, so this Luna is going to really pack a punch.
Is under attack.
You will. It is tier 2 gone. Even less of a map for the Alchemist to farm. He's still only 500 gold ahead of the Luna. This hero looks so strong. Once you get level 20 and
Yeah,
the
and that's
and the
not a
Kanda,
lead.
it's a problem.
That's not a lead.
Nope, not at all.
Can't
Infinity.
train, heading towards top. 4-man smoke.
They want to go towards the Luna, right? They're expecting something to happen. South Team are not going to get caught by this. Until the Luna gets close, Infinity are not going to engage. They have been burned way too many times in this game. They need their carry.
nobody's going to be around, so they're protecting the Luna. And looks like Roshan is on the menu.
There is no scan on South Team, but they will have a rocket flare in a second.
Yeah, South Team just scanned next to the Aegis.
They were expecting for there to be a move from Infinity. This is the smokes that I love the most. The ones that you are going for an objective. If you find a kill, that's great, but it mostly comes down to positioning. And this time around, it will make sense. Yep. Luna against the Sagas. The outer towers are going to be on the menu in the next 5 minutes.
So that means top and mids are going to be the targets because they just finished the bottom tier 2. They do set up, at least keep the lanes pushed in. The Sand King is perfect for this. The Hoodwink is also really good for just cutting waves. Really helps Infinity. But look at top. They're going straight for the Invoker. They find a vulnerability. It's PP. Jimmy Koff misses though. PP, is he going to be able to get out? No, the Cogs are going to pull him all the way down to the middle of that fight. But Argius is BKB down to half. Kataro tanking a lot of hits. Eclipse has already been used. Cookie stun on the Gyrocopter. Shale hitting the back line. You're getting pushed back. Still has the Lord of his Kisses spitting in, but they're not winning this fight. Masha is low. Kendall focusing on Argius. Argius' ulti is running out, so they're also running out of time. Carey is there to back him up. They got the Alchemist stuck on the spot. Kendall is super low on HP right now. Gets hit by another concoction, and Argius is going to slap him down. They had the Aegis. They had the upper hand, but now they're shorthanded, and PP instantly TPing to the tier 2 tower. Can he make it in time? Argius, Shale, the boys, they recognize our fight is over. We got to get out now.
That was such a good recognition that they could go for a play. Maybe you get a Constellation Polaris?
They might still be able to fight back. Argius is waiting. He pops his ult. He's going back in.
Wants to go in.
PP, they don't know about the Invoker yet.
Nice dodge.
Very nice Manta dodge. Indeed, the Tornado does connect on the Brew. Jimmy Koff is out. Argius walking straight to PP. Gets only a hit in. Blessed Kid down. And their attempt to turn another fight. South Team this time not strong enough.
Only because of that Manta dodge, right? This was individual play from Kotaro that kept Infinity in the game. But South Team, they're the team between the two that actually recognized a perfect timing to go for a play. They saw some of the heroes on the bottom lane and instantly engaged onto the Invoker. This is the thing that you're ready to jump on any kind of a mistake of your opponents.
Argius blinks in for another stun again, just out in time. Kotaro and the boys. That being said, with how these previous fights have been going, you look at the graph, South Team, they're still in it.
They are in it, but the thing is, this is the timing where you are at your strongest with this lineup, right? The BKB of the Alchemist, maybe the AC, but overall, this is your biggest timing. And when you're at your strongest, you're still not leading in the game. You're not overwhelmingly winning the team fights. It is Infinity that are keeping the game in check. And once it does come to a level 20 Luna with Akanda, that's when the real pain will be delivered.
Might be strong, but you know how every training montage ends. You still have to face the big boss. It's not going to be easy.
The big boss is so strong. After this, I'm guessing Satanic will be on the menu. Kotaro, he could go for a BKB. He might not need it. Kiri? Almost makes it out.
It's a lot of valuable experience here for the supports, especially for the Gyro to hit that level 2 ult. This kill. Dire scan. Luna wants to get out, but he's spotted. Argius, very good read. The deep ward shows the Luna's position, and Kotaro has to fight, but there's also Ancients in between on a BKB and Argius, and Kotaro doesn't have the firepower. And Shale is here to catch Yor from the side. That's another kill for South Team.
Infinity, they're not respecting this. They're not respecting that this is the timing of South Team, and multiple times they're being caught with the Luna not getting herself a BKB. You need to be very conservative on your approach. And sure, they did run you down, but why give them the extra kills? That is something that you have to be very, very careful of. In the next 5-6 minutes is where South Team are gonna be getting away with this game or losing it, basically, and Infinity are allowing them to run away with it at the moment.
Things are definitely looking for the better for South Team, considering how this whole game started. It was a disastrous beginning. But you have to say, Infinity have also been making a few mistakes themselves too. They're not playing this as a polished Dota game.
Definitely not. They have had the advantage, and sometimes it's much easier in Dota to recognize your own team's timings than it is to recognize the opponent's team timings. I think that is what separates good teams from the great ones.
Yeah, you get blinded by it sometimes.
Exactly. You think, oh, we are doing so well, and then you forget that a timing of the enemies is coming. They're still a Dota team. They're going to use their spells perfectly once their timings are there, and they will win the fights, no matter what you do. And Infinity, they just forgot about it multiple times in this game, which puts them in a position where, I mean, they're still in a solid spot, but definitely not as good as they were just 5 minutes ago.
The top lane pushed, and Kiri also quickly TP straight back to mid to regroup. South team establishing control of the top area. Deep wards placed down. They should be able to take this tier 2 with ease. What is Infinity planning right now? Kataro is close to level 20 and also a couple hundred gold short from a butterfly. He did have the Kanda on his quick buy for a moment, but he swapped it out.
Maybe he's thinking he wants to farm a little bit faster and dodge South team. I actually like that as a play. Sure, Alchemist doesn't necessarily want to go for the MKB. He'll get it, but it's not about that. Butterfly here is a farming item. It's a lane shove out item. It's going to make your illusions incredibly powerful, and it's showing that Infinity don't want to fight just yet. And for me, all in all, that is a good choice. It might make the game longer, but it will give you more chances of victory.
Yeah, it definitely goes towards the late game plan. We were talking about that Infinity maybe has a bit of a better late game compared to South Team. If they can just, weather the storm, so to say.
Vision is the god. Yep. Vision is the god in the late game Dota. So it's going to be during nighttime Infinity, and during daytime, the Clockwork with his rockets is going to be the...
yeah, their vision is huge, and Shale's going to get a taste of that.
Nice pick off.
Without the chance to recover from that first connected stun. Got an Alacrity Luna sieging your tier 2 tower. This will not take long.
He completely changed his approach to this game. He was thinking, I'm gonna be this Luna who from the back is spamming Lucent Beams with the Kanda, to wait a second, I can be the strongest guy on the map. And just like that, they're just gonna be going high ground. A opportunity presented itself. Queen of Pain just finished the BKB, no buyback. This is a tier 3, maybe even a lane of Rax.
It could be a lane, definitely, if they recognize that there's no buyback coming in from the Queen of Pain. There's the hook shot in, the stun follow-up as well, but the Cogs push away Katara with the 4-staff save as well. Arceus has spent all of his BKB just chasing the guy, and Luna almost dies, but he gets a big heal for himself. And there's the Sand King coming in as well, but this turnaround stun onto Arceus. And they are dying inside their own base. They're all gone. They all got wiped, and Luna... he might have lived with like 100 HP, but that Lotus that was pumped on Kataro, it changes everything. That takes away any hope South Team had of winning a fight.
The greater healing with Lotus changes everything. Just Infinity
Massive.
Finding an awesome opportunity in this one. It's just over in the game. You don't have the glyph. You're gonna have to buy back. Tier 4s are already gone. This Alacrity Luna is too strong.
That was Kendall.
You can't stop him.
That was Kendall on the fight recap, dropping the heal. And there goes Shield's full burst. That was everything. Maybe the Ancient stays alive because Alk is coming up in 20 and he could have fought back still. They have no ults on Infinity. They're dry on tools.
Luna has a full Satanic. They want
It
to go
was a
again.
fake back, but they're under a scan. Blessed Kid. So close, but not leaving the high ground.
He's their tankiest hero, but to be honest, he's not really all that tanky. With the
now he
right usage of the spells,
there's the mistake. There's the mistake. Instant regret. It is instant regret from that moment onward, and he does not have a split, and he does not have a life, and they've lost Masha too. He just died back, so he's gone for 70, and this game is pretty much over now.
Yep, Alacrity Luna coming in, 400 damage per hit. You come close and Katara just strips you apart. Now you can't even burst him down because of that Satanic. It changes the game so much. They're gonna try.
they're going to make an attempt, but it will remain an attempt because they will not be able to take down Kataro, not with these numbers. So that will be the end of game number 1. Infinity will take it. What looked like a fantastic start for the game turned out to be a bit of a South team timing, but Infinity will close it out.
Yeah, they just changed the approach, right? Sure, it was an opening of the Queen of Pain dying there that allowed them to go for the high ground, but just the Luna recognizing, wait, every single time in a fight, they're going for me. And if they find me, once I get the Kanda, I'm still going to die, so I'm going to change that fact. So you go for the classic Butterfly Satanic. With a hero like this that already does a massive amount of damage, you don't really need a damage item any longer. And he just goes for the high ground and ends the game. Still, if the Queen of Pain played a little bit more conservative, it would have been different, but it was just South team thinking, oh, at this point in the game, we're stronger and nothing can go wrong. Dota, always something can go wrong.
Yeah, definitely can. And also at like 10 minutes, you had 3 of the Dire cores in the top 4. Just the Alchemist was in between. So a great start for the game. And also a great finish to the game as well. So Infinity, take game number 1. We'll be back to see what happens in game number 2 after the ad break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, we're back with T-Panda and Harry here with the rest of regional Latin Americas. We've got our halfway mark now as Infinity takes the first game versus South Team. Harry, how you holding up? How you doing here with the SA Dotes and our late night shifts. You've had a long casting day, haven't you?
Yeah, I've had a long casting day, but it doesn't matter, right? It's Dota. Is it really a job if you're enjoying what you're doing with friends? You know what I don't like, Panda, about this cast? That I'm too much bigger than you, so I need to make this better. Okay, now we're on the same size.
All right, let me get myself straight, you know? I look huge now on camera. I have to drop myself a bit. I was just, you know, I just like having this like chill vibe position. As you can see, I'm just laid back, you know, enjoying some of these fun teams play, looking at them, picking different heroes. We talk the same stories every single time we're casting, but we always make it a little bit different, which is the special spice. Not the Old Spice. I don't have any Old Spice, unfortunately. Do you use Old Spice? Have you ever used it?
Dude, whenever I see that commercial, I just have to go for it, right? Isn't that the only manly choice?
It is the only manly choice, and there's a lot of great Old Spice commercials out there, with Terry Crews and without Terry Crews.
How can it be a great commercial without Terry Crews?
I need to look you up one of those. I'm not sure if I have time during the draft, but depends how slowly they ban and pick. I might have time to look up one of my favorites.
Dude, there is that guy that is like a ranger or something, and he's sniffing on the other guy's pits. That's one of the funner ones without Terry Crews.
So this one, all right, I put it to you, DM. The chat will never know which one we're talking about, but I'm on a horse. that was one of my favorite ones. It's so random.
A lot of commercials are random. You know, the best commercials are the ones that are banned, and I don't know why they are. Either way,
to be honest, talking about ads and, you know, our sponsors in general, I think it's a good time to also bring up our... you remember the code for it, but I remember that if you are on your stream, either by PC or mobile, if you're in PC, right below where you're seeing us right now, you look down a bit, scroll down a bit, you'll see a banner, and you'll see a code right there, and also a clickable link, which will give you a first deposit bonus for yourself. If you are a gambling person, that is, do bet responsibly and only what you can afford. But if you do feel like Game 2 is the time to give it a try, you got the code, Harry. What's the code?
1x RLG LATAM. That's pretty much how it goes. It's always 1x RLG, and then depending on which region we are in, because we had 3 regions spanned this year,
yes.
And just so much Dota. This is our 11th tournament. Do you know that? Do you know that we're on our 11th tournament this year?
Yeah. I've been using the hell out of that code. That's why I don't remember what it was called. So I asked your help for that one. But you can give it a shot. You can give it a try. But there was this one random ad, and it's not even banned. It's just, you know, something I saw when I was watching the Stanley Cup playoff finals. And it was so random, and it just reminded me of like why American ads are so crazy and weird compared to what we see in like Europe or what we see in Finland, you know? Because we have regulations and restrictions, what you can show in an ad, what you can talk about in an ad. So that one was just crazy and wild. But
in Serbia we have regulations and restrictions as well here in my country. Maybe. But not really.
Harry's oblivious to anything that's happening, and we're not oblivious to seeing a Tinker. People would be, what is this hero doing over here? Why is it being second phase, a second picked? But
yeah, why is it not
we
first
know
picked?
why this hero's out here.
Because it's OP. And so many times already in the first 2 days, I've seen the hero completely ignored. I think we've seen him ignored in today as well. Panda, I don't remember if he had gotten banned in the previous game. Definitely not.
Yep.
And finally, we get to see a Tinker.
Yeah, it is the first time here in the third group stage day, surely. Did look up that there have been no Tinkers for today. But how many Tinkers in total? Give me just a quick second. So Tinker has been banned once in these last 3 days.
0 times picked. Yeah, very weird. Very weird.
And it was
that
Team
nobody
Maya.
went for him.
Team Maya has banned it once.
I don't know.
They won when they banned it.
I don't know why nobody is going for this hero. I mean, in every other region, he's first ban or first pick. Latin America doesn't care. They probably have the Tinker, they hate the Tinker, and have this gentleman's agreement not to play it.
Well, when you think about it, how many Tinker players do you know from SA? That's why they're great thinkers and not great tinkers.
Think
about that.
Just if people didn't know if that was a joke, so just we had to have the drums happening. But yeah, I don't know any of them really. When you think about it, there are a lot of tinker players that were known in pubs or in competitive gameplay in Europe, but don't really ring a bell. I guess Abed. He's not from Latin America.
Maybe there was a time when Abed used to play tinker. Yeah.
Yeah,
but he's more of an NA player, so.
The Southeast Asian player, right? That's where he came from.
Well, he's from SEA, yes, but he's always been an NA. But he's not SA.
Yeah, he's not SA, you're right. Nobody comes to mind, actually. Which is maybe somebody from the old Brazilian guard that isn't even playing any longer. But
yeah, you'd have to dig in very deep. You have to dig in very deep to find a South American tinker player. So maybe the support tinker is on the rise. Maybe SA players get attached to this one more in the support position above the core position. We'll have to wait and see. They bring out the Primal Beast.
Good counters to the tinker. It's pretty much the same heroes that were counters to the core tinker that are counters to the support one. You just want to find him as fast as possible. Batrider, Beast, Primal Beast, Weaver. All of those heroes really do come in handy.
Yeah. All great at finding and also preventing that defense matrix from being an issue. But hey, you talked about the Faceless Void a couple times. Now you're going to get it.
It is a good Faceless Void game. Again, so much damage inside of the Chrono. Time dilation, very strong in this game. A lot of spell spammers. Every single one of these heroes do have all of their spells on cooldown all the time. And even when they don't, you want to use them. So the time dilation is going to be super strong. I don't think this is a time zone void. This is definitely a Chronosphere one. And inside of that Chrono, anybody dies. Only once let's say, Weaver gets an Aghanim Scepter and an Ethereal Lens, you could hope for some kind of a save, but you don't have that.
Well, let's see how they set this up. I've just been mesmerized by Infinity's in-game names because for once they actually have like full written words. I love you so, Veno Forest, Madagascar Egoisto. We have Connoisseur and Slytherin.
Yep.
And then South Team is just a bunch of symbols.
Yeah, most of them are symbols. You're very good at reading French. I like that. But both you and Kips are very good at it. Is it just a thing in Finland that people speak French or at least know how to
I've just lived in everywhere else except Finland. Hence why I don't... Actually, I should just do a rally English cast. You know how Finns talk in English?
No.
Have you ever heard? Well,
no.
I can do the rest of the draft in that. So
go, sure.
So let me remove my accent for a second. So this is basically me talking in Finnish English accent. It's very understandable, very easy to hear, but not very nice in a way.
You know what the funny thing is? You actually do sound like a TV announcer that I would expect from Finland that maybe is for some reason switching to English, maybe to do an interview or something. So I can definitely see it.
Right. So I think I need to talk in a very monotone voice, so there's no special annunciation of any words that I'm letting out of my mouth. So now I don't sound like a radio producer.
I don't know if you watched the MasterChef. You do remind me of one of the guys that won it. I think
which one are you talking about?
He was of Italian descent. I'm not sure what his name was, but that is how he spoke.
I've got no bloody idea what you're talking about. But I'm certain. Yeah. I'm just trying to think about like how many different accents I can do. Some poorly or poorer than others, but Scottish people have said that my Scottish accent is it's good and it's understandable. I also did like an Arnold accent back in the day. Everybody wanted to imitate the get down and stuff like that, but I think it kind of stuck with me.
I mean, you definitely have the shirt to be Arnold, so makes sense.
Yeah, big enigma. Yeah.
They can't. It's banned. No matter how much and how hard you flex your muscles, Panda, it's not going to be happening.
Nope. No Enigma this game. It would have been a pretty good pick, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Tinker, Scrape versus Void.
You want some extra units to protect you from all the March of the Machines as well, though I guess it's more about the heal. Banning on the Kunkka and pick up the Mars, that does put the Sand King in the offlane unless you want to be playing a mid lane Mars, which doesn't sound all too great. And this is a great Mars pick, right? Because Primal Beast, the Bat Rider, Gyro, also his Flak Cannon doesn't go through the walls, and even the Weaver, all of them like to be very, very mobile. Arena doesn't allow that. So now you have two circles in which they're going to be keeping people for Mortimer's Kisses and, of course, the Epicenter to bring them down.
Yeah, you could overlap both of them and make a really deadly arena with Time Zone and Arena.
Yeah, and lose the game, but you could also go for the arena, create chaos, and then jump in with the Faceless Void Chrono and win it, right? That's
yeah, if you use Chrono, yeah. That's when you can use them separately. But I was thinking Time Zone and use them together.
I don't think it's a Time Zone game, though. No, if it's a root game, if it's a good root game, then Time Zone is great, but I don't see any benefit to the root here. Maybe versus the Primal Beast, it's solid. Against the other ones, not so much.
All right, well, we do get a Beastmaster last pick, and since we have Yor with a support Tinker, repair bots, and the Faceless Void that usually struggles a bit with trading against his opponents, you have the chance to actually level up boars in this lane for the Beastmaster. But of course, it's more about the axes, the whole Drums of Slum build-up, farming ancients. You need axes for that. You can't have boars to farm outside of the lane. So I feel like the boars build is kind of history in a way. Also, am I tripping or what? But do I see 3 gyrocopters instead of 2?
I only see 1, actually. For some reason, it hasn't bugged me.
Right, because I have 3 gyrocopters, and it's trippy as hell. Because I'm used to seeing 2 when they swap around with their facets.
Should you be wearing glasses, maybe?
I don't know. Maybe I should. I mean, well, my sight is really good, but this one's really just tripping. Don't worry, that's just an in-game bug. So we can see it. You guys don't have to worry about that. You guys don't need glasses. But who do you think is going to win this game? Infinity looked very good in game number 1. Is this a more convincing draft now when we go into game 2? Because South Team's laning stage was horrendous.
I don't know if it's a more... Actually, it might be a more convincing draft, because now South Team, their timings are even harder to hit. You have to be very mobile around the map with all of your heroes constantly fighting around the cooldowns of Infinity that they do have enough of to just rotate through them. I do think Infinity got this one, unless South Team completely crushed the early game. In that, I mean both the lanes in the early mid game, which sounds kind of unrealistic.
We also get into in-game pictures. We did have the smokes already pop. South Team taking a defensive position. Kataro on a bit of a trip. And he's placed down an early sentry to block the Ancient Camp. So already trying to answer the Beastmaster. And he's also blocked another camp. So goodbye, Stacks. Now they're going to have to target those with sentries. You got 2 of them. You can get 1 with this one. But they will not get the other. They will not get the other camp open because Masha still needs his sentry with him.
Not just yet, but overall, I'm surprised. Sure, they sent Katara because he's not gonna die, but I'm surprised that he just plays those sentries despite being spotted by the enemies. Weird.
But it is a good move. I do like them actually making this play. It's kind of like when I keep ranting about Coddle mid. And people don't block his camps because you know he's going to jungle. You know he's going to get quite a lot of farm out of it. And then people still don't do it. Beastmaster's the same thing. It's literally level 2 or level 3 axes. He's sitting in the secret shop. He's throwing in axes. It's the same thing on the Dire side. He's literally at the same position or in the lane, hitting his axes on both the left and the right side. And nobody just blocks his camps. So this is a really good move. I do like them doing this.
They wasted another sentry. Yor put his sentry down, but didn't manage to reward the enemies. So that's just gonna be another wasted sentry on the same camp. Really put a lot of emphasis put by Infinity and not with a lot of success, which is gonna be a bummer for them for sure. That's 100 gold down the drain.
Yeah, Masha does get to block the easy camp away from Yor and Kataro. So now it's all going to be down to the lane. Where do they get this lane positioned? And of course, who gets access to the hard camp? Because that has spawned and is open. Bottom lane, though, what do we need to pay attention to here? I mean, I kind of brought it up that Jimmy and Argus is I think, the weakest lane in this series. But I think Gyro, Batrider, this is a very good lane duo.
They shouldn't have problems in this one. Gyro Batrider might not be like the greatest lane duo. It depends on who they're going up against. But Mars, considering that this hero is just not what he used to be in terms of laning, they should have more than a decent time. So finally, we are going to be seeing the duo of Argus and Jimmy Koff doing well in the laning stage, unless they make a mistake. And I don't think it's easy to make a mistake in this lane. There is a chance now when they're close to the enemy tower, cookie into a spear back, but just be careful of that one play that can kill you. You are ranged heroes overall, so you should be able to dodge it.
Yeah, and usually like 3 stacks of napalm into a flame break, and you're just not getting out anymore. And as you can see, they're doing exactly
right
that.
now.
Kiri's dead. Good night, Kiri. That's exactly that. You got 3 stacks. Arceus casts his rocket. They recognize, oh shit, okay, he turns around, he tanks a flame break, and he's gone.
Ball grenade is so cool on the Batrider. It's just amazing. Oh, they do manage to get the kill. I wouldn't mind him bringing out another blood grenade on the Bat.
Yeah. Kendall, only 5 last hits so far. Has the least CS out of any core by double. Or by half compared to where you're looking at. But the Beastmaster at 10 is already having a better time. But that's the only lane Infinity is not having a great time with. Top's going well, mid's going well. Talking about going well, Masha challenging the Lotus, but doesn't win it. Actually wins it. So he does have it, but it's not going to keep him alive. And Yor is running away from the creep wave. The axes will miss as well. That's just the level 2 Beastmaster.
Very nice movement coming out from Yor. But you still need to be careful. Level 1 axes, however, even if they connect perfectly on that thing, are not getting the kill at this moment.
Yeah. Not a huge amount of damage, but might be enough to surprise. Because your base region is still pretty low. It means that he would be out from the lane for quite a while if he did have a couple stacks of axes on top of him.
It's so hard to play this Weaver in a lane versus a Faceless Void. You make one misstep with your Shikuchi, time dilation comes out and you're dead. That was even without the time log that they were able to run down a hero.
Kendall finally able to catch up in CS with the rest of the pack. But so far, PP Sand King has been a real nuisance for Shale. 16 to the 26 in CS. Also gets rid of the sentry, so he's protected. Though Masha brings in another sentry, and now PP is probably not as protected. Bottom lane, a bit of fight going on as well as Jimmy Koff is low, and so is Kiri. 5 stacks on napalm, full stick.
Why is there some smoke on these creeps? Like, what the hell is happening?
It's prismatic gems. Oh yeah, okay. The creeps, right. I've been thinking about this for quite some time, and I think it's to do with the Faceless Void in the game.
Yeah, it does look. Enemy attack.
It's only on the Radiant side and on the neutral creeps, but not for the Dire heroes. So I think it is a Faceless Void cosmetic thing.
Yeah, but it says 600 radius for the distortion field, and somehow the creeps are affected.
It's not the distortion field, it's one of his cosmetics.
Oh.
I believe it is the... It could be the Clash and Apostasy head. Because that has custom effects, ambient effects, model effects.
Maybe. Does look quite cool. It feels like everybody is affected by time dilation. That's how what it looks like. You're gonna be targeted. It should be fine.
Masha is not feeling happy though. The
Definitely
roots from the
not.
birds ain't enough. He's got such a long cooldown on
Minus armor,
Shikuchi because of the
kick
time
again.
walk, but Taro is dead to the blessed kid Beastmaster. Oh, in the end, the right
boy.
clicks are stronger, and now yours being hunted by Shale. And that defense matrix will do him no good. That's just level 1.
This is big for South team. You
This is
need the good start, and you are getting it. The laning phase in the mid lane wasn't going so well for the Primal Beast, but with this rotation, he's gonna be quite happy with how things are developing. And this is it. Faces Void. You think you can time walk and get all of your HP back, but that minus armor from the Swarm really kicks in, and then at some point, Blessed Kid will just rip you apart, which is exactly what happened on the top lane.
This is very good for South team. The establishment of this laning stage, this protects the Beastmaster a lot now. He's got his level 3 axes. Even if he didn't have access to the Ancient Camp, they did get to block their Triangle Ancient stack, which has been stacked a couple times. That will help him get to his Aghanim's timing. Him having 2 kills from the laning stage and 36 CS, he's topping net worth. He's building into a great game so far.
Yeah, looking great for him. I mean, the biggest difference between two counterparts is between him and the Mars, though.
And the Mars. Mars is trying to capitalize with a kill, but the Kiri Fire Snap Cookie isn't going to bring him close enough. Plus, a Primal Beast was about to show up, so he would have died if he stayed.
That was a good flame break, right? That's the only reason that he survived. Blessed Kid does have level 6 on his Beastmaster, so this is gonna make Kataro's game very, very hard. That Faceless Void just needed to be a little bit more passive in the lane, and everything would have turned out fine. But that aggressiveness of his is gonna cost him, and maybe even once again.
Oh, Kataro gonna get roared up, and Kataro down in the top lane, roared up and killed, and now yours gonna get hunted down on the tower as well. So make that a second kill. Quickly
That's
trying to
so
shovel
brave.
something, but he finds himself a mango. That mango's not going to save him. Maybe the right clicks are
It
going to
will.
run out at some points. Kiri trying to kill Masha. Axis flying in. Blessed Kid. He's got the job done. And now they're going to try and turn around with less than 100 HP. They're both very low on HP here.
Everybody's
And
TPing.
they've forced the TPs, yeah.
Tanking coming.
Mars cancels. But Blessed Kid has nowhere to go.
Yep. Sand King, initially, he wanted to TP the top lane, but the Primal Beast with the Pulverize stopped his TP. And that is what allowed the South team dive to just continue forever. And in the end, the Beastmaster dying is a big deal, especially with the Faceless Void managing to get the kill for himself and kind of get back into the game. But either way, it is a huge victory for the Radiant side.
Also, you know what has been a big difference maker in this laning stage? It's actually Masha.
Yep. I mean, well, especially compared to what happened in the previous game where he was just giving his life away over and over again. This time around, he baited the Faceless Void into death a couple of times.
Yeah, now he's building stacks. He's been getting a lot of assists for his Beastmaster. He has 4 kills. Like, Masha has, compared to last game, he has contributed. He did not contribute to game number 1. He is now fully in this game too. He's fully invested. And I love to see that turnaround. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Kendall getting jumped on by Arceus and Jimmy Koff here. And Kendall looks like he's trying to get an arena off, but he drops the Matrix and he still dies. And no good for him. So Kendall is out for the count, and this Mars is off for an abysmal start. He's not even 3k net worth inside the first 10 minutes. He's going to be out of this game for a while. Kiri found as well in the river by Shale and Masha. And he also dies on the hill.
He wanted to cookie over that nice spot there, but didn't manage to do it. They need PP to do something in this game, right? His Blink Dagger is almost there, and this is the only hero that can make a difference at this point.
Yeah, Kataro's also pretty deep in here.
Then creeps.
Soaking up hit from Masha. PP loading up the epicenter. Cancels it for a second. Goes for the Burrow Strike, but he's dead. He never got his ulti off. Now there's a Chrono from Kataro.
He needs
trying
bashes.
to capitalize and get something. He gets Blessed Kid. He needs 4 seconds. He's going to get lassoed in. They're going to bring in some help with the
That's fine.
Mortimer's Kisses. Might be able to help him out, but does he get the jump
Oh,
off?
fine.
No, he does not.
They
And
caught him a
yours a
second
bit late.
before would have been gotten out. That was so close to the Faces Void, just using the time walk
Yeah.
and surviving. And in the end, he does get taken out. PP,
And
we
I'm
talked
not-
about how important it is for him, and he dies.
I'm not feeling this impact from this Tinker. Like, every time he's been around, like, the repair bots ain't doing enough. He's a level 1 defense matrix, or, like, just like there, the Faces Void runs the other direction to try and get out, but he still dies, and then the Tinker shows up. Now in the mid lane, they're gonna get Shale, so PP gets Vengeance with his Epicenter, Blink Dagger reveal. Very big to get that kill.
Playing without the Stinger, I haven't seen this in a very long time. Very interesting approach to the Sand King, especially now with him getting the Blink Dagger. It is going to be a very strong,
Oh, dear.
Kotaro dying
Oh,
again.
dear.
This is a problem.
It is. And the Axis find Yor. Gonna get
Gone.
hit by the grabs as well, so Yor is spotted, and he's gonna go down. And, you know, one team has a support, the other doesn't. Masha and Yor, huge difference between these two now in this game number 2 compared to game number 1 where it was upside down. Yor felt like it was the biggest support, and Masha didn't help out a lot. Now they have swapped roles. Nice little save there from the Pulverize. PP trying to fight
Need to
versus
run away from him.
Arceus. Jimmy Koff is low, so is Masha. But they don't have any ults remaining. PP finds Shale. Shale cannot go for the full-on channel to get through the gate.
Nice onslaught. Dodges
That was
the
a very
spear.
good
That
onslaught.
spear if that spear connects, he's dead. But luckily gets out. PP, it's just so hard to play versus the Sandstorm, and he is making a huge difference. But I like how you mentioned the supports. It is the supports of South Team, not only Masha, but also the Batrider that are making a difference. Whilst on Infinity, we really haven't seen the impact of any of them.
Yeah, Arceus has had a much freer game now that both his side lanes are doing... Oh, sorry, his mid and his side lane is doing a lot better. So he has a game to play for this time. And this could be a very difficult game for Infinity to approach. Because last game, it was... South Team was losing the laning stage. They caught up to Infinity. Never really ahead with an Alchemist. But now they are ahead coming in from this laning stage. And if we see anything like last game... Their mid-game should be looking really good. Chrono used on the Batrider. That will be secured by Kotaro with an amplifying damage.
Every time you can, use the Chrono, get the kill. Delay, delay, delay. That is the name of the game. The name of the game for South Team, however, is taking down of this mid lane tower. Big one.
They got Arceus in it. Just as I was talking sweet words of this gyrocopter, he's found dead. Caster cursed.
It's unfair to use that. Just, do not praise anybody. Do not flame anybody. We are just way too powerful, Panda.
Definitely seems like it.
Radiant structures.
So
Yeah, I
South
can't quite
Team,
find my script book.
Radiant's bottom tower.
What was the script supposed to be for this game too?
I'm gonna
you know?
send it to you. We're not gonna be
Alright,
revealing
thanks,
it, obviously, to our
Oh, yeah,
viewers.
Oh yeah, we have a live audience. True. Good point.
You don't do that, Panda. And I thought you were a bit more professional. First you lose the script, then you forget that you're not supposed to share it with the viewers. But this mid lane tower, it needs to fall.
it's
South
late
Team,
night.
they need it.
It's a midnight cast.
Dire's
Yeah, it's already midnight where you're at, right?
Yep.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Lovely late night hours. That is Kendall's courier with a blink dagger gone. Good snipe there from Masha. Still gets caught by the stun. PP does get the stinger to connect on the Weaver, but this is a pretty hopeless chase. Masha, is he going to steal the creep as well? Yes, he is. Oh, I'm going to give a bit of an applause for this guy. I love what I'm watching. This is
Where's
some
the
really good
applause?
Weaver support gameplay.
Where's the applause? I expected one of your saved sounds. but-
I played it to the stream. You can't hear it.
Are scanning.
Yeah, you just have to live with me.
Radiant's
Okay, I heard it now. It's probably from the production side.
Yep. All right.
So,
we
a 3k
have-
goal lead. I'm guessing South Team are gonna be trying to go for Roche at some point, get it on the Beastmaster, and then go for the towers. If you want this lineup to work, I keep repeating it, that mid lane tower needs to fall. Infinity, they've been doing a good job by using their ultis on cooldown to get kills, to get a hero of the map, to dissuade South Team from pushing. So that's why I would like a Roche for this Beastmaster. You can see that the scans are being used because Infinity, they are expecting their opponents to make a play like that. It's just probably the best move they can go for on the map.
Yeah, I think maybe if they get that T1 tower from mid, it's not really the tower that opens up the game, but in a game like this, with drafts like this, I do feel like it does actually do that trick, where you get control of the top area. Because they've already got the Weaver, they got themselves some deep wards placed down next to the tier 2. They have good vision, and they can read what Infinity's doing. While in the mid lane, Epicenter dropped on Shale, and the Mortimer's Kisses.
Not enough.
You've been talking about these ulti usages to defend the tower, but this time they don't get the kill with it.
This should be an opening for South team. I really can't wait to see how they capitalize on it. It's either Roche or just a straight up move towards the mid lane, but it seems the first option will be the one they go for, and it is the better one. This is the thing, Panda. You have such a mobile lineup on South team. You want to be moving around the map, but it doesn't work if that mid lane tower is still standing. Your mobility
you want to be the ankle
kills.
breakers. You
Exactly.
want to make some NBA basketball moves on your opponents, but it feels like you're making one again. You're one step ahead. You take Roshan Kendall coming in with the arena with the fallout from PP, but no Epicenter. It was used down in mid, and it's not looking like a good fight for Infinity, as they've already lost one. But Chrono comes out from Kataro. Maybe this one will capitalize, and it will take down Argus. Carry Gyro out for the count. And the Aegis is out as well. Beastmaster will lose it. Kataro with Yor on the high ground. Kiri being chased by Masha. Jimmy Koff on the side as well. The Batrider there to help him out. Flame Break connecting as well, but the Weaver will go down to a bash from Kataro. Blessed Kid about to finish off Kiri. Shale charging in as well so they can get the Snapfire out, but PP might be in line for a stun.
Yor is back.
It's just that this is a support Tinker. They need to face this Void closer. He's got jump available. There's the
Mars
stun.
is coming as
Finally onto Blessed Kid. And there we go. The birds are flying in. Spear connects as well from Kendall. Shale is dropping low. He gets the uproar off only at the final moments, but Blessed Kid is dead too. And they will get out with the remaining 4 heroes. They lost the Mars. They lost the Snap. But they will take 4 heroes. Sorry, they will take all 5 plus the Aegis, because I was looking at the old recap.
Yep, they got everybody. It is just beautiful. That Chrono from the Faceless Void was perfect, and Infinity, understanding that all their spells are gonna allow them to get that fight.
And this was without Epicenter. This was without Mortimer's Kisses, which they used back in mid, like maybe a minute ago.
Radiant's bottom
Yep.
Still
If
win
you
the
had
fight.
those, would have been even easier to get the victory. But the thing is, now you do have those 2 spells back, so you can still go for a play. And South team don't have the capabilities of going for this mid lane tower. I don't want to say it's over, because it's really not, but it is a bad spot for South team to be in at.
Yeah, I mean, I set that last game in like 10 minutes, and it was pretty far from over. But we'll see how this one translates in. As you talked about that, Kiri will finish off Jimmy Koff.
The sun will bleach your bones.
Also, what do you think about this? Look at Tinker and look at Holy Locket. Do you think it's balanced that every few seconds you get a charge?
Yeah, I guess. You know, nice.
Every 8 seconds. So basically you have like... How much time is that? It's like 120 Okay, it's 160 seconds, so every 2 minutes you have a full Holy Locket.
I think it's balanced, right? And it's not like it's when it's full that you're instantly going to be using it. Maybe on a Tinker, considering that you're just going from one part of the map to the other, but it's an okay item.
Dodging the spear with the arena. With the BKB used by Primal Beast into a quick pulverize. That is a short cooldown, though. That BKB is not. Chrono used at the same time on Blessed Kid. Well. And he's just bashed and bashed and bashed and bashed and gets followed up by a stun from PP. So he doesn't even get the chance to maybe roar and TP out because Sand King shows up. He knows he's done for.
He didn't want to do it. He wants to have the roar once he comes back up so that he can instantly go make a play. But I'm just loving how Infinity are playing this game. This is just South America understanding exactly how you play these long cooldown lineups. A lot of other regions, especially in the tier 2 scene, would play this lineup very conservatively, not Infinity.
Nice connection there from PP. Ran
What a
all the way
stop.
from bottom straight down to this river to connect on the Primal Beast, but unfortunately, no other stun to follow up on the Burrow Strike.
They stopped
Jimmy
his
Coff's showing
onslaught
it out.
with the God's Rebuke, and even that wasn't enough.
While Masha is spotted by Kataro, forces out the time lapse. But that's about it. The Faceless Void is not fast enough to find the Weaver again.
These guys playing with time for now. The Weaver doing well.
There's an 80 on the second. He's going in. He's going in for Jimmy Coff. And he
Got him.
solos this kill.
It's just so easy when there's so many creeps, right? With the Stinger, you get them all down. You make sure that the Caustic Finale procs and the damage output is not something that a support is going to be able to survive, especially not a 4.5k net worth support. And 10 minutes ago, we were talking about how supports of Infinity are not contributing to the game. Now they are ahead of their counterparts and actually giving so much to their
And it feels
to their
bad
teammates.
for Masha, especially. Well, of course, for Jimmy Coff, but mostly for Masha, who did so much heavy lifting on a Weaver. Now they're getting themselves a Mars kill, sure, but it's not enough to account for what's been happening in the last 6-7 minutes.
No, this is the thing. Nobody cares how much he used to be able to bench press, so the Weaver needs to continue lifting even now.
It needs to be pristine.
Yep, exactly.
Pristine, perfect, from start to finish. History is only written by the victors.
I want the Tinker to get the shards, please. Warp Flare is so cool, and of course, nobody cares about my wishes in this world.
Did someone say caster curse? PP. Oh, that was close. If you did catch him, maybe Kendall could follow up with a blink spear. They're looking at
He's
Yor.
already chasing. Yor is looking at
He's
them
also
as
here,
well.
though, so Batrider has to get out, but he's connected by the stun, and Kendall is right there. Spear
He'll
the
get
bat
out.
to the tree.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Also, Kataro had a bit of a fight with Masha. Masha dropped down to 600 HP. Doesn't really
wouldn't
want to
mind.
use a chrono on him.
I wouldn't mind a chrono. Just the thing is that this game, it's if you play it like that you just use a spell for kill every single time, it's very hard that you're gonna lose it. At like 30 minutes into the game, those kills are gonna be mattering so much more because higher levels being dead more, and then you're always gonna be getting those cooldowns. Especially because the Roche wouldn't have spawned for another 2 minutes, so you would have had your chrono for the Roche fight. That's the only thing that you have to keep your ultis for.
You know what? We'd actually be a very unique caster pair because we would both pronounce Void's ulti differently. If I did it in a rally finish accent, and you do it the way you do, where you say chrono, and I could just go chronosfere.
And what do you think? I am pronouncing it perfectly.
Yeah, but I could go chronosfere.
I'm just thinking how I would pronounce it in a Serbian accent, but not sure. Probably would sound a little bit on the Russian side.
Oh, that's an very early BKBs there.
Very
Dodging
early
some of the abilities from
BKBs.
Infinity. And all caught, but there's an opening for Kataro. Look at him
Still
waiting.
alive.
He's waiting, and he's going in now, but he only catches the Beastmaster, but it
It's
might
good
just
enough.
be enough. It's good enough. Kendall out. Masha gets the kill on that. Jimmy Coff pulls the Snapfire away, but they're just going to chase this Batrider all the way to the end. 3 for 1. No epicenter needed from PP. And I just love how Kataro's just waiting and waiting on the side, waiting for them to cluster up a bit.
Dude,
Unfortunate for
those
him, he doesn't
panic
catch
BKBs.
Arceus.
What the hell were those panic BKB? A Mars jumps and they're like, BKB, BKB, BKB. Like, what the hell? Just don't do it. Wait it out. His arena wasn't even all that great. Maybe that one hero that gets caught in it goes for a BKB, but no. They all pop it and start running towards the Mars like madmen. That's,
Yeah, that was a literal panic moment right there. And now you finish Mjolnir on the Faceless Void. Now Kataro is a real threat. and if he wasn't a threat up till now. This item amps up Faceless Void so much.
Yep, and he's gonna have level 20 fairly soon. Big thing is, though, you don't have the Chronosphere or the arena at the moment to fight for the Roche, so if South team have the guts, they should probably walk into the pit. It's the best possible play they have left on the map. If they don't do it, I don't see them winning this game. I pretty much don't see them winning this game anyways, but that play could put them in a solid spot for the next 5 minutes. They didn't go for it, so tough luck.
I just saw a quick itemization change as well for South Team. I was like, are Primal and Beastmaster both really building a Shiva's Guard? But now Beastmaster changed over to a Bloodthorn, which is a really good item versus Faceless Void after he's used Mantle.
Yeah, but he's going to be going for a Lincoln Sphere. Very, very hard to kill him anyways.
And there we have it. Arena plays down. Shale pops his BKB to get out of it. And at the same time, Blessed Kid is finishing off Kiri. He's already used his Roar, but they also got PP, and that's a lot of money they're getting from this one. But Kataro, that Mjolnir, does he get into action? Arceus' BKB already used. He has to run out. No more immunity for him. They've got Blessed Kid where they want him. Shale with a charge in Lasso. Can they kill the boy? No, they can't. They don't have the damage.
Chrono is up.
It doesn't run up now. And there we go. The Chrono's down. Arceus is going to be the target of it. Kendall's helping him out as well, pushing him closer for some Maelstrom procs. And PP coming in with the Epicenter. And it is cleanup time. Kataro for the triple. And he only lives with like 300 HP. That's just how much they needed more. And he gets to jump, and then he has Chrono ready. So close, but still so far.
They kill the Faceless Void there, they get the Roche, and this game gets turned on its head. Sure, the late game on Infinity is maybe stronger, but you would have one more chance as South team to make something happen, to make something of yourself in this game. Now, if you lose the Roche to Infinity, which is looking more and more likely, it will take away most of your chances to
the game is pretty much sealed now.
There's always a chance. We're talking about Latin America overextending.
That's why I say pretty much sealed.
Yep.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
There's always a chance, Panda. Until the throne falls, it's not over.
Yes, exactly. You're not one of those guys who calls GG early.
Ever in my life.
I hate those kind of people from time to time. The game is hopeless sometimes, and they're like, only until the Ancient is destroyed.
Yeah,
even though everybody's dead, we have no buybacks, and they're like, nope, we don't tap out.
Yeah, I've heard about a new 2 words that go together: toxic positivity, right? That's I guess that's what you're describing here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. I also had a guy like that when we were playing Rocket League. And it's like, yeah, we're losing 7-0, and we still got like 3 minutes left. Can we just leave this game? And he's like, no.
Let's try to score 1 goal. 7-0 is too much. At least 7-1, Panda.
Yeah.
You need your pride intact. How are you gonna get married with losing 7-0?
Toxic positivity. I think that's it. Because I'm a pretty well-behaved man. Now that I say it, it doesn't have any credit, but.
Okay, that spear
was
they're in
a spear and a half.
Bash.
You're not getting it when you ask for it, but it could have. Yeah, that was a mistake. This is what some Mars players spend time in Demo Hero. Spear arena.
No,
just
not
to make
anymore.
sure that you get the connections of it.
Not anymore, because now it's just way too easy to connect. Anybody could do it. It used to be very, very hard. Now it's very easy, and he's still messed it up.
Kendall didn't.
He probably was one of the guys that practiced it quite a lot back in the day, and now he thinks,
he
you can do
the
it
TP.
every time.
Doesn't need a spear for it. Jimmy Cobb with a lasso used on the Mars. And here comes Kataro. Trying to cut the waves, but he doesn't have the damage to kill the creep wave. That will live.
He's buying some time.
PP going in pretty deep. We're looking to jump Shale there for a second. Wards are taken out. They should be able to get the bottom tier 2. Maybe with luck, they might be able to get that tier 2 mid as well. But Kendall spotted Shale. Spear
Got him.
in. No
No
BKB for 20. They're just locking him down.
And the Faceless Void is still pushing. Having the Aegis, that's not a hero that you want to go for. The thing is, these 3 heroes that are currently alive, if they try to go for the Faceless Void, good chance he chronos them and kills all 3.
Dire's middle tower is
And he's finishing off this tier 2 tower with ease. And they're TPing on Tamasha. Yor gets sent into the air. He has the gem with him. Cleans out the bug out of the way. Tries to bait Masha in. He's still got that one bug on him. Quick
Run, Masha.
there. I just love how we have a Blink Tinker.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And it's just a support. Arceus' BKB's gone. That's
Just the
a 90-second cooldown, and we don't even have a fight yet.
Primal Beast just isn't having a game. Nobody's having a game on South Team, basically. Gyro has some items, but really nobody that's gonna allow him to dish out the damage that is necessary to win fights.
Oh, Bash?
Bash?
Bash? Oh,
You see it
the
happens
money.
when you ask for
The
it.
roar comes onto the backline. They want to go for the Tinker.
Does nothing.
But it's just not enough to take down Yor. He's already out. Kataro is rooted up. He might lose his Aegis. He's lassoed up as well, but Yor is there with the defense matrix there to give the stat resistance. And there's your Gyrocopter. And that should be at the end of all. As Infinity's just running them over one after the other. Shale disengages to the high ground position, and Masha calls it for the team. It's a 2-0 for Infinity.
And Masha didn't want to be toxically positive. Very easy series for Infinity. I mean, coming into it, we knew that Infinity are coming in as the favorites. They probably are panicking a bit as they might lose their slot in the LAN. So they really need to put it into fifth gear here in this tournament, in this group phase, and this is a good start. So getting a 2-0 here, if you continue on this route, on this trajectory, can force out a play-in. And if that does happen, Infinity in the playoffs have been playing quite decently in the past couple of regional Dota 2 series.
And you were hoping to see a better Infinity compared to their previous series. Of course, them having the forfeit one ended up in a defeat scenario, pushed them on a negative scoreline. But now they're 3-3, so you got what you wanted. At least something you got what you wanted, even though half of our stuff was caster cursed and we didn't get what we were hoping for. But you got your wish come true. Though, I think we're going on a bit of a break before we start our final series. We got Team Maya versus Infamous. So you want to give some quick insight before we throw on the break, or you want to just throw it to a break?
I think that might be the closest series of the day. That is the only thing that I'm hoping for, and considering the strengths of the teams, I think we might be getting it.
Well, we hope we do, but we'll be back in about half an hour until we go to the final series of the day. So I'll see you guys then. Don't leave too far. I'm not saying don't leave anywhere, because we'll be back for the final series of the day.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva. The new OneXBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at OneXBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Let's go.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, we hope you guys have returned from your break from the sound of our voices. That means we're back live, and we're heading over to the final series of the day. It's going to be Team Maya versus Infamous Gaming here with T-Panda and Harry Freak as your trusty co-caster duo. We're over the halfway point of not the day, but the entire Group A group stage, and I think it would be a good moment to take a look at the group standing situation and, you know, build up a storyline here, Harry, because Akatsuki, with their win today, pretty much through to the play-on stage, might be all the way through to the playoff stage with their current track record, but is there any other team that can compete with them?
Well, it is very hard, right? Even if, let's say, Infamous wins 2-0 in the next series, I guess they are the ones that can, but I don't think that's going to be happening. Not gonna lie. I think the only reason that Infamous are 3-1 are because Infinity forfeited their game. So in my mind, Akatsuki might have already made it into the semifinals. Sure, they might have to win one more game, but that's bound to happen pretty much.
Yeah, pretty big gap compared to the rest of the pack. And you were saying in the post-studio of the previous series when I was asking your opinion about this final series with Infamous versus Team Maya, you were saying that it's not going to be as simple as a 2-0 victory like the rest of our series today. What gives Team Maya, you know, the boys of Mini and HFN, what do you think they're in are they in a hot streak right now? Or explain yourself.
No, they're not looking that hot on Maya. But the thing is, Maya took a game off of Infinity and they lost to Akatsuki, right? So it wasn't the real representation of their strength, considering that Infinity and Akatsuki might be the two strongest teams in the group. So I do expect Maya to be coming into the series as a slight favorite. They've had some... They really had some moments where they made mistakes, so that's why I think Infamous might just be able to take a game off of them, because they're no pushovers either.
Well, that's the most important thing here going into this series, is not being a pushover and get themselves established in the group stage. But Team Maya, HFN, Mini, Hermit, Hane, and Blackfrath. I'm actually not familiar with their supports here. Everybody else, well, everybody knows HFN. You know, Mini's been around for a while. You got Hermit. But
we don't have Hermit though. Valky will be standing in. Hermit is not going to be a part of it today, which is a bummer, because it's always fun watching Hermit. It's a completely different approach to banning and picking heroes when he's a part of it.
Yeah. And of course, on the other side for the Infamous lineup, I believe also Nengo is out, and we have Lala Troni taking over the mid position with DM Take Care Mia I was about to say Karemia, but Karemia, Sladen, and 999 as their roster. Was on 999 one of the coaches for one of the SA teams? I feel like he was. I mean, looking at his profile picture, he looks like one of those SA coaches from like TI days.
I don't. So I mean, you might know him as Axel or Axel. That's his name.
Axel. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't see no results as a coach on his Wikipedia page. So no, he is. He's only a player thus far.
All right. Well, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense then. I just remember one heavily tattooed guy was with either it wasn't Hokori because Astini was with Hokori at that time, but it must have been one of the other SA teams, maybe Thunder Predator, Thunder Awaken, but they also had a very colorful lag.
He's actually a TI player. He played TI 2017.
Oh.
10 seconds remaining.
That was a couple of years ago, but yeah.
A lot of years ago.
First wave of SA players, right?
For sure. And he played the Frankfurt Major. There he was actually 9 to 12th on TI 2017. He was last spot 13 to 16.
All right.
Good question, Panda. Who won TI 17 or TI 2017?
TS7 wasn't that was not the Wings year. That was Liquid. That was Matumba Man.
Good job.
I know my natural heritage. The 3 years of Finns winning.
You want a harder question? Who came second in TI 2015?
2015. Who did EG beat? Wait. I can't remember. Was it a Chinese team? No, it was not a Chinese team.
Yes,
you're not saying it. It was a Chinese team.
Was a Chinese team.
Ehome?
Their carry's name was Aggressive with an F. Finland.
Aggressive. Gives me an LGD vibe.
You're not getting it.
Oh yeah, it's CDEC, right?
Yep.
CDEC.
At that point, everybody was calling them CDEC, and then later on they went over to CDEC. I don't know why, but we got our first 2 picks. We got Marcy and a Rubik, so some punching in the face is going to be happening. Ban out on the Muerta. Very interesting from Infamous, but we will get such a strong combo.
How did Marcy go through? I mean, they banned Clockwork, they banned Visage. No, they didn't ban Visage. They banned just Clockwork, Darkseer, and DK on the side of Infamous, and they let Marcy through. Curious about this one. I thought Marcy's like must-ban first phase material.
Not always. People let it through from time to time. Sometimes she even makes it into the second phase, but it is a good opening pick, especially in combination with Alina. This is a very strong safe lane duo.
Yeah, out of the 13 games, Marcy's been part of 10. 6 bans and 4 picks.
You know what the interesting part is? I think I might be even changing my prediction to Maya winning this one 2-0, right? Because Infamous, the only games they won was Default Win versus Legacy and Default Win versus Infinity. Like, the only game that they actually played, they lost.
Right.
It was a 70-minute game, though, so they did put up a fight.
Well, I mean, just looking up W's and L's, I guess. Yeah, you might be onto something here, Harry. But I mean, I thought it was all bound to like they picked Marcy, so they're gonna win this game. I do feel like Marcy's a strong hero, but also an Underlord, which has also been earning some first phase bans. There's my ET. If that is a Marcy core and a Lina core, ET is perfect.
It's a Marcy support. I think there's no way that you put the Marcy anywhere else but to make sure that Alina has the best lane possible.
Still a very good ET game.
Perfect
for gap closing. It has great synergy with the Underlord, AoE and AoE. Then you also have Rubik that also has an AoE stun with telekinesis, can throw him back into the roots. You can really ruin a squishy cores game with these heroes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, amplifying the magic damage through a spirit is a big deal for people that don't know. Elder Titan, his natural order works that on his hero, it's the minus armor that you're working with, but on your spirit, it's the minus magic resistance. So that's That's what you want to utilize. When I see an ET with a exclusively physical damage lineup, I hate it. But with these two, it's actually quite strong.
Well, we just need some mix damage in the mix, so to say.
Like a gyro.
For Infamous Gaming. A gyro would be good, yeah. That brings you both. Morphling is your classic when you think about it. Shadow Fiend's another idea. SF that has really been falling off. I mean, we got a lot of mid SF players in SA, but nobody's picking it.
Shadow Mire is just way too weak, so you want to play an SF as a carry, right? They've changed it so that when you get the Shadow Mire, you cannot get more souls when you're getting kills. It's actually connected to the other facet, so it doesn't make much sense because you are playing a magic SF and you can't get your ulti super strong.
Right. Well, that would make sense then. There is a very likely offlane duo here for Team Maya, unless they decide to play a 5 Hoodwink here. But with this Hoodwink support, Beastmaster definitely a core. I think we are looking at a Marcy support. I was hoping we might have gotten a 3 Marcy this game, but since they revealed the Beastmaster and the
That is the
Underlord
same
Elder
thing,
Titan,
Panda. It's still gonna get a BKB, jump on somebody, and smash their face in, so...
just slower timings. But I guess, yeah. Maybe you could look at Marcy 4 as a 75% offlaner. Put that. There's a Gyrocopter.
Yep, very easy one to predict, especially now when you have a Hoodwink and the
Nope, we're
and the
pros. We
Beastmaster
call
lane.
it. We know.
Of course. Yeah, it was a hard guess. It was a hard guess. Actually, only this caliber of casters, unmatched by anyone else in the world, would be able to predict this.
All right, so they banned Morphling. We're needing a carry here. This is not a Naga carry game unless they're playing Lina.
It's a carry Lina.
They play the mid. All right, because I mean, people are just not playing mid Lina these days, but you could, because it's been like that for such a long time.
But you won't.
So what does Infamous want to pick there for their mid? Because they have the mid first.
Some gap close, something that gets into the face of the Lina.
I hope it's not a Void Spirit. That's a hero that skill set looks good enough against Team Maya, but I think it's the worst mid that you can go for right now. I have no faith in Void Spirit. That's a biased opinion.
Ember got banned out. I don't think you have to get rid of the Storm.
Probably not. Yeah, I wasn't thinking Storm. Maybe Invoker. Unless they want to let Invoker through. Unless they let Invoker through because they have the crowd control. Everyone has a stun on the side of Team Maya.
Yeah, but Invoker usually does keep far enough away. That's the type of hero that could be fine. They get rid of the Kunkka. I'm okay with that. It's this kind of a gap close because you get an X from afar.
Yeah, and I guess they just can't deal with Kunkka that well. And if they do, they let this Gyrocopter just have a free time.
Could have let the Kunkka through and then picked up a Timber Saw if the enemies decided to go that way, because they have a lot of lockdowns, so a hero like a Timber would have made sense. I think the Kunkka ban is probably a mistake.
Yeah, maybe they might still look for Timber themselves, even if Kunkka is banned out.
Yeah,
There is
depending
the strength
on
core
what
coming out.
Infamous gets. Yeah, that is true. I think the Invoker might be the best one. Puck, a lot of lockdown on the other side, not reliable enough, but I still think you skip the Puck. What else is there?
Well, you could always think about Husker.
No, because you don't have
You
the
don't want to
last pick.
23rd it, though.
Nope.
You have to last pick it.
WAP, I guess, is also a possibility. Not out of the question. The problem is that once stun connects, you're in trouble. Is there anything tanky? Like a Death Prophet could be...
Well, the most picked mids are Sand King, DK, Tiny, Ember, Quap in this tournament so far. We have one Husker, one Shadow Fiend, one Omni Knight. Who played Omni mid? Or
It
is
was
that
yesterday... Wait,
7 kills?
let me check. It was Maya. It was Maya versus Akatsuki. They crushed the lane.
Alright, well, they went for the Caudle. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Still recovering from my flu from earlier this week and last week.
10 seconds remaining.
No problem, no problem.
Well, now
Panda,
I
you're
guess you
allowed to
could.
sneeze.
I mean, you might be looking at. Oh, I need to sneeze again.
No problem, no problem. We'll get the other caster, one with the actual insight to.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I think mobile hero Storm. I know you hate the void spirit, but something along those lines needs to be picked to catch the coddle. You have no catch for this guy.
I think you could still get away with heroes like Lesh and Shadow Fiend. Because you're playing against the Coddle, he doesn't really punish you. You might be able to punish him. That's where you look at the Shadow Fiend, but you could also pick Lesh, who also gets farm. He has a free game to snowball. He times himself pretty much at the same as the Coddle makes his first rotations. And it could give you the space creation you need to get the Beastmaster up if you go for Leshrac.
They go for the Invoker.
So they go for the Invoker. All right, sure.
That's some catch. We have
Invoker a while ago.
Yeah, we have 2 Spirit Vessel builders on each side. Tornado is very solid to catch the Coddle. You get him up into the air, and if anybody else gets close, the Coddle is just dead. I'm okay with this. I really am. And really, when you look at Infamous, I don't know how they're going to be closing the gap. How do you kill the Lina? You need so much tempo in Infamous if you want to win this game, and I don't think they're capable of doing it. I'm all in on Team Maya.
Yeah, I do like Maya's draft. I think it's pretty well built. I think it has good timings, it has early timings, some good laning power. I think they got everything that they need. But for Infamous, I feel like a lot is on this Coddle, right? I want to see, I always say this when I'm casting with Kips, I want to see an active Underlord. Not one that just sits in his lane, occasionally shows up. I want to see him active with that portal. Maybe even the Twin Gate to make himself like rotate early level 5 or like level 4 even, as long as he has a point in Pit of Malice. I want to see an active Underlord, and I want to see Coddle succeed with those rotations. Otherwise, this game is going to be hard to achieve for an Infamous Gaming because of Maya has everything.
I don't see them achieving it anyways, but yeah, I agree with you on the Underlord. Even though it's such a great pipe game, I think this is one of those games where you buy an Athos first. You go for Pit of Malice Athos. You make sure that you keep people in place, and this Coddle goes around the map getting kills. It's your only possible way of going for victory. But Lolatroni, he is a big Coddle player, so he should be able to navigate the Infamous team to help him get that many kills.
Yeah, maybe things go well. I mean, you have been talking about execution above draft. Games can look completely different to what they should be on paper. You feel like this is one of those games again where execution decides more than what's on the draft?
I don't know if that's the case. I think Team Maya have put themselves in a position where they have strong lanes, they have strong catch, they have solid push, they have defense for the Lina, and the enemies don't really have in-your-face heroes. So once the Lina gets the BKB, what the hell are Infamous going to do about it? Well, basically nothing. So yeah, I think there is a discrepancy in drafts here as well. So I don't believe much in Infamous. Not gonna lie. My faith is fully on in the Brazilian boys.
Also, I want to ask you a bit of a question. While we're still waiting for the game to kick off here, we're not watching in-game. I want you to actually take a look at the Dire effigies. There's a Tiny that is titled Peruvian Tiny by DM. What makes this Peruvian Tiny statue or effigy specifically Peruvian? Is there something about the raging and the roaring, or what's up with this?
Maybe just because they're from Peru? I don't know. The only thing Peruvian that comes to mind is one episode of South Park with Peruvian flute bands. And
the Machu Picchu's.
Yeah, I don't know if it has anything to do with that. I'm not really acquainted with the Peruvian culture. I always spoke Bowie to give me some info on it, but I still haven't learned enough. You know.
Oh, we still have our ways. We have you ever tasted Inca Cola? I hear it's the best, but I have never tasted Inca Cola in my life.
Nope. Haven't done it, but of course our viewers, they've probably scanned this QR code a billion times in this year. The amount of times that we have seen the QR code. It's even the ones that have changed their phones have probably done it on multiple occasions. As the game will start here, and Infamous, their smoke does stop. They've already placed some vision, and well, on the other side, Team Maya, do they have smokes themselves? Yeah, one on the Hoodwink, so maybe they're gonna be the team that goes for the fight before the runes. Would be quite solid for them though versus the Fade Bolt. It's not super easy.
Yeah, pretty calm start at least. You know, they're kind of like what we saw in Game 2 of the previous series, where one team doesn't smoke out of the base, they hold a defensive position. Of course, then we had a Faceless Void blocking ancient camps with sentries. This time we just have a mirror of one team on the north, the other team on the south. And, well, it's going to be a calm start to, you know, calm before the storm.
I think I finally have a co-caster that knows the sides of the world, right? Because Bowie is like, hey, why would I know what is... he said if they are... I think we were casting some games and there was an NA team involved and in a European tournament, and said, if they are on the West Coast, it's going to be fine. I'm like, no.
No. Just no.
But yeah, now somebody who understands.
Yeah, friendship ended with Bowie. T-Panda's now my best friend.
Like, why did it end? He missed the side of the world. GG. Over.
Yeah, just not knowledgeable enough.
Yep.
I just love watching... One of my favorite things in the laning stage is watching an Elder Titan beat the hell out of people. He's level 1. He had plus 51 damage, so he hits harder than a Treant. He hits faster than a Treant. He has more movement speed than any other right-clicker. And he just... That sound of... What? Okay. I was about to say that sound effect from an Elder Titan isn't as satisfying as it could be, but it is just a shocker watching how much damage he does in just such a quick time span. But apparently I was looking at the long lane because Blackfrath already went down. Infamous scoring first blood.
No, we're
Rubik
looking at the right
Underlord?
lane. Yeah, that's not a lane where you should get the kill. I guess Marcy got ahead of herself, got a little bit too aggressive, and well, that is gonna be the result. But yeah, I agree with you. But this is the thing, you know, Panda. You and me were still in the era where people were praising the heavyweight boxers and stuff, not like these. Oh, he has 50 kilos and he's gonna box for 12 rounds. No, we want the Tysons that punch you once and you go down. That's the Elder Titan.
Oh yeah, we want that one punch man.
Exactly.
And everybody talks about it. I mean, look at that Elder Titan, man. Again, plus 51 damage. Doesn't get to use it. Hoodwink's a perfect targets for smacking, though. Because you got, okay, actually more HP than I suspected. Maybe because of the blood grenade. But, and it's got almost 700 on this Hoodwink and 5 armor. But still feels like an absolute glass cannon when it comes to an Elder Titan smacking it. Look at him. He's going to go again. Can you catch him, though? No.
Hoodwink is hard to catch. You know, this Elder Titan would be good at poker, according to Looney Tunes. You know, the episode? Whoever has the bigger hand wins, and then Bugs Bunny just inflates his glove. Like, did I win, Doc?
Yeah, that works.
They get
technically not wrong.
Pretty fun one. Haven't watched them in
Watch out, Doc.
some time. As we only have one kill so far. It was Infamous that got it. The mid lane started off very well for the Coddle, but Invoker, obviously. Nobody... I think Coddle doesn't win the lane versus anybody. He just wins by going into the jungle and getting more farm.
Yeah, Coddle can lose the lane, but he doesn't win the lane.
Exactly.
That's why almost any mid that you put up against him is gonna get farm. It's guaranteed. But there's also a risk that Coddle can lose the lane, where it could look really bad that he's just hiding behind his own tower, trying to blast away the wave, and desperate to get farm. Maybe even if his camps get blocked. Like here, I talked to you about blocking Coddle's camps, and here we have a sentry, and I'm really happy to see this. You know, Lalatroni spending time looking for where my camp spawned. Thank you for the happy face right there. I might sound agitated, but this is I'm just really happy that I finally get to see it because there's too many Coddle players getting away with it that their camps are not blocked.
I'm sorry about your 200 MMR that you lost versus Coddles, Panda. It's okay. It's okay. We hate Coddles
I play
together.
Coddle mid myself. I play Coddle mid myself these days because it's just you get away with it.
Do you all
People
chat
don't block camps.
like you idiots didn't block the camps? Haha, now you lose. Do you do that?
No.
You should.
Yeah, but it doesn't get you anywhere. They're just gonna meet you.
What? No
People
way.
are too smart these days.
No. Nobody's smart.
Kane is in trouble.
Very fire.
Oh, that was the level 2 Astral Spirit of all things, and they're both struggling. Hane and Valkyrie have to back away from this lane, and it's just easy for DCMC, aka DM, our South American DM, not the East European version. It's quite confusing now that we have 2 DMs.
And is the same letters, right? At least this DM could maybe go with some smaller ones. I don't know, man. This is
Big D, small M.
Yeah, let's see. That is
They
a good
need to have a
approach.
big D. Bottom lane, big scuffle. Might get the Underlord. Might get the Marcy maybe because 999 is over here and look at him go. That's your Elder Time, baby.
Yep, coming in handy. Second kill again on the Marcy. Poor Marcy just getting beat up way too much.
And she's the one who's supposed to be doing the beating.
Only when
Why
you
is
get
this
the
lane not
unleash.
working that way?
Well, Lina has 30 CS, so I'd say it's quite okay. Not any longer if they lose her.
Close call. Black Wrath there with a 1 meter jump slot in. Almost gets the kill, but might just die to the tower. Gets a big heal there from the Lotus, but the Astral
Run,
Spirit's
HFN.
on him and Slot trying to get the vision. The Blood
Got him.
Grenade! Oh my goodness. LATAM also gets just taken down by Mini and Hane as they get their own play to happen down in mid. So they do get a response going for HFN's death. And that's actually the first kill going on the side of the Radiant.
And there's a big difference between this Invoker and the Coddle. I mean, you talked about it, that the Coddle can lose the lane, and he did lose the lane. You might see 33 CS, but most of those are from the jungle. He's 1,000 gold behind the Invoker. Not a place that you want to be in.
Not at all.
Dire are scanning.
Infamous is already, they're doing great in all of their lanes, even if the Coddle loses mid. We haven't actually, because he's being delayed now because of that kill,
Dire's middle tower
we don't get to see Lalatroni make a rotation.
Now when
Now
he
he's
gets
level
level 6, he
6.
will. And he has the urn, right? Because he died with it. So problem is he might die again.
The thing, yeah, like he's not getting to make a move because they're making the moves on him and he's dead. There's nowhere to go. He might get a deny.
He's
Gets
fine.
the heal off of the Illuminate though. He lives. Hane's
God,
actually
ooh.
gone down to Slotin and now Mini on the run, but he's
Nowhere
gonna
to
get
go.
double connected there. And Lalatroni with the Solar Bind. DM gets another from the secondary strikes facet. So yeah, that quick little heal actually keeps the Coddle alive. They turn around for 2 kills and very much needed for Infamous.
Yep, and this allows the Coddle to increase his net worth so much. Pretty much get right next to the Invoker, who was just a second ago 1,000 ahead. And now this makes the end of the laning phase perfect for Infamous. Doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, he didn't need to gank.
Yep. You know,
One of the rare occasions where people come to help out the Coddle, and he gets kills, instead of him going to help and salvage his side lanes. Now in the mid lane, 999 being controlled by Mini and Hane, but not enough for the kill.
Fine.
Blackfrath misses the jump, and here comes Lalatroni. His haste rune has run its course, though, and 10 seconds for Spirit Form, so not really posing a threat here. Just making sure that they cannot stay longer.
If he did have a Spirit Form, that would be at least one hero on Team Maya going down. Also, a little bit of a info for you. I didn't know about this, but there is a now already dead for like 10-15 years from what Bowie told me, a Brazilian musician named Team Maya, right? So there is a play on words, and that on top of the pyramid is him with his nice
So
afro.
it's homage for an artist. All right. I need to
Radiant's
I
bottom
need to
tower
try and
is under
find his
attack.
music. What do you say? Was it Timo Maya?
Team Maya. It's literally his name is Team Maya. I don't know how it's written, but Bowie says he's kind of a
Don't worry, I found
funky,
it.
jazzy type of musician.
So I found some songs here. Let's have a ball tonight. Que beleza. O caminho do bem. All right. Actually, quite a lot of listens, like 18 million views.
Yep. He's like
Holy.
super popular.
Actually pretty known, yeah. Well, boys are probably fans of some very good music. DM is between 3 hostiles, but he's getting backed up by Slotin and Take Care Mia. But unfortunate for him, he's the one to die first. Valky trying to TP out, canceled
cold
by
snap.
the Elder Titan, and Slotin finishes off Mini. And now there's 4 heroes dead, all in the same place.
Oh, you need to be careful in Team Maya. You understand just how much magical damage Infamous can do in the early game, and you still went for that play. I mean, the odds are reflecting it. Infamous are now almost, actually more than 3 times in favor to win this game. And with a 3k goal lead this early on, it's not a surprise at all.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it could have been. It could be even worse. It could have been like 6 if that gyrocopter lived. Because for Gyro to hit those early timings, it is detrimental for Maya. I mean, they have all the corners covered. We talked about this in the draft. They have a very solid draft. They've got everything covered here. But when the fights are not going their way like this, it's a free pass for Infamous and their strong timings. Caudle,
Yep.
Underlord, Elder Titan, all of these heroes excel in the early game.
You also, Team Maya drafted a very strong laning stage. Marcy, Lina, Beastmaster,
Yeah.
Hoodwink,
Yeah.
and then you have an Invoker versus a Caudle, and you
And you
would
lose
say
lanes.
that you lose them heavily, actually, or losing that advantage right as you come out of the laning phase.
They only won the mid lane with the Invoker versus the Caudle, really.
And Lina was getting a lot of farm as well, right? Sure, you lost the Marcy twice, but Lina was getting quite a lot. Speaking about the Lina, they're gonna be losing her now.
Yeah, and
Radiant's
also the progress for this Beastmaster's Axe is not going anywhere. So losing the Lina here, Beast is stuck farming for at least a couple more minutes. Well, actually, it's not going to be a couple of minutes. It's actually going to be quite a lot of minutes because he doesn't even have his first part towards his Axe. So Infamous have a few minutes of freedom to do whatever they want.
under attack.
You see that Fade Bolt taking away 50% of the Lina's HP because the Solar Bind and the Natural
Yep.
Order. It's kind of insane.
It is. They have great synergy with their spells. You have the secondary strikes on the gyro, so if you're solar bound and you get hit by cooldown, you get hit by it twice. So technically you take 3 times the damage of cooldown.
It's insane.
No, it is insane. And I don't think it's going to take too long with the bottom tower gone. If they can focus down the mid T1, that this triangle is lost. You gotta hope that Valky finishes that Axe before then.
And it's not looking too good for the Beastmaster. He's the lowest out of all of the cores. Doesn't have big stacks. He's not gonna be. He's not gonna be finishing that Axe anytime soon, unless a miracle happens. And
The funny
I
thing
don't know.
is, you should be topping net worth as a Beastmaster.
usually,
Every time
yes.
Beast has a decent laning stage or an okay laning stage, he's still number 1.
Versus an Elder Titan, that's not gonna happen. This is why, you know, one of the reasons why this Elder Titan was so strong. You get some extra units from the Beastmaster, so he was able to punch even harder in the lane. That's just what happens.
Yep.
Gyro going for a Crystallis first. I haven't seen this for quite some time. Gyros usually nowadays just rush the Aghanim Scepter. Kips explained it nicely to me. She says that you want to fight with your carry when you get the first item, right? And that's just how the meta is working at the moment. And Crystallis isn't a good enough item that you are going to be surviving the fights with a Gyro. But with this much of an advantage, I think you can get away with it.
Maybe he can. I do see this from time to time, where they swap the item order between the Crystallis and the Ags. And of course, with Ags, you get an extra attack. With Crystallis, you get a crit, which isn't exactly that high damage in the early levels, because your right-click damage is already pretty poor.
You farm faster with the crit. Lina can't get caught once again. She's such an easy target. They see her clearly. It's daytime.
Just need to get to him now. Spirit Form is popped. Black Wrath pops the smoke over the Elder Titan, gives time for HFN to react, and here comes the Underlord. But how soon? Into the Tornado from Mini. The Earth Splitter is out, and they are going to miss out on some big abilities. Just getting a Marcy support. They had an 80 Rubik on the way too, with an Alacrity stolen. And all they get for their efforts is a support. Now they really need to get this tower.
It was hard for him to connect though, because there's a mid lane tower. You were in the mid lane. It would take a long time for him to go around. That's why they need to go without him.
Oh, this is sick, actually. You have Underlord and Alacrity. Every time he gets a kill, he gets bonus damage, and he gets attack speed from Alacrity. It's just crazy push. And they're trying to take down the Underlord, but there's a mech already on him. But the Beastmaster, who just showed up to die. That's not the way you do it.
Homing missile on HFN.
Malatroni's already ran out of his ulti. The Elder Titan is low. HFN is also low, but they're cleaning up house. The stolen Laguna Blade as well from the Rubik. Straight to HFN. But Infamous have lost 4 heroes, and Slotin is all by himself.
They're gonna lose the 5th one.
They're gonna lose everyone. Black Wrath runs out of his ulti. He gets the toss, rebound to safety, and he's actually out. But still very costly for Infamous. And all of this started from that jungle fight where the Marcy pops the smoke of the Elder Titan. They get HFN out. They use their ultis there. And now Infamous, they don't have their ults to fight with. And maybe there's the team wipe.
Oh, nice. Nice snipe coming out from Hane. And he's level 10 now on this Hoodwink. A big kill on Rubik. He was the only survivor on Infamous. This is the thing, Panda. Infamous, they are forcing things for no reason. The way that you push towers, even tier 1s with this kind of a lineup, is by speed around the map, getting kills, resetting, getting kills, resetting, not by brute forcing a tower. This was such a huge mistake. It's gonna cost them all of their early advantage, just down the drain for no reason.
It is pretty painful, and of course Valky might be 3 minutes, maybe 4 minutes behind his Aghanims timer, but he's gonna get it. He's 700 gold short from the last item. It doesn't have such an early impact as it would in the early minutes because people are still low level, supports are low level, they're easy kills for Valky to get. But he will still find its place. Most importantly, it's the farm speed. That will never go away.
Yep, I mean, Beastmaster, no matter when in this game you get a blink, BKB and an axe, you're still gonna be very, very strong. Only the gyro is the problem for you. You blink and you roar whomever, and you're gonna be killing them. Apart from maybe gyro and the Underlord, but you're not gonna be targeting them anyways, at least not early on in the game.
Yeah. And as mentioned, he still has his farm speed with the axe. But Lalatroni, he spots Valky, take care of Mia coming in from the side. Earth Splitter dropped with the Illumina, and that is quick work.
Yep. And that's gonna delay his Aghanims even more. Bring in so many heroes, Team Maya. And this time around, Infamous don't dive. Control the areas, get kills.
They spotted the Lina. They spotted the Lina. They're gonna portal in, but Lina doesn't take the way into the triangle and takes the path through the river instead.
Beautiful. And this is the thing, you didn't go for an Atos on the Underlord as we hoped so, and they called Alatroni.
Oh.
Even more.
That is such a nice reply from Maya.
Rubik stole the tornado.
And now HFN gets to go back into this engagement as well. Mini does get pretty low here, but DM's got no way out. They toss him back into the Laguna Blade and delete the carry gyrocopter.
That's with the perfect placement of the Pit of Malice. Imagine if Take Care Mia didn't use it that perfectly. This would be another team wipe.
There goes your tier 1 tower from the mid lane. So Infamous, that was supposed to push the advantage, are losing ground.
That's going to be a mid lane tower taken out. Rubik at least gets himself a very nice spell. Tornado was quite nice too. But Dragon Slave will just allow you to shove out the ways. And
look at the cast range.
Yep.
Look at the cast range on Dragon Slave. That's a huge circle. Whew. That is a really big circle.
Yeah, we might need to zoom out even more to see the edge of it.
Yeah.
But it's impossible.
Yeah, people with curved monitors will maybe see better than we do, but that is a very big AoE. Just for a simple extra bit of damage.
You need the curved one or the ultra wide one. I think the ultra wide is the way to go, but they're usually curved, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking about getting one of those. 'Cause I have 3 monitors on my my casting setup. I was thinking I could just replace
you
them all
need
with just
you
one
need
big
the
monitor.
you need the 5th one, yeah, for sure. Then I like how
That's just so much power down the drain. It's like you could just do everything with one.
I don't know. But imagine if somebody says I have 1 monitor. Like, are you poor? Right? What the hell? Why don't you have 3? The Panda, usually, I do remember that your PC does get fried from time to time. Maybe your 3 monitors are the problem.
I did upgrade my PC last year. So that was my old PC that you're talking about.
Okay.
I did upgrade last year.
Is under attack.
Used my caster esports money on it.
And it has to be the best PC in the world.
Oh yeah.
I mean, just so the viewers don't think we're 1x. They are giving them money with the promo code 1XRLG LATAM, but also us as employees, we get something as well. So we're quite happy.
Yeah. You get to live the so-called esports dream. Then again, pretty interesting time here for Team Maya, because they didn't hit their expectations. Then they surprised by being strong in a moment they shouldn't have been that strong versus Infamous. And now they're in what we expected this game to be in the first place.
Yep.
Them having a tiny lead.
And Team Maya moving towards the Wisdom Runes. There's nobody responding from Infamous. It's like they're not even aware of the timing. They're just gonna let it go for Team Maya to get the experience. Sure, it's not gonna be game losing, but not something that you want to allow to happen. Big for the Invoker for sure. Like, this hero is very experience hungry.
Yeah, we've been talking about, does Mastermind need a bit of a buff? Because on average, people are doing like 17 to 18 denies during the laning stage, and it's only 25%, and it doesn't even equate to even half a level.
Well, you deny later on in the game as well. It doesn't only have to be in the laning phase.
Yeah, but you don't get any benefit from it anymore at that point, so it feels like a bit of a bad in it, to be completely honest. But, talking about bad moments, Valky's not in a happy place. The Aegis is gone. He does have a blink open, but he will get rooted as he spawns, so no escape for him.
Wait, Panda, what do you mean that it doesn't matter later on? I mean, you can... Still works if you deny creeps.
Yeah, but you get nothing out of it.
You get 20%.
You need so much experience per level that you're not getting even of... It's like someone says Weaver's Hive Mind is a good facet. It's not. It's garbage. It's like saying Enchantress's Init is good. It's garbage. Invoker's Init is in that category of probably one of the top 5 worst Inits in the game.
It's garbage in it?
Yeah, it's garbage in it. I mean, I'd say I'd say it should be at least 35 to 40% to actually do something.
Oh, you are.
I think 35% is reasonable.
You're overdoing it, Panda. I don't know, man. I think anything over 30 is too much in the laning phase. Is going to make a big difference. And sure, 25
right now it doesn't.
After, yeah, sure, but it makes somewhat. Nah, not really. Doesn't really make a difference.
Because I cast the game where we had 2 heroes. We had Invoker versus 1. Invoker had like 10 to 15 denies. Don't remember the exact number, but it was 2 digits. And he had like 100 XP more than his opponent. I was like, is that it?
That is it.
And that was it. It's like, buff it.
Come on, do it. Just do it, right? Is that...
Just buff it.
Okay. I'm guessing Ice Rock is watching our cast right now, and there will be a C patch coming out tomorrow.
You mentioned any ability with over 30%, is that correct? What about Beastmaster having Rugged increase from 50 to 100%? That's 50% increase.
Yeah, but I mentioned that I think anything over 30 for the Invoker would look too strong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe you are.
Radiant's bottom
Nah, I don't think that's the case. Never happened before.
Harry is never wrong. There's something about you Serbians. Nope. Top lane. Smoke up. Trying to get to the Lina, but the toss into the blast from Lalatroni, but no spirit form, so a bit hasty with the jump there. If they did get the solar bind, that could have been a kill opportunity onto HFN, but or maybe even force out his 9-second BKB, but because they didn't have it, he just runs away.
It's interesting that he went for a blink, right? Sure, you want to follow up if the coddle gets caught, but I mean, there's just so much AoE damage from Infamous in fights that I doubt that you're going to be able to use it for positioning purposes inside of a fight unless you are just jumping like a madman inside of it.
Yeah, you can't really play aggressive with that blink, right?
Yep. Or
you can do side steps, you can cover a bigger area,
and even
but you
that
can't
is hard.
go in.
Even that is hard, right? Because there's going to be a flat cannon connecting on you, maybe some random Illuminate, Fable, so many spells. That's
it's so easy to catch these heroes here as well. Last time they got the Aegis and the kill on Valkyrie, now they get him much easier. And that is all with a high ground ward. I'm pretty sure they should know about this obs in the triangle now. But Infamous, they have actually narrowed down that lead to pretty much a tie scenario. It's just the Lina that has more farm than the rest, and HFN is actually playing really cautious. So look, I'm in the bottom. He's just hiding in the trees. Like, I don't know if they're coming for me or not.
This link could be a bit of a split pushing / farming item for the Lina, right? Because it does allow you to go for plays like this. In general, for a Lina to be this far out on the map all alone, now is not all alone because the Marcy is going to be coming close. But either way, you get caught, you die. But with the Blink Dagger, you have this capability of you know, dodging the opponents quite easily as well.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, I guess there is some theory to it. I mean, I do like seeing blinks on Linas, but this is a really hard game to execute blink. Yeah.
That's why you execute your opponents. Let's go.
Hey, you heard the man. That is the way to do it. Well,
ward being placed, going in.
There we go. Get the quick jump in.
What a madman.
Lalatroni's already popped his spirit form, and now he's just like, give me a target. Give me somebody to solar bind.
I think the Linas that we've cast today, their positioning have been more like a lifestealer rather than a Lina. Like every single time I see them super deep in the faces of the enemies.
Lina stealers. If you mispronounce Lina in another name, like Lina, it could be Lifeline. Like, mixed between Lifestealer and Lina.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah, Valky is actually going to get caught here by the Underlord and the Gyrocopter. Here comes mass TPs. He gets the roar off onto the Underlord. HFN is the one who arrives first. Blink instantly broken. There we go. They get the damage out. Underlord is down. Earthsplitter is going to connect on multiple heroes, though. And no, it doesn't actually. Only hits HFN. It doesn't even hit Mini. It doesn't even hit the Hoodwink. And now they get the blink in on DM. DM pits his own BKB up. And look at Blackfrat. The movement speed. Marcy pops his ulti as well into the Sunstrike. Blackfrat's gone. Mini in between. Gets the catch on Lalatroni. Rubik is caught. Rubik is taken down. Meatball is burning Gandalf with that acorn shot flying back in and out as well. Gyrocopter down to 700 HP. HFN buffed up with the alacrity. And this axe is just killing everybody. But they're down by one left. Lalatroni versus 2 low HP heroes. And he cannot kill the Lina. Lina gets it. And Lina lives. In the end, what a fight. HFN was the first one to arrive to save the Beastmaster, and she is the last one to tell how that fight went.
Look at his levels! Surviving through that fight, getting all of the experience for himself, getting an ultra kill, level 22, 27 minutes into the game. This is
6,000 HP, 6,000 XP. That has to be worth like 3 levels. Because she needs 2,600 for level 23. So that has to be at least 3 levels she got from that fight. That is insane.
Insane. Especially that it's so much. If you look at the next guy on the map is level 19, almost level 20.
I need a replay of that fight.
Tower is under
Production.
That was such a long fight, but you just have... Thank you. I mean, let's just take a look at this. Valky kind of like... He just shows up in here and quickly calls in for backup. He actually gets the roar of the Underlord. Look how quick the Underlord for it. He's got an Alacrity Lina hammering him down. And then the Earth Splitter hits the Lina only. I don't know what DM is doing. He's just going in and out, and he's like, he's a bit unsure about what's going on. Has to back away. HFN just pummels, keeps on for... And look at Marcy just gets destroyed.
I think if the Marcy didn't ran in there, DM would have gotten onto the high ground, hit by the Sunstrike, and just dies.
Maybe.
So,
Live pictures, we have another fight happening here, very likely. So we got 2 fights to look at, but HFN all the way to the end.
we just have Valky dead. I think that's kind of a standard for now in the game.
Yeah. And this blast, I was sure that HFN was going to die to it, but he didn't. That was a really close call. Meanwhile, in live pictures, Beastmaster was killed first, and then the Hoodwink dies after a bit of a chase, but not really a full-on team fight. Roche is up in 10 seconds.
Yep, and in Maya, they would love to prevent this. Invoker needs to be in a good position to annoy them, and he will not be. So you enter the pit, you see the Roche spawns now, you ping it out. You might not have the time. Beastmaster will be coming back.
Let's see if they are... Looks like they're not interested in this. HFN will push out the bottom wave. He's drawing a line. I don't think they even know about this Roche.
They Sunstrike. They know.
All right, okay. So then they're drawing the lines just to make a separate plan. Push out the waves.
There's multiple ways. Either you just smoke and run towards the Roche pit, or you shove out the mid and the bottom wave, and then try to catch somebody once they try to shove them out. And by doing that, you delay the Aegises as much as possible. And Dimaya are going to be going with that, which is the safer route, considering that you weren't positioned well enough to actually fight the Roche.
Did you just say Aegises in plural?
To delay the Aegis, I'd say.
Oh, I heard you say Aegises.
No, it cannot be, because there's only one Aegis. There isn't.
I know, otherwise it would be Agi.
What does an I have to do with the Aegis?
It's just the way that you bend the word. It's kind of like an octopus. You don't have octopuses, you have octopi.
Octopi. Sounds like a name. Yeah, I know.
Or
That's
octopi.
one I'm familiar.
I don't know if it's pi or p. So
it's probably gonna be British are gonna say it in one way, and the Americans in the other, Australians in the third way. So you're fine.
It's just the way the cookie crumbles. Meanwhile, a kill on Hane, and Mini actually spots Lalatroni, but there is the people arriving back from that Fiend's Gate. Maybe if they have detection. All right, Invoker spotted. Do they have the damage to just roll right-click Mini down? Well, it's a fair attempt. That's the BKB out.
I think that's a 9-second BKB. No, it's an 8-second one. Okay, he did use it beforehand. Either way, a big BKB charges down the drain because you tried to kill a Coddle. You are delaying some time on the Aegis, but I don't think you're too happy with what you have accomplished, because Infamous already in the first 2 minutes of it might start pressuring your tier 2.
Yeah, and Maya not in control of this game. It is Infamous who are setting the tempo for the time being. You have a very tanky Aura Underlord with Crimson Guard, Pipe, Greaves. It looks like a pretty easy game for the Gyrocopter to just live. But as I say that, there's still a Daedalus Satanic Lina to go up against.
Once the Lina gets level 25, nobody's living. You get the Dragon Slave on somebody, and you will annihilate them.
Yeah, that's a nasty crit. Because then you get crits on top of crits, and you have 2 separate crit sources. You have the Daedalus that could crit, and then you have your affected by spells crit.
And you have 425 damage per hit, which is basically every single one of your hit counts as a crit as well. It's so freaking hard.
Dire's middle tower
Makes me want to play Carolina, but
Thank you from staying away. That's what she said. Jokes. I'm glad we're done with those. Mini? Is this another BKB just down the drain? Might have to. Yep.
yeah, Earth Splitter could cancel that TP. Oh, if that connected, that might have actually broken the teleport.
Does it break a TP teleport though?
It does, because it's forced placement.
Oh. They did delay the Aegis quite a lot. If you only take one tier 2...
Production said a random spell.
Yeah.
Yep, production is telling me about Coddle, but we're not talking about Coddle.
I love production.
But it's all right. We did get confirmation about Earth Splitter. It does cancel teleports. So we're all good. However, DM, without a creep wave at his disposal, won't be able to take down this tier 2 tower. Spend some time doing some 360s on the spot, but now Gyrocopter gonna get stunned up, and HFN gets to work. And
look at the damage!
Quite a lot of damage on the Gyrocopter. He has to back away.
That really does hurt. He doesn't have a Satanic just yet, however, the Lina does.
Yeah.
So now the Lina
Lina
can
has
really
25.
stand her ground.
That 25, we already saw that in action. That hurts.
It really does hurt. I think even HFN underestimated how much damage he was going to do. And then when he saw just what he was doing to the gyro, then he wanted to continue. But at that point, the gyro was already out.
Well, Maya smoked up right next to a tier 2. They're hoping for someone to come and defend this wave.
Nobody's crazy enough.
Forge Spirits, a.k.a. Clovis e Durander.
That's what they're called?
Named that. I don't know. They're renamed units.
I'd really like to know what that means.
They spot the Lina. They go for the Lina.
Yeah, but Hex.
Hex comes out as well, and it's a close attempt, but it's not enough to blow him up. And now he starts to regenerate with his Satanic. Back to full HP. Gyrocopter doesn't get to deal any damage yet, and he's losing that fight. Maybe now they can punish the Lina afterwards, but HFN is living for such a long time. However, Maya, they've lost everyone in this fight. It's a team wipe. I thought that Gyro was in trouble, that he's not getting to deal any damage, but in reality, he did enough. It wasn't on the Lina. It just killed everybody else. He did 9,000 damage.
Why was Gyro healing so much? But the only reason in the end they killed the Lina is because of the stolen Laguna Blade. Rubik has an Aghanim Scepter. He got the Laguna Blade and he took away half of the Lina's life. If there was no Laguna Blade stolen, I think the Lina stands her ground and kills everybody after the Gyro falls.
Yeah. Yeah, that Flak Cannon hurt so much on the team. I thought if whoever carry lives is going to clean up the rest. But in reality, the Gyro pretty much did all the work, even if he did die. It was the whole team soaking up damage. They were all under some sort of vision, and that's an issue. You're playing versus Illuminate Blasts that give you so much vision in an area. You have great vision providers in your team. You have the Elder Titan Spirit and all. Nobody can hide from the Flak Cannon.
They can't do it, really. You have so much vision that is going to be given. Now maybe during nighttime is where Team Maya should fight, right? Because during nighttime you might not have the vision of everybody, which drastically changes the damage output that the Gyro will be doing in a fight. Still.
I do think so as well. You really need to think about the small things. If you can't directly disarm DM, if you don't have a halberd or something, just try to avoid them from spotting you or something.
I think Lina pushing aggressively and being the first one at the point of contact just because he has a Satanic was a mistake, right? Because then you're not utilizing your Blink. Why buy a Blink? Why not get a item that's going to give you stats if that's how you're going to be playing Dota? Yeah.
And Lina's actually got no boots, so what is that? No, that's actually Marcy's courier. So HFN does have a Swift Blink and a Scotty in his shopping list. He's bought the recipe for the Eye of Scotty and actually bought out the ultimate orb, so no buyback.
You need to be very
2,000
careful.
gold. 2,000 gold needed for it too, so that's not an easy amount of money to get.
That's 540 damage per hit from the Lina when you have the alacrity and the sidekick on you. Huge.
Very big punches. And then the crits. And the crits on top of that.
Is under attack.
Speaking of items, Gyro does have a Satanic. That's going to be quite big as well. Right, last fight, if he has a Satanic, it's an overwhelming victory for Infamous. Oh, they did win, but the Gyro went down this time. That's not going to be happening. Very early Roche respawn.
Yeah. There's a pretty quick Roche time. You can see the circle is running its course really quickly. Infamous is going to get info on it first.
The light will be level 25.
Sunstrike into the pit, and Roche is home now. Which they do see.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
But did they look at the Roche pit after the Sunstrike? That is a question I cannot answer.
Why didn't Coddle get the Chakra Magic Strong Dispels? I mean, there's a Roar on the other side.
Good question.
Who cares about Illumina damage?
Dire's middle tower is under
Obviously he does, but I don't know. He is a big Coddle player, but I'm still doubting this. I think DM, if you get that little bit of a help, you just crush everybody.
Well, they clean Roche pretty quickly. At least DM's going to be able to pick up everything from this one.
Huge.
A Roche banner, an Aegis.
Who got the Ags? Oh, they gave it to the Coddle. So Will-O-Wisp. Lina might have to deal with that one. I know that she does it super fast, but you still don't want to be using your hits on it.
Underlord,
You know,
pinged out with the scan.
not crazy.
All right, he's not crossing any thresholds here. On Maya, the rest of them pushing. Sorry, Infamous pushing in from the top lane. DM wants to lead the charge to the high ground. What does Maya do? They're still waiting for someone to show in mid.
They're thinking about going high ground themselves. Very good positioning from the Underlord. He understands that there could be something up.
top tower has fallen.
Yeah, the thing is they're all smoked up, but that bird from the Beastmaster wasn't, so not exactly a secret that they're TPing in. They're all coming back to base. Oh, the Gyro
Gyro
coming
is
back in.
annoyed.
Nice Underlord portal with the Ignis. Catches HFN, has to BKB. Valky does the same thing. He goes for a straight up panic teleport home, and it's a long teleport as well. But they did not focus him down at all.
The Gyro wasn't there. The Invoker was annoying the Gyro, and the Gyro needed some time to get into a good position from which he can teleport out of. But that's some BKBs down on Team Maya, which will open up Infamous to go for a push, especially because all the lanes are pushing in. They're quite happy with the positioning of the waves.
And now they can get this tier 2 tower, this pesky tier 2 tower, with an amplified damage. You need a tornado to connect on him. You need to take that buff away from DM.
Radiant's middle
They're gonna wait for him to get close. Then it's gonna be much
There we go.
easier.
Alright, there's your amplified damage taken away. Hoodwink inside the pit of Malice, slowly dying, ain't able to get out. DM charging in. They're doing a lot of
HFN
damage
needs
to him
help.
already. HFN hit by a rocket. He needs to fight and stand his ground. Alacrity's already popped Satanic use, but he's not healing for anything. He's not healing at all.
Spirit Fast is coming in handy. He doesn't have a buyback. This game is over. There is nothing you can do to the Gyro without the Lina. Your other heroes
Yeah, it's just
don't have
GG.
nearly enough.
This should be just a GG scenario right now.
You have a Roshan's banner. So maybe you can shove out the waves. Maybe you can cut the waves. Mini is going for that play. That's the only play that you have. They know.
Oh, you're in trouble now, Maya. They don't have tier 2s remaining, so they can just get all of the lanes. Mini is fighting outside of the base, trying to do some kind of desperate move. He knows he has a buyback. Forces them out. 60 seconds for the Lina. 60 seconds. Mini buys back. Hoodwink getting caught by the Hex. Solar bound as well. Rocket flying in. Illuminate blast. Almost killing the Hoodwink there. And now he's gone. He might have to buy back too. There we go. Second buyback out. Still no Lina. 45 seconds. DM going to work on the tier 4 towers. Gets thrown into the air. 20 seconds until he has another BKB charge. Satanic is available. Black Rat getting thrown in back, and he also has to buy back.
Throw bodies at them. Try to save your throne. You do have the clip, but it's only 7 seconds you're able to buy. You still need to live for another 25.
And DM is wondering, why isn't this Lina buying back? Why are they sending bodies at me? Hoodwink is about to go for a dieback. Lalatroni, take care, Mia. Just focusing down the Hoodwink. And the Ancient is open. Valky down. Valky's gonna have to buy back as well. They don't have any more remaining. Tornado coming out. 7 seconds for the Lina. Alacrity on DM. Stolen by Sladen. Trying to buff up this gyrocopter. And Lina's coming back now. And DM's at work. HFN with a quick blink in. Valky's gone. 3 versus 5. It's not necessarily gonna be enough. The Aegis is out, but the throne is dead. And there we have it. Infamous take the first game. All because of a Lina dying without buyback, and it's as simple as that. It's as simple as that, Harry.
For me, though, the main thing is the laning phase for Team Maya. I thought it was going to be going much better for them, and they never popped off. So when their timings came, they weren't strong enough to capitalize on them. And then this late game of the Elder Titan plus so much damage on the side of Infamous is what decided the game. When I saw the draft, I was thinking Team Maya are getting this 100%, but I think the stand-in situation really did hurt them. Because Valky, his impact was non-existent in this game.
Yeah, he missed his timings. A pretty rough game in the end for the Beastmaster as well. Not a lot of impact. Not really showing. I do feel a bit worried about the direction for Team Maya there. But Infamous, happy to take this victory in the end. With everything pointed towards one team's direction, they take it away. That's game 1, though, Harry. I really enjoyed this one to the end. Of course, Infamous winning this one with a bit of an anticlimactic way that Lina just dies without buyback, and the game's kind of over from there. But I do think we have good things in store. We're just going to have to wait and see after the ad break what happens in game 2. Maybe. Maybe we get to a break. Maybe we don't.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
So that was that. Game number 1 was, in the end, Infamous Gaming's to take. And for Team Maya, things didn't go quite as planned. So heading over into game number 2, I think things are getting a bit spicier and dicier, at least from Team Maya's perspective, because they are 1-4. Meaning that they're going to have to start getting some wins on the board unless they want to, you know, skip the playoffs completely for the last time. Of course, there's not going to be a second opportunity after this. You're going to have to bring it all that you have in these this series and, of course, the next 2 days until the group stage is over.
They just didn't look that great without Hermit. I think in all the series that they have played, Hermit has been the guy that people have targeted with the bans, and it does alleviate so much pressure from the rest of your team. With that not being available to them, with Valky being there, and also I'd say he underperformed on the Beastmaster most definitely. They just looked lost, right? And it's a problem. Infamous performance of the Rubik was amazing, and why not give it to him again? It's not a hero that you necessarily want to first pick, but if one of your players is feeling ultra confident, go for it.
Yeah, it is a feel-good hero, right? You see a good game on Rubik, you either ban it from your opponents or they're just going to re-pick the hero because nothing is wrong with just picking a Rubik out there. Some games you don't get the spells that you want or you don't get a lot of benefit from what is available to you. But if the player's right, if the game is right, in a series, a Rubik is a hero that you can definitely pick multiple times on the same guy.
Yeah, most definitely. And in that previous game, the Stolen Laguna Blades, I think, were the main point that actually allowed the Rubik to have the great impact in that game. There were 2 fights that kept in mind. One of them, it was probably a decisive fight in the game where the Gyro just went in on everybody. Lina managed to kill him, but then got zapped by the Rubik, and at that point, it was fight over for Team Maya.
Yeah, and it was the tier 2 fight, right, where Gyro was able to deal just enough damage, and I think that was another stolen spell, which was the Alacrity from the Invoker on the Rubik. So he was able to buff up his Gyrocopter. Gyro's killing everybody. A team was getting vision. So even if they killed the Gyro's killed like 4 of your guys. So that worked perfectly, having the Rubik in the team. So going into this one, the Kunkka is going to be Maya's answer. How do you feel about first phase Kunkkas these days?
I'm okay with it. I think with the new innate ability, right, and people just going for the Rum facet as well, it just makes sense that you have 3 different ways of delaying damage, and it's just doing things better than what people expected of the Morning Ritual Death Prophet, right? Because you just have a hard time killing this guy.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it does feel like maybe this was the intended Kunkka all along, like all those years back, like the Rum buff, reducing damage taken, and all these high DPS lineups struggled maybe a bit in killing Kunkka. Then he also provided that buff for his allies, and now that he has more sources of delaying damage, I feel like this is what Kunkka should have been all these years.
Yeah, you know, stealing
10 seconds remaining.
stealing all of that rum from our loving Captain Jack Sparrow.
Yeah, nobody's calling, why is the rum gone now these days? So he's definitely got more than enough than that. Because, you know, like, some heroes are built around their unique mechanics, right? So why not just overdo it on Kunkka? Just give him more of what he's supposed to be.
Sure. You know what? Because he still needs to navigate those ships, right? Sure.
Yeah.
The Tidehunter sank them, but you don't want them just going all around the place.
Oh, you just gave me a brilliant idea. Let's make Ghost Ship vector targeted.
Radiant team pick.
Kind of like Darkseer Wall, you know?
Why though?
Or did you... because he can, you know?
You mean because
Just make those ships make like a little curve from time to time?
Oh, like the Grimstroke with his facet. So here's the thing. It would actually make it stronger because you would be able to drench more of your teammates in the rum, right? Makes sense. But in terms of where it's gonna end up, you don't really need the vector targeting for that one.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea. You know, change Kunkka's gameplay, but now it's just straightforward. That's what I like about Tidal Wave, is you can do it. You can use it in two different ways. You can cast it on your opponent to drag him closer, or you can cast it backwards. You turn your model around, and you can change the direction where the wave is actually coming from, and use it in so many different ways. Sometimes to engage, sometimes to push them away. I really like the way that they made Tidal Wave into the game.
Are you big on surfing, Panda? I'm kind of...
Not really. I've never tried. I've never surfed in my life.
You look like a dude who could make it happen.
All right. Well, we'll have to think about that. Maybe we have a surf theme for the LAN. I don't know what our production has planned for us, but I'd be down.
Derby has no sea, dude, so I don't think that's a good way to represent the host country, right? Where we're gonna be surfing on the river. that's not ideal. We get to see Razor. I've been kind of longing to see this hero in action. I guess it is a response to the Kunkka. You have a really good lane between the Razor and the other Titan, and then versus a Kunkka, you're gonna be destroying him. And even if they flex the Kunkka to the mid lane, you could still send the Razor there and still do quite well.
Yeah, you could. It feels like it's an age-old answer to Kunkka. Just bring up the Razor. I feel like this has been the way for a very long time. If you want to take Kunkka's damage out, you bring in a Razor. But then they also figured out that, hey, he's actually pretty good at chasing the hero around. So even a BKB is not going to stop the Kunkka from keeping the Razor off of him. So, yeah, I do like the idea of it. Though, if we're looking at an offlane Razor, I feel like there are so many other offlane options to look at, because Razor's picked as a hero that's supposed to win the lane, but Razor doesn't always win his lane, which I feel a bit worried about when I see Razor from time to time, is that he doesn't actually achieve what he's set to do.
Yeah, the early levels of the static link are just very weak. Right, so you want to go for the plasma field. The hero does farm a lot faster than what he used to, so I guess in that regard, you're fine. But this is going to be the safe lane of Team Maya, and most likely they're showing their off lane and the safe lane, and they're going to be needing a mid laner. I like the Lina because versus a Razor, you want high damage dealing heroes who can do a lot of burst as well, and Lina definitely fits into that category. With the help of the Sven giving you movement speed, this Razor is going to be in trouble. So once again, Infamous, you need something to get on top of the Lina. At least that's the conventional way to play versus her, because they did find a completely different way to win versus the Lina in the previous game.
Yeah. Yeah, they certainly did. So we're just missing an offlane for Maya, unless they play Kunkka 3, and then we need a mid. But for Infamous, everything is open. Where do they want to put the Razor? This next pick will probably tell us a bit more about that. Do we put Razor versus the Kunkka? Is he your mid answer? Is he your safe lane carry versus the Kunkka off lane? I don't like that idea as much. I think I'm with you with the idea the Razor should probably be mid. So, yep, let's bring out the carry now. And we need two off lanes.
I was thinking about this infamous lineup picking up a centaur so that you have the Stampede to get in the face of the Lina, but they go for Luna. Once again, are going to be playing. So here's the thing: in Dota, range heroes do bad versus range heroes who have more range than them, and Lina definitely outranges Luna. So, but even in the previous game, you were versus a Gyro and you still lost. So I'm kind of surprised that Infamous are really trying to go for this route of approach, but it seems that the Elder Titan just makes it the matchup different, because you get close to Lina, you lose half of your HP, but Lina loses the magic resistance, she loses the armor, and then even though you're starting kind of that man fight in a situation where you're missing half of your HP, Lina is missing all of her defenses, and thus you win.
Yeah, that you kind of explained it there. That's exactly how it works. Though I do like Infamous, actually, even if Kunkka is most likely their mid. They banned the Quap just in case, because Kunkka can be flexed. Quap, I think, would make Razor's life really hard in the mid lane. You have a simple slow, you have a blink to always break the link, so Razor doesn't get to use his toolkit versus a hero like Queen of Pain. So we have Beast, we have Brew, we have Tidehunter, we have Underlord in the most common of our offlane section. I do want to look at core offlane. So Primal Beast, Darkseer, Kunkka, Beast. Yeah, Beast has some Primal Beast and Beastmaster and Visage are the 5 most common offlaners so far. There have been a Legion Commander. There has been a Weaver, a Slardar. Could this be a Slardar from Maya?
I think they will send the Kunkka to the offlane. Not gonna lie. I don't know if Mini wants to...
So do you just Viper / Sniper the Razor in mid? Unless Razor goes versus Lina. I don't know how that lane works.
I don't think that would be too great for the Razor, going versus 2 stuns and versus that much mobility on the Sven and his Warcry. Yeah. I doubt it. Plus you have a Rubik. It isn't the ideal hero to lane with you.
What about Invoker ban now? So if they don't want to play Invoker versus Razor.
I like an Invoker ban. That's nice. We'll get rid of the Storm Spirit. Interesting. I guess he does shove out the wave quite nicely.
Tusk.
At an offlane Tusk.
Okay.
That is a Lina. Counter somebody who does get into her face. You don't like playing versus the shards. Definitely don't want to get an early 4-staff, which you might have to do in this game now.
What about if they play Razor Tusk and they put Rubik mid?
That is a possibility, a pretty real possibility, and this is a good Rubik mid game. Not gonna lie. Stormhammer, Dragon Slave, both from the Kunkka. Yeah. Very solid spells to steal, and your Aghanim Scepter really does come in handy.
It's just missing a Weaver. You know, Shikuchi would be an S tier spell to steal, but you talked about the Centaur. They're gonna grab the Centaur and Infamous, lock in those lanes. We got Mini with a Kunkka. Centaur into the offlane.
We still don't know what Infamous are doing. They don't even know themselves.
What are they doing here?
Maybe they're fighting. I want to play the Rubik. No, I want to play the Rubik. I want to play the Razor. No, I don't want to play the Razor. Who would want to play the Razor?
I think there's a real possibility they're debating it right now. Like, should we do Rubik mid?
Well, let's see who's better.
Otherwise, Tusk
debates.
is going to be the offlaner and Razor goes mid. So Slot and Tusk. Lala Tony Rubik.
Let's go.
Let's go. Mid Rubik.
It is going to be a Tusk and a Razor in the offlane. And sure, Razor doesn't do too well versus the Lina, but with the Tusk it's different, because leaving the shards is going to be much tougher than just running away from being lifted from the Rubik. So this is quite cool from Infamous. The thing is that you do rely in that lane on the performance of the Tusk, and it's not the easiest to get a connection of the shards, especially with the nerf to the range. So I'm not sure if this is going to work. That lane is going to decide a lot in the game.
It will. There's no way of getting out of shards for Team Maya. There are no cookies. There are no other forced movement abilities in their team that could help them. So I do agree with you. Razor Tusk can deal a lot of damage in that lane.
This is a 4-staff game for Maya, but the thing is, you don't really have good 4-staff builders. It's gonna have the Lina to build it herself, right? But the Echo Stomp, the Static Link, the Lift from the Rubik, and of course the Charge from the Tusk. There's no reason not to get multiple 4-staffs, but then who's gonna get it? Sven doesn't like it too much. Gyro might get it, but it does feel like Glimmer Cape might be a way to go. So he's gonna have to be
Solar
HFN.
Crest.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like Solar Crest is better just for the extra movement speed. I think that could help them better. Even though 4-staff seems like the easy, direct answer, I feel like Solar Crest is an item you'd rather look at when you're playing a Sven. It's just in his, like... what's the word I'm looking for? It's kind of built into the hero to make a Solar Crest.
It goes well with his abilities. Let's go with that, right?
Yes, yes.
You give somebody a physical damage barrier, and you give them movement speed and attack speed. Guess what? Sven has a spell like that, so you just double down.
Yeah. As simple as it is. Is this the facet that Kunkus is supposed to pick? The High Tide Tidebringer?
Well, no, I expected...
What was the other one?
The one where when the X is popped, there's rum around it, and then everybody gets drenched in it. So.
Oh, yeah, the Grog Blossom.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one.
Interesting.
My allies gain Ghost Ship, still damage delay buff. Right, so he's thinking more about himself.
Thinking more about his teammates to save them by not giving them rum, but basically killing the enemies faster. With his Sidebringer.
Offense, offense is the best defense. When you say offense, it sounds very offensive. Not to get stuck with that. I do think that's a way to maneuver here. You have very high damage output on the side of Maya. You have Gyro for your early 20 minutes. You have Sven, who also pumps up nicely. Then you bring in this Kunkka with the Tidebringer, Centaur with Burst, Lina with Burst. They should definitely be able to kill a lot of infamous heroes this game. I'm going to throw a prediction. So, first 9 minutes, it's going to be a 5-2 scoreline for Maya. 2 kills infamous, 5 kills Maya.
I just want to understand, how did you come up with that? Why was that? What was your thought to get to a 5-2 score?
There's overwhelming damage, and I think that they don't have enough on the side of infamous unless they heavily commit, and maybe Eldatine helps in getting one of those kills with the Luna. But I think Maya just has so much an easier time on getting on top of their opponents and trying to kill them.
It's at 9 minutes in. There would be
9 minutes 5-2. It's almost a kill per minute. And it is SA, so it could be even higher.
I would go with 4 kills on Infamous. And I'm gonna be with you on the 5 kills on Maya. I think that's actually a good prediction. But if you look at Maya, they are really not that tanky. Gyro wants to get close. Lina, very easy to bring down. Sven sometimes overextends. So.
We have seen gyrocopters end up between his both opponents and just die. You are correct about that.
Yep, and you're playing versus an Elder Titan, so you want to be... You want to be doing the damage, but then the other Titan is going to be doing more most of the times.
Very likely, very likely. We are in a pause right now. We're in the final game of the day, and as we say that, go signs are being given, so we can get our game underway with only 17 seconds left on the clock, and no opposing player close to the enemy's or the opponent's side. So I don't think we're going to get ourselves a early battle unless, say, Luna goes aggressively for a rune.
I think they're going to kill the Lina. If you look at it, they have a really deep ward. Lina will probably go around there thinking he's going to be dodging the opponents, and then he'll get caught and die.
It could be, yeah. So I'm unable to draw during a pause. But you see where the Razor is right now, right next to the stairs?
Yep.
This could be a very likely scenario. So we might see an arrow as I draw right here. The creep wave comes here, da-da-da-da-da. And that's your moment. That's your X marks the spot. You're going to strike her right there. Mark my words.
Marking them. Gonna be another smiley. I'm guessing that's from our observer.
Yep.
Lina is
All
blocking.
right, so I drew it roughly over here, but it could be sooner. HFN, he takes the route outside, but he's under vision, and Slotin and the boys are just going to nuke this creep wave, sure. Okay, let's get the range creep out of the way, early XP, and no kill.
Yeah, the idea was
so the only thing
not
that
to
could have
reveal the
happened
ward.
was if HFN walks in the lane, but he didn't. So he was a smart boy.
I'm surprised they just didn't go to that side immediately, because it was quite obvious that he was gonna go for some route like that, and it would have
That
been
is
the first
actually
block.
a brilliant idea. Why does everybody always wait on the stairs here, like instead of just hiding somewhere around that area? You're right.
It's still very deep,
write that
right?
down.
Sometimes you can, but yeah, that would have been a better one, especially during nighttime at the start of the game where they can't see you. You can easily get to that position.
Ooh, Elder Titan just brought an Astral Spirit across the world, and Gyrocopter looks like he might be the one to drop first. Oh, the stomp comes just in time from Valky and prevents this Gyrocopter from dying. But yeah, you were you were on point with that prediction, Harry.
Yep.
Gyro can easily be killed. He definitely was there.
That was Death almost going his way, and look at that, HFN is quite low as well. There is so many potential for heroes to just die in this laning phase, because whenever you have a lot of brawling or a lot of spell spammers, and both of the teams have a bunch of that, you are going to be experiencing a lot of kills. Every small misstep is going to be costing you your life.
And a big importance in this game is this Rubik mid. So Lalatroni, we saw a Coddle that is basically forced to make his rotations work, but he didn't have to rotate anywhere as all the action came to him and he's able to turn things around. But here we have Lalatroni on Rubik, with a hero that needs to get early kills, needs to be ahead of his opponents to establish a game. If Rubik falls behind, it's like any other support. And I think Rubik mid gets punished pretty heavily about it. Take Pudge, for example. If you're underfarmed, you don't even go for face boots anymore, you're just a support. So you don't get to play your core Pudge anymore. But you still contribute. If a Rubik mid gets dropped into a support position, sure, he contributes. He has a bit more farm than your regular support, as we have First Blood going for Infamous. And a trade-off kill there for the first tie. A Rubik support without an active mid in your team playing a lineup like this, your team will crumble.
We're just asking for it, but Rubik is very well known for doing well in the laning phase. Kunkka as well, so that's why we're seeing them kind of equal. But in general, this is a good Rubik game, right? If you get a lot of levels with Rubik in this game, you are gonna be a big deal. So I don't expect him to suffer at all.
Well, it's really just down to him now. Really show what he's made of here. Both side lanes, everybody's pretty low on HP. The Razor, look at the Centaur and the Gyrocopter being pummeled by the Elder Titan and the Luna. Doing a lot of damage to each other's.
So how is the farming going? The Lina, despite dying in that lane, is crushing it in terms of CS. I guess that is to be expected, that she's going to be farming better than the Razor. But the wave is pushed out right now. So versus a Tusk Razor, very likely that HFN can lose his life.
Yeah, it's very good that Take Care Mia and Slotin have this lane in this particular position. Because for HFN, as you can see, like actually gets to keep the Link alive, but it does not matter maybe. Blackfrath does do a lot of damage, but they also get to turn with the tag team. However, the Warcry is soaking up a lot of that. What I was about to say is it is pretty easy for HFN to disjoint because they're both range, with a range stun on Sven and range damage by Alina.
I'll play and fight is still
the
going.
Link has run its course, so Take Care Mia will go down. Maya will get their second on the board. Elder Titan dies in the bottom lane, making it a third. So So we're almost at the 5-2 that I was predicting here from Maya. It's 3-1 in the first 5 minutes.
We weren't looking at the top lane, but what happened, and despite that, you got the kills. Tusk got the Razor inside of the snowball to dodge the LSA. He pushed out the Lina with the shards to not be able to attack the Razor, and despite all of that, this Take Care Mia safe lane did well. And this is what I was talking about. Razor versus a Sven Lina is not going to do well, even with the Tusk, who is probably one of the worst nightmares for a Lina in a lane.
Yeah. And most importantly, when I was talking about this is technically double range for their dire safe lane, is because of Stormhammer's cast range. I don't think it should be this high, but it is really good already. At level 1, you're almost guaranteeing a stun connection on your opponent. It does a bit of damage. The stun duration doesn't really scale well in terms of every level you get. It's only 0.2 per rank, but the cast range in itself is already bloody strong. As we see a 3-man rotation down mid with the help of Tusk and Elder Titan, they will take down the Kunkka.
Yep, pretty big kill. The X was stolen by Rubik. Not ideal, but it was good enough for him to get the Kunkka kill. Who now has the boat, so maybe he's gonna be asking for some of his supports to rotate. They need to save the Razor. Help is coming.
I don't think they can necessarily kill him, but they can do a lot of damage to him. Blackfrath, though, not looking too healthy right now. The Warcry is keeping him alive for quite a long time, but that is going to be him going down. And
Rubik is coming.
It's a 3rd kill for Infamous. Bottom lane also DM versus Hain. And DM is actually going down maybe to this gyrocopter, but Lalatroni is in between.
Nice TP. He was actually trying to go top lane for the Lina, but when he saw his gyro when he saw his Luna in trouble, he TP'd down to deal with the gyro. Nicely done.
Yeah, very nicely done. For Luna, that was an important moment not to die, as she's actually not going for her Morbid Mask, and considering Manta now actually has Dragonlance queued up. 999 gonna get stunned up by Blackfrath, but you know, it's just a support battle, just to get rid of some wards.
Went for the Moonstorm on the Luna. Very interesting. I've seen the Moon Shield always, ever since the Lunar Orbit was added.
Rubik with a stolen Rocket Barrage. And quite a lot of damage onto the Kunkka. Snowball goes through. Lalatroni's not brought in it, as that Snowball's not going to connect. Now fighting in top as well. Blackfrath able to dodge the Astral Spirit Stomp. He did bring in the gyrocopter around.
There is a Stampede, and I think that is the biggest deal. On the top lane Infamous, they have to be very, very careful how they engage, because with just the Stampede usage,
they brought Gyro bottom. They can kill DM. DM's in trouble. He's gonna need some help. Doesn't get the Eclipse off in time. Rocket connects as well from Hain.
Get it off now.
There is the turn. Valky is low and taken down with a Snowball Eclipse combination. Bring in the Knight on top of the Centaur, and now Gyrocopter is also gone, and they have a stolen Stampede on top of it for Lalatroni, but they can't save DM as Mini walks in. And I did say we might get more kills. We are already up to 10 at 8 minutes.
Yep, Infamous getting 4. HFN, nice TP out, beautiful.
Yeah, just a straight up teleport to the tower. Back to farming for him.
Nothing we can do. It is gonna be very early, Bellstrom. He will have it in like 500 gold. Pretty big.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, Lalatroni, what you gonna do? Moving towards top, but nobody to be found there. Razor soon getting rid of this tier 1 tower, but bottom, that's looking like all the activities after the Tusk. That's a 3v1.
Nice dodge.
Not a whole lot he can do. He can try. Well, if he can kite for 40 seconds, he might be able to deny himself to Roshan, but I don't think he's going to live that long.
I think when you stop to think, can he deny himself, that he did that as well, and then very soon he understood the big man is not here. Not tonight.
Nope, he's not home. You could do the casual dip into the Roche pit and then walk away and maybe juke some people, but you'd have to have all those 3 enemies on the same pixel to be able to fool them all.
Unfortunately, not how Dota works, but yeah, would have been a cool
3
attempt.
times face boots, maybe.
A 2 times phase boost would be good enough, right? Because the third one is just gonna be.
Oh yeah, the third doesn't need it.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
Take care, Mia. TP's bottom, but Blackfrath able to zone him out with the Stormhammer and a smoke to bottom. DM Slada.
They have the Eclipse, so the amount of damage these two can do is insane.
It is so weird to see a Luna in a smoke.
That's just how the hero works right now. Maxed out Lucent Beam. I think they're getting Valky. There's no creeps to help him.
Yeah. And the stolen Stampede brings them closer in, so Valky's gone.
Doesn't even bother to use his own.
Oh, Sven's steeping top. 999 sees that, and he just turns around. But Gyro's coming in from the other direction. Gets the rocket to connect. However, does Sven get there in time?
The Kunkka is getting there in time, though. So they're getting the kill 100%.
Yeah. All right. He's not getting out. There we go. Muni takes a slap of his Shadow Blade in hand. And not in
DP bottom.
inventory.
They're catching the Luna.
It's another Stampede. There's the actual Stampede.
Oh, they got
Catching the Razor.
Razor.
Bonk, says the rocket.
Okay, Sven has found the Luna. DM being greedy. He's gonna lose his life.
Okay. Yeah, he doesn't have the chance to TP away. The stun's there. They cancel it out. Good night, Luna. DM with the least farm out of any other core. And it's gonna stay that way.
That's really looking bad for him. He maxed out the Lucid Beam, so with level 1 Moonglaze, you're really not going to be farming the jungle that fast. He's going to struggle for a very long period of time. Lina already has her Maelstrom. The amount of farm that Lina is going to be getting is not even comparable to Luna. And Luna should be a faster farmer than Lina. That's how the hero works, not in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, already almost 2,000 gold difference between the two. So that's a big gap for Luna to try and claw together.
Rubik has the Dagon, and he has stolen the Stormhammer as well. So Lalatroni is a big problem. If he gets on top of somebody, he can easily burst him down.
Yeah, Stormhammer in his hands is doing 302 damage.
So much.
302 plus 325. So without resistances, that's 600 plus a 400 Dagon. So with magic resistances, I'd say he does about 700 damage on a burst. Maybe 600.
I don't want to do it through the blade mail because that's gonna hurt
No,
himself.
not the blade mail. That's the one thing you should not do. But he will heal with the Dagon. However, there's a boat
Almost
coming in.
no.
And oh, Sven catches both of them. The whole team shows up.
Dusk hesitated there for a second with the snowball, and then when the stun connected onto the two of them, it was just a great setup for the double boat. This Rubik was the only one that was having a great game out of all of his scores, and they just delete him in a second. This is what the Blink Dagger of the Centaur is going to be giving you. Just this amazing initiation that Infamous don't have.
Yeah. So they got 2 kills, and then they get a tower, and things are really looking good for Maya. The Luna is shut down. They have reign over the game.
Luna just, I don't see her doing anything much in this game. Also, going for the Moonstorm, it means that you probably don't scale as much. You might have more damage, but it is the survivability of the Lunar Orbit. It was always a problem for teams when dealing with the Luna. Not her damage output.
Regen secured for the Kunkka. Lalatroni sees that rune being taken away. They are trying to hold on to their side of the map. Infamous, at least, until it feels like it's going to be a bit too late. So you can see Take Care Mia is being rushed. Get those Greaves online ASAP. Then we might be even able to bring in the Luna for these fights and try to get Luna some net worth that is much needed from kills instead of farm.
Oh, they Greaves Razor? Come on. Like, usually
they don't have a source of damage right now.
Rubik
No
with the
Luna, no
Dagon
Razor.
is the only one, but a constant output, not really. He does steal the boat, wants to drench himself in rum. I don't think it's gonna be enough. The Rubik dies again.
There's just no one who can make a play right now. They're trying top against Valky, but he saves himself with a Stampede, and now they turn things around. Hein, no homing missile for another 10 seconds. HFN, he just needs to get a bit closer for the Gleipnir, but he's just going to take over the lane. Meanwhile, Centaur keeps on hunting the Razor down, drops the ulti as well. Earth Splitter flies in from the side, as the Elder Titan will be able to dish out some damage back, but it's just on a support.
Pretty speedy.
He goes down to the right clicks. He even pops a salve, trying to save his life, but no, sir.
In the end, it's just speedy death for you.
9k net worth now on this Lina. She feels unstoppable.
Whose catchphrase is speedy justice for you?
No idea. Who is it?
Saul Goodman.
Saul Goodman. Where does he say that? In Breaking Bad or in Better Call Saul?
In Better Call Saul. That's how he answers his phone.
I've only seen that series once from start to finish, so I don't remember.
Saul Goodman,
that was
speedy
a good
justice for you?
series.
Yeah, it was. It really was. This series is also
it
fun.
sounds like a series you would watch.
Yep. I like that. See.
I love the parts where he does all these small little schemes with random people.
Dude, yeah, that's awesome. I was thinking about trying it.
No, he's such a good storyteller, right? Like such a charismatic actor in general. Like the person behind it, he's so good.
Yeah, for sure. It feels unreal that we almost lost him during filming, but nope. God had different plans, Panda.
Thankfully, he might be able to transition this into a trade for Mini. I love how Mini just takes his sweet time. Is like, I don't want to just Tidebringer this guy right away. I'm just going to wait for my buddy to bring in an extra stun, do the work for me, and I'll get the kill. Core mentality.
Of course, that's what you're going to do with the Kunkka. You need all the kills.
If only it worked like Soul Assumption, where you get if you get a Tidebringer kill, you get extra gold. Like a pirate's bounty.
It makes sense, right? Because he's an admiral.
Yeah, he could be like a pirate hunter, you know? Pirate hunter facet. Get extra gold for a Tidebringer that gives a kill.
Sounds good. But if
Oh, HFN finds Luna. It's a one-on-one versus the carries. Who wins this one? Stampede coming in. Snowball's also there, but DM is already dead, and HFN's getting killed by Slaughter.
Not worth it for the Lina for sure. Right? If you compare their net worths, Lina is much higher and gonna be dead for longer.
You are right about that. Very optimistic from HFN. He's probably smiling a bit after that. It's like, oh, well, boys, I did that.
South Americans are always smiling. I remember on every single LAN when they're working cameras in their face, they are losing like 20k gold, and then they go for a fight. They get one hero, like, let's go, right? We killed him, we got him.
They get hyped over all the small things. There's truly a different type of mentality compared to the rest of the world. All the Europeans would be molding. NA players would be just flaming each other's. SEA players are probably just like trying to find reason, and Chinese players no facial expressions.
Yep. Most of them.
But SA,
ever.
They smile. They smile, they bant.
Exactly. They are losing 20k gold, they kill a support and they all tip him, I guess.
Sounds about right. I think that's what's in it for us in the Serbia land. While 999 is getting hunted like a stray dog.
On Torrent. That's a level 3 Torrent, so not bad for Rubik, especially with the amount of range that he has.
How big is that Torrent? Oh, he's actually got Frugal Filch instead of the AoE bonus. Because you can make a really big puddle.
Yeah, I mean, when you get scared of Team Maya, sure.
Yeah, you puddle under yourself. Can happen. Though, Maya is free to do still whatever they want because Luna is yet to get that meta together. Oh, we do have the Guardian Greaves Razor, yay!
Let's go. We are also super hyped about this item choices of the Razor. Awesome. I do like the Halberd though, right? Being able to disarm the Lina for 5 seconds is a huge deal.
It is. And they're also bringing in some extra utility with their supports. Solar Crest, Force Staff is being lined up, but look at this! Valky gets the jump on the Razor right away. Snowball is in between. Mini's already used his BKB, and Rubik has stolen X-Mark, which is not really useful for this current situation. Doesn't get to use it at all, as all of his teammates are just getting hunted. They have no one to play with. 3 heroes dead. 4 heroes maybe even dead. Rubik getting caught. But he's able to dodge with the X mark a bit, but they're just diving the high ground. They don't care.
It looked to me like
you pick the mid Rubik, you're paying the price.
Like they fixed the X mark, because I saw Mini using his X mark first and then the Rubik using his as well. Usually they just, the first one works and the second one doesn't, but to me it looked like both of them worked this time around.
Do they know about DM? He's invis here. They were looking for the Luna at the same time, and now think, hey, it might actually die to DM. That is a 1600 Lotus Mechanism Gyrocopter, though, but with the help of the Razor, alright, it's not going to take that long.
I
see that. He does make them work for it.
Not too much, though. And at least Infamous, they get themselves a nice pick off. But either way, Team Maya at the moment, 10k gold lead. Aegis in their pockets. The Lina, undoubtedly the strongest hero on the map. And with an Aegis, HFN could actually stand his ground, has the Force Staff, that is the item that we talked about. And even fight the enemies like 1 versus 3. With just 1 or 2 guys backing up, there is a good chance that HFN could take out the entire team. It is a problem for Infamous that they don't have a solution for at the moment.
Yeah, not for a while. It's going to take a bit. Like, the Halberd could help. Luna can only get stronger. And of course, then you have the Elder Titan. So if Elder Titan lives for maybe like 2 seconds on top of the Lina, Luna can do enough damage to blow her up, but that's not yet. That's later.
Yep. Once the Luna has level 20, then we can be thinking about that, because getting close to Lina is going to be hard for anybody in this game.
I do think we need, like, Elder Titan needs a shard. He can just Echo Stomp and relocate himself next to his target. Meanwhile, Stampede to hunt some targets down. An LSA stun onto Lalatroni, stolen. Valky lands the stun here as well. HFN still on the hunt for Lalatroni. They spot him, and look at those hits. They really sting on the Rubik. Not exactly a high amount of armor. It's just mainly Lina just hits too damn hard.
Nice snowball save.
Snowball being used by some of it at a time. It's the 2 supports that are currently killing an offlane Razor.
Here comes another homing missile, and look at the damage. He's gone.
And it stuns the Tusk as well. Oh, the unfortunate moment. And they even glyph up to get these heroes to die under the tower damage. They will sacrifice Hain for it, but they'll take Slanen down, and that opens up buildings.
Doesn't matter, you're asserting dominance with this. You're diving tier 3s 23 minutes into the game. That is what you want to do. I mean, Maya are probably super mad about losing game 1 here. A lot of a cleaner performance coming out from them.
Just that molding moment when you see a rocket shard following you around. It's actually killing you the longer it stays alive, but you're still dead if that stun connects on you. You die to it, and then the Tusk next to you is like, oh, now I got stunned.
Yep, Razor would have done a good thing for his teammates if he just turned around and allowed that rocket to kill him faster.
Yeah, he should have just died. As sad as it sounds, it would have saved a life. But he was not willing to take a bullet for his teammate. They're glyphing the waves, trying to keep the creeps inside the base, and also the ones hitting the tier 2 tower, so HFN can make work of that tier 2.
No, Panda, it's the classic approach. If I'm going down, you're going down as well.
Yes, you're going down with me. Oh, this is an item that I really love on Gyrocopter. Blade Mail.
Yep.
Hain has it lined up. This is something I play on my offlane Gyrocopter. I built Vessel into Blade Mail, and I have fun.
That sounds awesome. But yeah, I remember the Blade Mage Gyro when Yopaj used to play it in Southeast Asia, back on Boom.
Yeah.
That was fun times, fun times.
It's still such a good item for any hero that is played as a 3 or a 4. So any offlaner is allowed to build Blade Mail in almost any game. Except maybe Hoodwink, but you can also make that work.
I mean, I think she's also allowed. There's not a rule against buying it. It's not going to be too good, but get it.
Sladen is trying to roam free, cut some waves, but he's right next to Maya's heroes.
Whose lane? My lane. That's how he's moving, and somehow he's still alive. Juking 3 heroes, not even seeing them.
Yeah, they didn't actually spot him when he was right next to him, but the rest of the squad is now smoked up around HFN. They've spotted Razor. And I think they might have spotted Lalatroni too. And Valky just lands on top of him. The lift comes out. Hane, did they spot Lalatroni? The Gleipnir's there. That's an even bigger kill than the Razor.
Yeah, Razor isn't really worth all that much at the moment. He's going for this aura build on the Razor, and his contribution is not there. He's not even tanky, and he definitely doesn't contribute in the damage department.
Yeah, so it really sucks that they actually have to sack the Rubik for this one. But it is what it is. Tier 3 tower is about to drop. Valky gives the vision for the X mark. The Manta dodge doesn't quite work for DM, and he's going to have to turn things around with his BKB. They're going to get the Centaur out. A Mini and HFN are big threats right now. A couple hits and DM should die, but the Guardian Greaves keeps him alive.
What an item on the Razor. Game changing.
What an item. Wow.
Ow. But no, you're still going to be losing this game. Maybe the Echo Stomp can delay it a bit. Not enough.
Mini does take some big burst there on the Kunkka. Has to back out. Sladen does get the fight to the Gyrocopter. Gyro's dropping low. DM just delete it. Take care, Mia. Has to still deal with both the Sven support and then this Lina standing in the front. HFN. Destroy the stolen rocket off of the Rubik and continue to take down buildings.
Mini going for the XTP into the base. He'll be coming back full HP, full mana. If they noticed this, Infamous could have gone for it, but alas, they didn't. So Kunkka will be fine.
Yeah, pretty hard to spot somebody in that specific tree line area and catch Mini, unless he was TPing in the lane. But if it's somewhere around here, that is really hard to find someone.
Almost impossible. This is dangerous for the Lina. You don't want to lose your life.
Yeah, I mean, she does not have an Aegis. Roche is spawning at a minimum
22?
of
close.
I didn't get to predict, but yeah, 116.
I know you like the predictions, so I tried to and go for it, Panda, and this was the first time in my life that I was wrong.
But you were the only one predicting, so you were closer.
I don't know. We only count if you are 5 seconds plus minus.
Oh, I didn't know that was a rule.
I just made it up.
You're just the one who's closer. Anyway, so DM wants to build a Conda. What do you think about this? Does this complement the facet choice?
Yes.
DM?
Yes, it does. I mean, Kanda is an item for the Luna that you usually go for. It's the biggest timing with the level 20 talent. But I guess with the other facets, sometimes you can get away with Satanic Butterfly. But overall, that's the best item you can go for. You need to keep your distance away from the Lina. At this point, you are not fighting this guy. There's the Hurricane Pike on the Homing Missile. For people that don't know, Homing Missile can be Force-Staffed or Hurricane Pike, which is something nice that you can use your own pubs.
Can't take care. Mia just died to a solo support Gyrocopter, and they get the follow-up on both of them with the boat coming out from Mini. And this is going to cost them even more. Lalatroni trying to run away. There's a max movement speed Sven right next to you, and it's not even needed. They just clean up the 4th kill.
Wait, did Gyro just 1 versus 3 and
yes, he
kill
did.
the core?
He did. He did. it looked a bit silly. He's like, wait, you're fighting a Razor. He's got auras, right? He's going to be okay, but...
No.
He got him down to half, then the rest of them arrived, and he still fought them through. He killed them with the Blade Mail, pretty much, because Razor was killing himself in the static lane.
But the game is over, Panda, and Infamous are not calling GG, but to be honest, they don't have to, because Team Maya are going to make sure that the game ends either way.
I'm pretty sure they just left their keyboards already. They're like, well, that was it.
You never let go of your keyboard.
That was it, and it's going to be 3 seconds from a half an hour mark. Team Maya score a tie here. Take away game number 2 from Infamous. And important victory for them because it still keeps them in the run for those play-ins and at least a chance to go into the play-ins. If they would have lost this one, it would have been a really difficult ride for Team Maya. It also takes away a point from Infamous. That means that Akatsuki has pretty much just guaranteed their qualification.
You know what? Even with this victory, it's very tough for Team Maya. They're going to be playing versus Legacy. And, okay, South team might be not even that easy of a matchup because South team did beat Legacy 2-0, so not looking good for the Brazilian boys. No way.
Yeah, not at all. This was not their day. But at least, still talking about this series, I think Team Maya made some really good adjustments into game number 2. I think they corrected a couple of those errors that we saw in game number 1. Maybe they were a bit overconfident. Hot streaks, cold streaks, however you want to put it. I think this looked like the team you were hyping up in the pre-studio. The Team Maya should take this series. They look good. Infamous felt like a bit unproven. They walked away with game 1, but Maya really looked really good in this game too, and damn, did these supports look good. Sven going 3-1 on 22 KDA, and a Gyrocopter in the very end of this game, winning the game, taking a 1 versus 3, winning that, getting an important core kill, and then the rest of them die right after when his teammates follow up on that. It couldn't have been a more beautiful ending for Team Maya.
Beautiful one for sure. And I think it all comes down to how they play the laning stage and how they position themselves during those lanes, because that is where a big difference was made. Because Maya had similar lineups in both games 1 and 2, and just in the first one, they lost lanes that they shouldn't. In the second one, that did not happen. So just that little bit of a performance, a little bit of more focus in the first 10 minutes is what actually granted them the victory.
Well, that closes out the games from today. So we're done with our halfway mark of Group A. And 2 more days to go. So tomorrow and the day after, we're going to get to close out Group A, start to put our sights towards Group B. But that is for later. We're going to have plenty of teams to talk about in that segment. But however, I think the situation is pretty wide open for Group A. Some teams are through. Some teams are pretty much, I wouldn't say out, but Legacy is facing that threat right now. Akatsuki is guaranteed pretty much to go through now with the way that these final games ended. Though, I would like to see Team Maya still push through.
Yep, I mean, everybody would. They're the fan favorites, I think. Especially because of the cool play onwards with the name as well. I'm really glad that Bowie did have that knowledge of the singer, and overall it is an interesting development in Group A. When the Group A started, I didn't think this is how it was gonna go. I thought Legacy and Infinity were gonna be at the very top, but Infinity third and Legacy dead last.
But that's it for the action for today. Ladies and gents, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching the games. Make sure you tune up tomorrow at the same time again to watch some more SA Dotes. But until then, folks, take care of yourselves. Good night, and bye-bye.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
Fuck.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.